There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, the program committee this morning discussed the extent of the program today and the possible length of the sitting. It was clear with the current agenda, the House would adjourn very late, possibly up to even midnight or beyond. In terms of Rule 2, I rule that notices of motion and motions without notices be limited to 45 minutes. That's apart from the statements. I also rule that the Chief Whip of the majority party moves a motion at an appropriate time and after consultation with the parties for most of the budgetary review and recommendation reports to stand over, which is an exercise we will leave to the Chief Whip to undertake quietly while we proceed with the orders of the day in that regard.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order, Honourable?
Madam Speaker, Rule 2 is very specifically applicable only when there's an eventuality for which the rules do not provide. The rules provided for a programming committee. It provides for the parliamentary program to be agreed upon, which was done by the NAPC today. Madam Speaker, I submit to you that the rules provide specifically for notices of motion and member statements today. And I would, with respect, Madam Speaker, submit to you that you are not empowered to make a ruling in terms of Rule 2 in this
Honourable
particular aspect.
Steenhuisen, Thank you very much. The unforeseen eventuality is how long it will take us. Honourable Steenhuisen, please take your seat. I am talking. You can't be on your feet when I'm talking. The unforeseen eventuality, and it is confirmed by our discussion this morning in the program committee, is how long it will take us to debate 38 reports of the BRR reports. It is unforeseen how long members are going to be able to sit here and process everything that has to be done as the business of the House sits. And Honourable Member, I've made a ruling and you are not going to move against it.
Madam Speaker, may I address you, please?
Honourable Steenhuisen, if you are addressing me on the program for today and my ruling, I am not entertaining it.
Madam Speaker, I must submit to you that this was not an unforeseen circumstance. The Honourable Waters and I this morning raised to you that the program was going to run very late in the evening. We therefore asked at programming that some of the matters stand over. There was a widespread agreement by the ANC that not be acceded to and the business be proceeded for. Therefore, for you to tell this House today that it was an unforeseen circumstance is not being honest, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Steenhuisen, we are going to limit the time of the motions without notice and the notices of motion. We are also going to allow the Chief Whip at the right time to move a motion in order to let some of the reports that this morning you yourself were complaining about, that some of them will stand over. And that is a ruling.
Madam Speaker, may I address you, please?
What do you want to address me on, Honorable Litchfield Shabalala?
On the phrase unforeseen eventuality.
Honorable Litchfield Shabalala, can you please take your seat? I am asking you to take your seat, Honorable. I'm not allowing you to speak. I'm asking you.
On a
to
point
take your
of
seat.
order, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable Gadi,
Madam Speaker, the point of order is that an unforeseen eventuality is more likely to be an act of God, vis major, or any other thing that may
Honorable
not have
Gadi,
been
please take your seat.
predicted that it will happen. In this case, that we're going to stay for long, it was foreseen, it was predicted, and accordingly, this rule cannot apply because it was foreseen.
Honorable Gadi, I proceed now with the business as
Speaker.
I have ruled.
Madam Speaker, do you notice?
Honorable Waters,
Speaker, what's
Honorable Waters, please take your seat.
Madam
I'm not
Speaker.
recognizing.
The incompetence,
I'm not
the
recognizing
incompetence
you.
of the ANC whippery has caused this debacle
I
today.
am not
And the
recognizing
fact,
you.
There's nothing unforeseen about the length of this program.
I am
We
not
have- we talked
recognizing
about
you,
it.
Honorable
No, you
Waters.
did. And what's happening here is you are taking
Honorable
instructions
Waters,
from
please
the
take
Julie
your
House
seat.
with your red phone by your seat, and we are not going to stand for it.
Honorable Waters,
No, that's,
I am asking you again, take your seat.
I will not.
Honorable
I want
Speaker.
to
If you
question-
will not, then you can only
Honorable
do one other thing, and that is to leave the house.
Honorable Speaker, can I help
Who's
you?
going to
Honorable
force me?
Speaker.
Who's going to
No one.
Please leave the house.
Who is going to
Honorable
force
Speaker,
me?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
Honorable
Waters.
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Waters.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Waters. Honorable Waters.
Honorable Speaker.
Leave the house, Honorable Waters.
Honorable Speaker. No.
Honorable Speaker.
Going nowhere.
Honorable Waters.
Lost it. He's going nowhere.
Honorable
Leave the house.
Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
May I
Can you
assist
see
you, Honorable
from
No, you are not
commercial
going
like
to do that.
It's abuse of
Honorable
power.
Speaker.
We
Honorable
are tired
Speaker.
of seeing
May I assist
consent
you?
by you all the time we come here.
May I assist you, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I'm from Guamashu.
Madam Speaker.
Can you hear me?
Give us our chance to talk. It's our
Honorable
right.
Speaker,
Don't
I'm from
suppress us.
Guamashu like you. Can you hear me? Honorable Speaker, can I help you?
Madam Speaker.
You must go. 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 Go.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable
I recognize the chief whip of
Yeah,
the
but I was
majority
standing
party.
first. I was
Madam
standing
Speaker,
first.
I recognize.
uyabona ukuthi kwenzakalani phezulu bashaya ihlombe.
I'm recognizing
No.
the chief whip.
Usani ukukhathizwa bafethu.
I was up first.
Honorable chief whip.
Honorable Speaker,
How?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, the
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
You are not on the floor, honorable member. I've recognized
Yeah,
the
but I
chief
was on the
whip.
floor first than him.
Honorable,
Point of order.
I have recognized the chief whip of the majority party.
Yeah, but I was upset.
I have recognized the Chief Whip.
Yeah, but you have no interest in recognizing us.
Please
this side.
proceed, Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker,
Please proceed.
the rules provide that any member of this House who is not happy with your ruling, there's a recourse according to these rules to the Rules Committee. We need to move forward, Honorable Speaker, to proceed. We need to proceed.
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable,
Madam Speaker.
honorable members, I appeal to you to take your seat.
No, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, may I address you
I've
on the-
asked for a
I
point of
appeal
order.
to you to take your seats.
I've asked for a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
The point of order is that once again this House is in utter chaos because you, Madam, have decided to change everything that has already been predetermined before this sitting. That is absolutely unacceptable. No wonder this House is so furious. And frankly, we have to continue as was decided prior to this. You do not have this authority.
Honorable members,
Honorable Speaker,
I have asked the table staff to assist with the issue of ensuring that we limit the motions and the notices of motion.
Madam Speaker,
No, Madam Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
You
Honorable
can't-
Speaker.
You can't all of you talk.
Point
Madam
of
Speaker.
order. Recognize one of us.
Madam Speaker,
You must give me.
Honorable
Is that what you're
members,
doing?
honorable members,
Point of order, Madam
you
Speaker.
can't all be standing on your feet. There's someone standing at the back, someone
Recognize
here, another
one.
one here.
Recognize one. Then the rest will sit.
I actually don't want to recognize anyone.
It's a point of order. It's a point of order.
Madam Speaker, may I address you?
Recognize one
Hon-
Point of
Honorable
order.
Steenhuisen, I will recognize you just respecting your position as the chief whip of the biggest majority party and hoping that you are going to be helpful to the House before I proceed with the
Madam
business of
Speaker,
the House.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to be eminently helpful to you today by advising you that Rule 2 cannot apply in this case. It cannot apply. Because this is not an unforeseen eventuality, you were forewarned about it. Therefore, it's not an eventuality. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance have members' motions today in terms of the program that was agreed. And I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, that my members will read out every single one of them, regardless of whatever business is going on in this House today.
Honorable
every single
Steenhuisen,
one of them.
once-
Madam
once-
Speaker, you are abusing your position as Speaker, and I would sincerely hope that the only reason you're doing this is that Gwede phoned you and instructed you to do it. Because I expect more from you. I expect more from you as a Speaker.
Speaker, may I address you?
Ma-
please?
Madam, I'm
Honorable,
rising
honorable
for the third
members,
time.
I
Point of
now
order.
proceed.
Madam Speaker,
No.
may I address you?
I am rising for the third time. May I address you?
Honorable members, I wish now to proceed
Madam
to
Speaker, Madam
notices of motion.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, may I
And
address you?
is
I
there
am
a
rising
member?
for the third time now.
I've not given you an opportunity to
Madam
address
Speaker,
me.
may I address you on a
May
point
I
of order?
have
Based on
Point
one,
of
I'm
order,
not
Madam
recognizing
Speaker.
it.
anyone who wants to give a notice of motion?
Madam Speaker, may I address
Madam
you on a
Speaker,
point
can-
of order?
May I be recognized,
Madam
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker?
No, honorable member.
No, why not? Why not, Madam Speaker?
I am now on notices of motion.
No, you must
May I
provide
be
clarity first.
recognized, Madam Speaker?
And honorable members are rising to differ with the chair, which is a very unfortunate situation.
Because you are busy.
I'm not rising to differ
Come
with the
to
chair.
notices of
I'm not
motion.
rising to
May
differ with
I
the chair, Madam
address you?
Speaker.
I'm asking for
Achtbare
the
Speaker.
seventh
Heard me, you
time
want
now.
what I'm
I'm
rising
counting.
Achtbare Speaker. Achtbare Speaker. Ja. Achtbare Speaker, op 'n punt van orde. Achtbare Speaker, mag ek u toespreek op 'n punt van orde? Speaker, hierdie raadsaal is veronderstel om 'n bepaalde integriteit te hê. En ek wil 'n beroep op u doen as speaker om te verseker dat daardie integriteit gehandhaaf word. En u kan nie reëls maak wat teen die reëls van hierdie huis is. En daardeur die integriteit van hierdie huis aantas nie. U is besig om die oppositie te wil probeer boelie om u interpretasie te gee aan reëls. Dis onaanvaarbaar en ek doen 'n beroep op u om in belang van die integriteit van hierdie raadsaal toe te laat dat die reël korrek toegepas word en laat die mosies voortgaan soos altyd in hierdie huis. Ja, dank.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable member, please.
Madam
we are
Speaker,
command-
the
No,
honourable
honourable
member
member.
rises before I do.
No,
and
honourable member.
I am
Madam
not
Speaker, I'm
rising to
asking for
differ
the
with the Madam
now.
Speaker.
I am not
May I-
allowing you.
Madam Speaker, may I address you, please?
It's the 8th time now.
Honorable member, please take your seat.
Madam Speaker,
Honor-
the honourable member rises
Honourable
before me
Speaker.
and he speaks and you do
Honourable
nothing.
Speaker.
I have respectfully asked that may I address you. I am not rising to differ with you. I'm only asking to address you. Why must other members have a privilege to address you over other members? Now that on its own begins to be unfair, but that's not why I'm rising. So may
Addressing
I
you
address
without you
Madam
giving
Speaker?
permission. There are people talking to you while I'm standing. 8 times I've asked.
You actually shouldn't be standing. Because I have not recognized you.
Because I am asking for recognition.
You asked for recognition by raising your hand.
It was up.
Not before you spoke. You stood up and you spoke.
Madam Speaker, may I humbly please address you?
Honorable member, address me.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the first issue is that if things continue as they are, we'll find ourselves back at 21 August. What is happening in the gallery, that renter crowd that is here, is contributing to the chaos in this house. I ask you, Madam Speaker, that you rule first that you control those members in the gallery. Because we cannot have 2 houses of parliament. We are busy here and there's another business there. The second issue, Madam Speaker, is that I still submit to you that you are not within your powers to exercise Rule 2. And it's an abuse of power if you insist on addressing us on Rule 2.
Honorable members, it's not that we did not talk about the fact that the business will take us until late. What I am saying is unforeseen, is how late. Honorable members, are you talking? Are you listening? I am on the floor. I am talking. And I am saying the reality is you cannot keep honorable members on the benches beyond a certain time. And I, in my analysis of the situation, have decided and am ruling that let us contain the length of the program as much as it is in our hands. We can go on up to 10 o'clock, but let us limit as far as we can.
Raise my hand.
And honorable members, I now wish to take notices of motion. I'm allowing you to take notices of motion.
Madam Speaker.
Honourable Speaker.
Honorable members, I wish you, Madam Speaker, take your opportunity to have notices
Madam
of motion.
Speaker.
Can I address you, Honourable Speaker?
Honorable members, we
Madam
can't be
Speaker,
wasting
you're
time
going
on
to
the
recognize
same
us.
Wasting time.
You are
I
going
want
to recognize
discuss an
us.
important
Madam
matter.
Speaker, our
No,
hands are
Honourable.
up.
No.
You can't
Honourable
continue with
Maimane.
our hands up. You can't.
We refuse.
You can't
We
continue.
refuse. I think
There is
you
a
need to hear
difference.
us.
Put this
I
thing
want to
on.
appeal.
Put this thing
Honourable
on. Why are
Speaker.
you switching it off?
No.
Why are you switching it off?
You will switch off the microphone of the opportunity. You will put this on.
Hey.
You need to address
the sound on.
No.
Put this thing on.
No. Please, we need to address you.
Suzanne.
Put this thing on.
We need to address you.
Suzanne.
No.
Honourable Speaker. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm on the floor. Please.
Can I advise you,
Honorable
Speaker? Honorable Speaker, can I advise you?
No, Honorable
Can I
Member.
advise you, Honorable Speaker?
No.
You are not going to get away with this one. Can I advise you?
Honorable Member,
Speaker.
just sit down.
Can I
I don't have a seat.
Take a seat.
I don't have a seat.
Taking a seat, you are not recognizing
Taking a
us.
You are not taking our
And
hands.
you are not recognizing us.
You are not recognizing us. So what must we do?
Honorable
What
Maimane,
must we do?
Please, will you recognize me? But the mic is not working.
it's working.
Thank you very much. Speaker, with great respect, today is an important day for the people of this country. We can't, when we go to a programming meeting, then discuss the eventualities that are going to take place. And then for the speaker to come in and say, as if that discussion did not take place, that it's unforeseeable. I want to plead with you, Speaker, to reverse your decision in this regard. That the motions must be given their full length, as it would be consistent with the rules. We foresaw this situation. Let me also say, Speaker, that none of us have any intention
Consistent with which
of
rule?
leaving early. We want to be here to serve the people of this country. We will remain until 1 o'clock if that's what is needed. We cannot leave this house. We refuse. So can we have a frank discussion and in fact proceed with the program as it was set up this morning? I plead with you, Madam Speaker. Please, on Rule 29. Please, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm just amazed by your excitement. I don't understand it. Because all we're trying to do is to manage, which is what we are supposed to do. Honorable member, you'll end up without a voice.
Madam Speaker, can I request that you request the chief whips of parties to quickly confer with you in private to help resolve this pandemonium and
Honorable
suspend the
Gadi.
House at least for 10 minutes
No.
whilst they are conferring with you.
No,
I think that
Honorable-
will help because the chief whips and the whips of the ANC are more likely to agree with what will be discussed in private in your chamber.
Honorable,
I thank you.
Honorable Gadi, we will not suspend the business of the House. We have a very long agenda for today. And what we intend to do is to proceed, and the chief whip will go to the other whips and talk to them, and that process will be different from the process of the business of the House proceeding. So right now we are having notices of motion, and those who have notices of motion,
Madam Speaker,
I want to
Madam Speaker,
recognize them.
Honorable Speaker,
Speaker.
may I address you? My hand was up, it's tired now.
Madam Speaker,
It's really tired now.
You can't have your leader here in front saying her hand is tired, and you are also screaming there at the mic. Honorable Litchfield Shabalala, because your hand is tired, let me recognize you before I proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure what was told to you about an unforeseeable event or eventuality.
No, honorable
But
member.
can I put it to you that this program was supposed to be even longer than this if opposition did not argue in the Chief Whip's forum for the powers and privilege item to be moved to next week? According to the ruling party, it was supposed to be tabled today too. So nobody can come here and complain about the program being long. It was planned to be long. Had it not been for us, it would even be longer than this. So this is not unforeseen. Unfortunately, if we continue like this, then may I put it to you that this is nothing but a one-party dictatorship. Then it's not a multi-party process.
Honorable members, can we now have notices of motion? Honorable member,
Thank you.
and that is what is on the order paper.
thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There's a document called the guide here. The first thing here is notices of motion, and that was as agreed. What now, Honorable Maimane? Please take your seat.
I asked you to make a ruling. Can you
No,
rule on what I requested?
No, Honorable Maimane,
No,
please take
can
a
you
seat.
make a ruling? I think the decision
Please
was bad.
take a seat.
Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in this next sitting, the House debates transformation of the structure of our economy to increase women participation and access in economic opportunities. I thank you.
Stand up. Stand up. Stand up.
Honorable members, the issues you have raised are all acknowledged.
Well, reverse the decision.
And I will revert back to the House on them, on advisement.
Today.
Right now, I am taking notices of motion.
No. Today,
Yes, Honorable Member?
we request that the debate continue as per program.
Thank
We
you,
request
Honorable
it.
Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that 4 children having been found dead inside a freezer in Ermelo, Mpumalanga yesterday. Further note that these boys aged between 4 and 7 were last seen playing outside the house on Tuesday afternoon. The National Freedom Party extends its deepened condolences to the families, friends and relatives of the deceased. We further call on parents to be vigilant, ensuring the safety of our children. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are there any other notices of motion?
Yes, there is.
No, Madam Speaker,
Honorable Maimane.
I refuse to sit down.
Oh, Honorable Maimane, please take your seat.
No. I refuse, Madam Speaker. Because you are ignoring us. That is what you are doing.
Honorable Chair.
No, you can't be ignored.
Honorable Chair.
Simply cannot accept that you can ignore us. That can't happen.
I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates expanding the opportunities of sustainable livelihoods through support for cooperatives and micro-enterprises. I so move.
Any other notices of motion?
Now I'm not sure how we must proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the ANC that in the next meeting we are going to discuss community participation and crime prevention.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable member at the back.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
I move on behalf of the ANC
Madam Speaker.
that in its next sitting, the House debate the vital
Madam
importance
Speaker.
of what committees and community
Madam
participation
Speaker.
in ensuring that municipalities function
Madam
effectively.
Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
I don't know what it is you are going to say which your leader has not said.
Madam Speaker, due to the unforeseen circumstances today under Rule 2, under which you have made this ridiculous ruling today to suit the ruling alliance and to protect your party from any act. It's an act of mutiny of the parliamentary rules. I would ask, Madam Speaker, with respect, that you surrender your chair to the Honourable Froelich so that some order can be restored to this House and that we can proceed with the business of the day. You have lost control of the House for the second time, Madam Speaker. You are pushing us to a constitutional crisis, and I would ask that in the interest of this institution, you step down from the chair so that we can proceed with the business of the day.
You wish. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Kubai.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think I need to address the House in terms of what Honorable Steenhuisen has raised. I think what he's doing is totally unacceptable. It's totally out of the rules. I'm not so sure which rules is he referring to. And I don't think that what he's trying to do in putting Honorable Froelich where he's doing, the Speaker is presiding, and if Chief Whips are not able to ensure that the House operates effectively, then it is an indictment of the Chief Whip, which he is part of the Chief Whips. He has a duty as a Chief Whip to ensure that there is order in this House, which he has failed himself.
Are there any other notices of
Honourable
motion?
Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Honourable
May I assist
Pata.
you? May I assist you, Honourable Speaker?
Honourable Speaker,
in fact, you are the
I
one who's
move
causing
on
disorder
behalf
in
of
this
the
House.
ANC that in the next sitting, the House debate the state of the beneficiary list in municipalities and in the national database and the need to develop fair and
We're not listening
transparent
to your motion.
systems.
We
I
are
so
not
move.
listening to your motion. You're wasting your time. We're not listening to your motion.
Speaker. Speaker.
Is that a notice of motion, Honourable Mishwe?
Yeah,
I want to
Honourable.
address you.
Honourable
May I
Speaker.
address you, Speaker?
Honourable Speaker. We are here to represent the people of
Honourable
South
member,
Africa.
I have not recognized.
We are not here to play.
Honourable
We are here
member,
to
can you
work.
take your seat?
We are here for the best interest of this
Take
country.
your seat, Honourable member.
May I address you on a point of order, Speaker?
Reverend Mishwe.
Speaker, the public watching what's happening in this House must be embarrassed now. We are embarrassed ourselves. And we definitely cannot carry on this way. So I want to make a request that has been made already by some of the honorable members. And that is that you withdraw your ruling or reverse your ruling, and let's stick to the program as was agreed in the Chief Whip's meeting. Please.
Honourable Mishwe, I regret I will not agree to what you are saying.
Order, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the IFP.
Can you recognize me after the IFP?
No,
after
please.
the IFP,
Please take
can
a
I be
seat.
recognized?
Take your seat.
Please recognize me after
Take
IFP.
your seat, Honourable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would want to plead again, as I earlier indicated. Just wait. Calm down. You see, the other thing is that the adults must conduct themselves as adults here. Madam Speaker, I'm pleading with you that you reconsider this ruling that you have made on Rule 2, because obviously it is now subject to great contestation and interpretation. For the sake of progress and for the integrity of your office, that you suspend the ruling that you have made and you allow for the program to continue as agreed to by the programming committee, and then refer the matter back for future eventualities so that when we come here, we are on agreement in terms of how we want. That is the essence of democracy, and that's the essence of consultation.
Honorable Chief Whip.
I stand up to second the IFP motion and agree that we continue as was planned.
Are there any other notices of motion?
Madam Speaker,
Can I just have the honor of recognizing you, Honorable
There's a
Gadi?
new message, Mr. Speaker.
Can I
Thank
have
you,
the
Madam
honor
Speaker.
of recognizing Honorable Gadi?
thank you,
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Now,
Now that we have come to an agreement that we are going to continue with the program as it is, may you please confirm that your ruling has now been set aside by yourself so that we continue very clear that that is what is
The
going to happen.
ruling has been referred. The ruling is being referred to a forum of the whips led by the chief whip. May I check whether there are any notices of motion?
Madam Speaker, can we please receive clarity? Because what the Chief Whip of the majority party has said, which I support, is at odds with the ruling that you made. He said that we proceed with the program
With
as
the
agreed,
program as agreed, yes.
at programming this morning.
Honorable members,
that was the last program that
why
was
must
agreed.
we come here and teach you English?
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, you're now being derogatory, and it's unbecoming. It's unbecoming of the office that you hold. Are you withdrawing it, and are we going to proceed with the last agreed program?
We
which
are proceeding with the program
agreed at programming.
as consulted and adopted this morning.
Yeah.
And the content of the ruling is referred for further consultation. May I have those who want to express notices of motion, Honorable, from the NFP?
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move on behalf of the NFP that the House deliberates on the provision of agricultural officers to assist farmers, especially black farmers in rural areas. I so move.
Honorable Kalyan.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the special privileges the Gupta family enjoy in South Africa.
The Honorable on the corner of the EFF.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that at its next sitting, the House debates the continuing constitutional violation of the rights of lesbians, gays, bisexual, transgender, and intersexual South Africans. So I move.
Honorable Self.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the cost to the taxpayers of defending President Zuma in the spy tape saga.
Honorable Reverend.
On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that I shall move that the House debates reasons for the increasing number of rapes by police officers who abuse vulnerable members of the public who depend on their protection, and come up with recommendations that will bring this unacceptable, heinous crime by police officers to an end. So move.
The honorable member right at the back.
Madam Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes that there are allegations of rotten feeding schemes in the province of Limpopo, where about 275 pupils at Makeke Primary School were reportedly taken to hospital on Monday. Further notes that suppliers reportedly... Okay. I'm sorry.
Proceed, honorable member.
Okay. Further notes that the suppliers...
Honorable member, we're on notices of motion.
Sorry.
Yeah. So we're on notices of motion. Yes, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the amount of public money spent on upgrading the private residence of President Jacob Zuma.
Honorable member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that at its next sitting, the House debates the correctional services system's inability to meet the increased demand for more space and the resulting harm to individual inmates. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the politicization of the IEC in the Northwest under President Zuma.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Economic Freedom Fighters, which is the government in waiting, rises to raise a notice of motion that the House in its next sitting debates the cost tender system, the role of the state, and its impact on service delivery under Jacob Zuma.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that this House, at its next sitting, debate whether in light of the endless drama, scandal and general instability that continues to prevail at the SABC, it is still the right thing to do to pay our TV licenses. I so move.
The honorable member at the back. Honorable member at the back, were you asking for water or asking for recognition? Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the long-awaited amendments to the ministerial handbook that has to be finalized. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates expanding the opportunities for sustainable livelihoods through support for cooperatives and micro-enterprises. I thank you. I so move.
The honorable member. I'm recognizing Honorable Litchfield Shabalal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The EFF rises to move that the House in its next sitting debates the role and continuing relevance of the International Criminal Court and its track record of pursuing the prosecution of African personalities. I so move.
Honorable member. No, honorable member, I recognized him.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that this House debates the worrying trend of Minister Davies, who has missed his parliamentary questions, as similarly President Zuma has done,
which is problematic for job creation. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting of this House, the House debates the crumbling state and lack of maintenance of municipal infrastructure and debates solutions thereto.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates cancellation of National Financial Student Aid Scheme, debt for poor graduates. So I move.
Honorable Member of the IFP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that at its next sitting, this House debates the delay by Nigerian government to release South Africans deceased in the Nigerian tragedy. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting we debate the need for obligatory training for all SAPS officers on the proper procedures and investigations of a rape and abuse. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member of the EFF.
Kennisgewing vir die mosie visserygemeenskap. Die ekonomiese vryheidsvegter stel voor dat die huis by sy volgende sitting die volgende debatteer. Die toestande van die visserygemeenskap langs die kusgebiede in die land. Dankie.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I've got two motions to make.
No, you are only allowed one.
I move on behalf of the DA that this House debate the sewer spillage in the streets in Governor Big Municipality and the health hazard the children and the community members are exposed to. I thank you.
The Honorable Shengwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move the listing of this House that the House debate the high levels of financial vulnerability of the vast majority of consumers in South Africa and the steps that can be implemented to assist them in better managing and easing their debt servicing situation. I thank you.
The Honorable Member.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the consistent failure of government under President Zuma to develop a vibrant rural economy and a sustainable land reform process make political victims of farmers and farm workers.
The Honorable next to Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the ability of post-secondary education and training institutions to absorb and equip all students who come from secondary schooling with education that is directly linked to community services and industries. So I move.
Honorable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next meeting, this House debates the installation of a helipad at President Jacob Zuma's Nkandla homestead at state expense.
The Honorable at the back from the EFF.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the importance of having history as a compulsory subject in South African schools. Thank you.
The honorable member, just so she can stop calling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the more than 11 million rand spent on a military clinic and service area, clip-on and SAPS garages at President Zuma's Nkandla residence.
Honorable member of the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF move in its next sitting, the House debates the racial and gender discrimination suffered by black professionals, that black professionals in all spheres of work, the accountants, auditors, doctors, academics, lawyers, engineers, professionals in the ICT sector, and many other professions are still subjected to racial discrimination and unequal treatment. I so move.
The honorable member right at the corner.
Madam Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next meeting, the House discuss the negative impact of SATU site stewards on teaching and learning outcomes in our schools.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The EFF rises...
No, honorable member, I didn't recognize you. I'm recognizing someone behind.
Oh, okay. Next time, Madam Speaker, I'm thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Imlo.
Go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party that this House debate Eskom's temptation to respond to sledgehammer-like projects to make up for their lack of planning and their bad management.
Honorable Kola Barnard.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the ANC's unwillingness to act against its party members who attack the integrity of the public protector.
Honorable member, yes.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move that on the next sitting, I shall move that on the next sitting of this House, that the House debate lack of sanitation in Ward 6 in Newcastle. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that at its next sitting, the House debates the state-owned agencies and how much does the state pay to remunerate them, and whether the departments are not abdicating their responsibilities. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the provision of free quality education up to undergraduate level for all South African students as a means of ensuring a transformed and a competitive society. I so move.
Honorable member.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of amphitheatres for security purposes.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that at the next sitting of this House, we debate the abusive procedures of this House in order to filibuster and undermine the multi-party democratic process of Parliament.
Order. Order, members. Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates why President Zuma's diary is seemingly too full to allow him to come to Parliament to fulfill his constitutional duties as President of this country to answer questions in this House. I move.
On stage then. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the importance of President Zuma attending question sessions as per the rules of Parliament, disregarding all extraneous circumstances. I so move.
Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that we will move at the next sitting of the House that the House debates measures to protect the identity of teachers who want to testify before a special task team into Sex for Jobs scandal, particularly to those witnesses with career-threatening evidence who fear for their lives after hearing reports about whistleblowers who have been killed in KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
Honourable Kopani.
Honourable, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debate a 490,000 spent on the construction at Nkandla Tech Shop. Thank you.
Honourable Kobisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that at its next sitting, this House debates the proliferation of schools without necessary infrastructure like classrooms, libraries, toilets, and laboratories. I so move.
Honourable Mbata, mind your sign.
Ngiyabonga Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, ngisukuma ngaphansi kwamaqhawe zomnotho. Ngiphakamisa ukuthi olunye usuku olulandelayo indlu idebate ukuthi akukho possible yini ukuthi iklinikhi le eyakhiwe kaMhlekazi omkhulu ishintsho ibe yi-public clinic for the benefit of the nearest community.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debate the worrying rise in political motivated acts of violence in the country, particularly in light of the 5th of November shooting of Andy Lelili, a leader of Sescona civic group. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on the next sitting day, I'll move that this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, that the House notes with concern the assault on democracy taking place at the moment, where a group of minority parties, which represent a small fraction of the electorate, are seeking to undermine the processes in the House and prevent the business of the House from being discussed. I move further that the House notes with concern the inability of the smaller opposition parties to listen when people are saying things that they disagree with. And I note...
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker. What are you raising on, Honourable Gadi?
The honourable member here has raised his notice of motion, but went further now to raise something bordering on a motion without a motion without notice.
That's your opinion,
Can that,
honourable member.
Other part be removed?
No, that's your opinion, honourable member. That's not correct.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. That was no means trying to be a motion without notice. I mean, I know that the honourable member won't support it, but it just shows the quality of what they are doing. Trying to raise points
Can the Speaker sit down, Honourable Speaker?
Objection.
Thank you. Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. This is an important motion. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the fact that the ANC forces residents of the Madala Men's Hostel in Alexandra to live in a building which the ANC City Council city engineers have declared is condemned and unfit for human habitation. I so move.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the reasons why special advisors and friends of the President are granted medical parole, whilst countless of ordinary citizens are not. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House debates how we can morally bring generation to this House. We have morally degenerated to a point where we are a laughingstock of those that elected us. I put to this House that we as members of Parliament should debate on how we can morally regenerate ourselves. Thank you.
It's a notice, Honourable Member. Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Speaker.
It's the Honourable Member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates reallocation of resources from other service delivery initiatives to fund the upgrading of President Zuma's Nkandla homestead.
Honourable Member.
The Economic Freedom Fighters rises to move a notice for motion that the House in its next sitting debates the generally highly indebted black population to be removed from the credit bureau. Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debate the inability of Madam Speaker to learn the names of members of Parliament. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the cost of maintaining President Jacob Zuma's palatial homestead in Nkandla, while many South Africans face homelessness and evictions at the hands of the ANC government. I so move.
Okay. Honourable Member, followed by the EFF. Followed by the EFF.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the blatant abuse of municipal employees to canvass votes for the ANC in the Mpafana by-election scheduled for 26 November, as well as the alleged relaunch of a housing project for the same purpose. I thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debate the state of failing municipalities in the Free State and to note that those municipalities owe the total debt to 3.6 billion rand. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, you said I will
EFF.
follow
Okay.
after you.
Yes, sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, Enkosi Sekela Somlong. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to rise a notice for motion that the House in its next sitting debates the state of our public hospitals and why it is important for public servants and public representatives like us sitting here must be compelled by law to use public services to ensure that public hospitals are of high quality. That's what we call Thomas Sankara oath. So I move.
Honourable Nkomo, followed by the lady in front of the EFF.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party,
I shall move at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the irregular expenditure of 19 million rands by the Zululand District Municipality in the 2012-2013 financial year, and this municipality's failure to appear before SCOPA of the KZN. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the House in its next sitting debates the deceptive outward appearance of the so-called multi-party democracy of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House in its sitting debate the ways and means of capacitating leaders who do not understand their roles and their responsibility, and the fact that they have lost confidence. They have lost confidence by their constituents, especially the opposition parties.
Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the number of flights on privately owned ultra-luxury Gulfstream executive jets undertaken by Cabinet's top gun, the Honourable Lindiwe Sisulu.
Diabonga sekela somlomo. The EFF rises to move a notice of motion that the House in its next sitting discuss the promotion of smallholder agriculture as a bedrock of the country's present and future food security, and the role of the state in ensuring the viability of this section of agriculture. I so move.
On a point of order, Chair. Is it parliamentary to say what the honourable member has just said in the House? She's just said futsek nina in the House. Zincha. She must withdraw that immediately.
Honourable member, did you say that? Stand up, honourable member. Honourable members, I'll ask the table to look at Hansard for me, because if
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Who's speaking now?
I am Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member. What are you raising on?
I am raising the same concern as raised by the other member. The member can repeat it again because we all heard what she said. She said food tech. So there's no Hansard. Honourable Deputy Speaker, she also was not on speaker. She said food tech and she walked away.
Honourable member, just... Okay. Yes, that's okay. Check it here. Honourable member here.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the issuing of certificates for training by the National School of Government, which is funded by taxpayers, on programs that are not recognized by the National Skills Framework, nor quality assured by the relevant quality assurance bodies. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this House debates the fire pool at Nkandla, which was actually found to be a swimming pool, the cost associated with it, and whether this money could have been better used to provide water to the impoverished local community in Nkandla. I so move.
Yes. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the speed at which chickens are allowed to run through the chicken run at Nkandla and the biosecurity of these chickens.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Deputy Speaker, just on a point of order, there seem to be a number of motions which are dealing with an issue which is on the order paper for later discussion, which is the report.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
No, I'm listening to a point of order.
It's another point of order.
Not on a point of order.
Okay, I'll be
Not on a
next.
point of order, just take your seat. Yes, go on.
Yeah, Deputy Speaker, a number of the motions that are being proposed relate to an item that is coming up for discussion on the agenda. That is why they are raising them all, to filibuster that. But is it correct that motions get proposed for discussion that are already on the order paper for discussion?
Honorable members, I suggest that you be careful of violating anticipation, especially on things that are already now on the order paper. Yeah. Okay. Honorable member at the back.
That's me. Siyabonga Somlomo. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates if the landscaping and greenery at Nkandla is in fact indigenous
Point
to
of
Nkandla.
order. Point of order. He's now. You made a ruling. He is now discussing that.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members.
Point of order.
Yes, honorable member, what's your point of order?
The point of order is that in terms of the rules of the National Assembly, a notice of motion shall not be subject to any discussion, debate whatsoever. And the honorable member is out of order by debating motions of members here. Can he be called to order, Deputy Speaker?
Honorable member, if that was correct, then you are yourself out of order. You are commenting on the substance of what he is saying yourself, and I think it is incorrect. Members,
Speaker.
let's not conveniently play on the rules to favor us, whatever it is. You are effectively being disruptive. Honorable Milder.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. You've ruled that we should not speculate or in advance discuss the things that are on the agenda in terms of the Nkandla report, as put by the Honourable Deputy Minister. The problem is the following. All the issues that the members are raising with regard to Nkandla is exactly not in the report. That's the problem.
Honorable member. No, you've given you get
Speaker, just
Honorable
on a point of order. On a point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member.
Can I proceed?
I raise a point of order.
Speaker, he raised his point of order and you responded to it. I mean, can I just firstly say...
Honorable Deputy Speaker, can I raise on a point of order?
He's on the floor. Let him finish.
Thank you.
No, but he's
Thank
the
you,
one who's
Speaker.
out of order.
Honorable member.
Thank you. I mean, can I refer the honourable member to Rule 95, which is the same question rule. No matter shall be proposed for discussion. So it's not just about one can comment on motions that are being raised as you are doing now. And the issue is there is going to be a debate on the Nkandla report, where the issues, if they feel there are issues not in that report, because they never attended, they can raise it in the debate. So it is, they are anticipating and wasting everybody's time.
Yes.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, I've looked at the rule of anticipation, and perhaps the Honourable Deputy Minister could point out exactly where in the report the Honourable Broughter's motion is dealt with, because I've looked through it and I cannot find anything about the pot plants in there. Perhaps he could give us the page number.
Honourable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House, at its next sitting, debate the capital rollout plan of Transnet, as well as other infrastructure plans of all three spheres of government to complement the new IDZ within the Saldanha Bay municipal area. Thank you.
Honourable Kubisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The NFP rises to move a motion that at its next sitting of this House, I shall move that the House deliberates on the abuse of government fiscus and vehicles of the municipality and the violation of procurement and supply chain management laws by Ulundi municipality. I so move.
Honourable Van der Walt and then Honourable Litchfield. Is it?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the
Honorable
EFF.
Shabalala, just one moment, let her finish.
Oh.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting of this House, we debate the Gauteng Advisory Panel on the socio-economic impact of e-tolls and the mass rejection of the system by Gauteng residents. Furthermore, I ask that the Minister of Transport make a statement in the House in terms of Rule 106(1), stating her position on the work of the Gauteng Advisory Panel and her response once the Advisory Panel has completed its work.
Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the
Point
House...
of order, Honorable Speaker. I just want to check on you that whether the member can raise motion, repeat herself.
We'll rule on that later. We'll consult on that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for your protection. I rise on behalf of the EFF that the House in its next sitting debates South Africa's household food security state. I so move.
Honorable Masango.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates when President Zuma will pay back the money owes for the upgrades at his Nkandla home state.
Yes. Honorable members, we have made a ruling on that matter, and I'm suggesting you be careful of that. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the third phase of the Extended Public Works Programme and to find ways in which this programme could benefit all South Africans and not only members of the African National Congress. I thank you.
Honorable Member. No, you. No. Just go ahead, Koza.
Thank you,
Honorable
Deputy
Koza.
Speaker. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the failure of the ANC government and its councillors to deal with the corruption and the ill treatment of community members that is taking place in the mines owned by some of the honorable members of this House, like Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa. I so move.
You're out of order. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates reasons why foreign nations, such as the UK, refuse to meet with President Jacob Zuma and its impact on foreign direct investment to South Africa.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the importance of President Zuma declaring all his assets, njenga indlu yenkukhu nomisbaya yenkomo, and business interests to Parliament.
Honorable members, before we proceed, I just want to raise that the purpose of notices of motion is to propose subjects for discussion, debates, or decisions for the House to take. The report on the President's residence is on the agenda today in the order paper, and it can reasonably be expected that members will be allowed to raise matters pertaining to that matter in that debate. Rule 671 specifically prohibits members from raising a matter that anticipates the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper. Members are therefore asked to refrain from proposing subjects for discussion that can reasonably be raised in the debate before the House. We're restating that. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting,
the House debate the use of the proportion of tax received through the selling of plastic carrier bags. I'm so moved.
Honorable Banga.
Enkosi mhlali ngaphambili. Ndiphakamisa ngaphandle kwesaziso ndimele iDemocratic Alliance ukuba le ndlu kwintlanganiso ezayo ixoxe ngokungcola nobumdaka obenzwa yinkunkuma engacholwayo kwazakhele kumasipala waseBhayi. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Ngibonge Somlomo ohloniphekile. I here move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the focus for sea level rise over the decades and increased risk from the natural disasters this brings to our coastal communities and cities, as well as what role government and local municipalities can play to help cities and towns to prepare for rising seas. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next meeting, this House debates the possibility of rescinding the medical parole given to Shabir Sheikh, a convicted fraudster, and the man found to have been in a generally corrupt relationship with President Zuma. Thank you.
Honorable Green.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates clandestine visits by President Zuma to rogue nations and the possible signing of secret trillion-rand nuclear contracts. I hereby move. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
Ngizangbonge, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the different access to quality education between the rich and the poor under the leadership of South African Communist Party boss, who have since graduated from being a Communist Party member to a South African Capitalist Party.
Speaker. No, Honorable Member, the member behind you. Order, order.
Diabulela, Deputy Somlomo. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the failure of the ANC government to fulfill all its obligations in terms of individual subsidies promised to many of the poorest of the poor who already suffered enough under apartheid. I here so move.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the Gauteng Advisory Panel on the socio-economic impact of e-tolls and the mass rejection of the system by Gauteng residents. I so move.
Okay. Honorable Member, the corner.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the lack of competition in the domestic aviation sector, especially amongst so-called low-cost airlines, which, despite the entrance of a new airline, airfares remain unaffordable for most South Africans. I so move.
Honorable Member, at the back there. No, Honorable Member, you mustn't keep standing when a member is speaking on the podium. You are out of order. In future, you don't do that. Go ahead and talk.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the allegations of several bribes of R500,000 paid to President Zuma by the French armament company Thales and its South African subsidiary Tint for his role in brokering the arms deal. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Member, you are out of order. In the first place, unless you do so by a substantive motion, you can't make allegations of that nature. So I suggest we withdraw that. Honourable Member, please withdraw.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I said allegations. I didn't make the allegation myself. There are allegations.
Honourable Member, in doing so, you are imputing on the head of the state that kind of allegations. So withdraw. Honourable Member, I have requested...
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I do wish to point out the President is not a member of this House.
I'm aware of that. Honorable member,
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, what did you want me to do?
to withdraw that.
Withdraw the allegations. I didn't make them, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member, by repeating them, you are making them.
No. There is an alleged allegation. I'm not making it. I'm merely stating that that was the allegation. The allegation is that bribes were paid to our president. And I'm worried about that. It's our president.
Speaker, point of order. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, I mean, both the Honourable Member and the Honourable Chief Whip don't seem to be aware of Rule 66. It's not about members, it's about persons whose removal from office is dependent on a decision of this House. And that's the rule, and it is no member shall reflect on the competence or honour of such a person. And in making that allegation, that is what the member is doing, and that is why it must be moved by a substantive motion. And I don't know why I would suggest that he reads Rule 66, as does the Honourable Chief Whip of the Desperate Alliance.
He has, honourable deputy, honourable members.
Sorry, point of order, Deputy Speaker. Honourable Jeffries called us the Desperate Alliance. We are the Democratic Alliance. And if he's going to start names like that, we're going to name him another naughty comrade.
Honourable member, I requested you to withdraw.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, honourable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates cadre deployment in the South African broadcasting industry.
Yes, honourable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the conflict of interest in the President appointing the head of the NPA, while the President himself is the subject of 783 criminal charges from the same prosecuting authority. I so move.
Honourable member.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo. Ngisukuma kwebandla le-Democratic Alliance ukuthi isikhathi esilandelayo umhlangano wethu sikhulume ngokufeyila kwe-ANC ukudeliver ama-title deed ukuthi ba-recognize ukuthi i-property is so important. Ngiyabonga.
Yes, honourable member.
Ndiyalibuwa muthusa chipikara ndikho dzinginya ndo imela EFF uri khadzulu litevelaho nnḓu iambe nga u sa ṱanganedziwa ha vhana kana u thudzela kule ya vhana vha zwisiwana nga maanḓa vha vharema kha magudedzi na kha dzi yunivesithi dza nṱha nga u sa vha na masheleni ndi khou dzinginya.
Honourable Gadi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've got 50 motions. Can I read them all so that I
No.
don't come back?
No.
Oh, okay. No, I'll come back 50 times. No
You
problem.
won't. I can let you know in advance that you won't.
That's the rule of anticipation.
Absolutely. That one I can anticipate. I know exactly
At least
what
I
it
can
means.
read two.
No, sir. No,
okay,
sir.
I'll read one for now. The EFF writes that in its next sitting, the House should debate the profit-shifting concept, which the Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa says it is not wrong to avoid tax for companies. I so move. Thank you.
Honourable member at the back. At the back. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of marquee areas for security purposes. Thank you.
Honourable Waters? No, you can't address the House. I'm pointing out that the Speaker earlier on ruled that you must leave the House. You're not supposed to be in the House, so there's no way you'll be able to address the House. I'm drawing to your attention, you can't address the House, so you will not be able to get that opportunity.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
The instruction of the Speaker was that the Honourable Waters sit down. After a protracted struggle, he did sit down. I'd submit he obeyed the instruction of the Speaker. and therefore should be entitled to participate in the proceedings of the House. He's already read one motion out, so... if you're gonna
Honorable Chief Whip, do not make the mistake of making the statements you are making. When you heard what the Speaker said, okay? And it was wrong in the first place for him to do that. Yes, Honorable Member? Yes, Honorable.
But
Thank you,
Deputy
Speaker.
Chief Whip,
Yeah.
sorry, just before the member proceeds, I'm at a loss for words because you already allowed the Honourable Waters to read out a statement prior, so you're undermining your own recognition of him previously.
No, I'm telling you that it was a mistake in the first place. It does not mean two wrongs make a right.
And what rule has Honourable Waters been dismissed
When you
from the
defy,
House?
when you defy the authority of the chair, and you are advised not to do so, and you do so, then it is correct for the deputy speaker, speaker to instruct him to leave the house, and he didn't.
But Deputy Speaker, she asked for him to sit down, and he did sit down, and she didn't order him out the House.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
We will not debate that anymore.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, can we perhaps
Yes.
assess the Chief Whip of the DA? In fact, the Honourable Waters defied both Rule 49
A point
and
of order,
51.
Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, point of
Order.
order, point of
Order.
order. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Waters was not thrown out of the House. Now, if that turncoat across the House there is going to make allegations like that, she is out of order.
Honorable members, Honorable Chief Whip, when you are saying he's not going anywhere, who the hell were you talking to?
Order,
Speaker. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. Go ahead, member. I withdraw unconditionally. That's a slip
that's
of the
good.
tongue.
That's
Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable,
Point of order,
honorable
Deputy
members.
Speaker. Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I want you to bring it to your attention the comments made by the Chief Whip of the DA against Honorable Killian. He continues to scream at her. He continues to say a lot of things that he's saying there. It's unparliamentary, but as well for a leader of a party to conduct himself in that manner. He has deteriorated more than even ordinary members. No wonder there's a problem in DA because he can't lead.
Honorable members. Yes, honorable member. At the back there. The member at the back, yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the continuing diplomatic tensions between Malawi and South Africa following President Zuma's outbursts about the quality of national roads in that country. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF moves in its next sitting, the House debates commercialization of correctional services through the privatization of prisons and the effect this has on crime reduction. I so move.
Honorable member at the back, yes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debate why Minister Blade Nzimande continues to refuse to give a straight answer on when South Africans can ever expect fee-free higher education from an ANC government in our lifetime, and we are still waiting. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I so move.
Honorable Twala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the EFF that the House debates in its next sitting the revival of moral regeneration structures created with a view to re-engineering society towards a healthy, educated, and crime-free society. I so move.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. At the next sitting on the House on behalf of the IFP, I move that we debate how we can manage stress and tension in this House. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the 10 million rand the state spent over several years on President Jacob Zuma's legal fees and whether any more government funds should be made available for President Zuma's current and future legal expenses. Thank you. I so move.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the total crisis engulfing the Road Accident Fund.
Okay. Honourable Member. Next to Mr. Green.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, that at its next sitting, the House debates the abysmal state of affairs surrounding the shocking conditions of the people who live in the informal settlement of Kaya Sands, where notwithstanding high-profile visits by successive ANC mayors and more recently the Honourable Gigawa, after the fire that destroyed 750 shacks, nothing has changed to make a least bit of difference for these, the most vulnerable in our society. I thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debate the high degree of water loss in South African municipalities and the ways that we can curb these losses.
Honourable Member at the back. Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the state of our legal and illegal landfill sites and the monitoring thereof by the authorities.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates military veterans' benefits and its impeding factors. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, before we proceed, Honourable Sonti, Honourable Sonti, yes, right, go close to the mic. We have now checked Hansard, and you did say what the Honourable member said you said, and that we ask you to withdraw.
Tata, Karukon. Kodwa ke. Ngabo banhluphayo. Kodwa ke ngicela uxolo, ngicela uxolo.
Suyimosha.
Ngicela uxolo.
Suyimosha. No, thank you. Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
No.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
In the name of God Almighty, is it really parliamentary for us to be subjected to an endless stream of trivial motions?
Order, Deputy Speaker. Order. I rise on order,
I would
Deputy
like you to
Speaker.
make a ruling on that.
Deputy Speaker, I rise on point of order.
Honourable Gadi, may I suggest to you, in future, we do not allow people, and it is incorrect for us to allow you, when someone is raising a point of order, for you to also raise a point of order, even as he has not concluded. Now, I wish to remind you that this is not the first time we remind you of it. It shouldn't be too difficult to remember it every time. So don't do that again. Yes. Complete your...
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I was saying, please, can you give us guidance? Because so far, we have not entered into the serious business of why we're here today.
Yes.
And it appears that there is a lot of subterfuge, basically to prevent us from dealing with the matters that are on the agenda.
Thank you, Honourable. Yes, Honourable Member. Honourable Member at the back there. Yes. The Honourable Member behind you, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the reinstatements of 783 charges of corruption and fraud.
On a
against
point of
President
order,
Jacob Zuma.
Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
We are being subjected to a very brutal torture and verbal abuse by Honorable Lindiwe Zulu. Can you please call her to order to stop howling at us here?
Okay.
She
Right.
will get
All
the
right.
very same insult that you have been howled at the other side if she continues like this.
All right. No. Honorable members, order, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, please, order, order. Order, honorable members. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Breitenbach had not completed her motion before she was interrupted by the point
No,
of
she
order.
sat down. She sat down.
But she has to sit down when you're making a ruling. That's the rules, Deputy Speaker.
No, she had finished. No, honorable member, I assume she finished. Yes, okay. Go ahead, honorable member. Honorable member, finish your stuff if you didn't.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates.
Order, order. No, no, honorable members, that's out of order.
I can stand here all day.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the reinstatement of 783 charges of corruption and fraud against President Jacob Zuma. I so move.
Who has not said anything? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the role of the ANC Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the ANC MEC for Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs in Limpopo, and the SAPS in Limpopo in destabilizing the Mogalakwena local municipality and its council. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how the government, and particularly the Tourism Department, can help to alleviate the problem of poverty in South Africa, given the current discourse between tourism and poverty alleviation, because the mere fact that tourism takes place does not imply that the money trickles down to the poor. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable member. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the Department of Social Development's inability to obtain current, accurate information regarding the prevalence of substance abuse in South Africa and the impact it has on the fight against substance abuse.
Thank you. I'm going through the last rounds. Yes, honorable member at the back there.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
No,
The
no,
EFF
honorable member.
rises-
There's a member behind you. I had asked to stand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please, Deputy Speaker, recognize me.
No, 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 honorable member. You're out of order. Go ahead, honorable member.
Ke a leboha motlatsi wa motsamaisi wa dipuisano. Ne ke hlahisa hore ntlo nakong e tlang e ke qoqe taba ya batho ba ile hore ba ipelaetsa kgahlano le phano e fokolang ya ditshebeletso. Mo e le horeng mmuso e etelletsweng pele ke ANC o hloleha ho fana ka ditshebeletso tsa mantlha.
Point of
Yes,
order,
Honourable
Chair,
Shabalala.
if I may. I'd like to bring to your attention the fact that Minister Lindiwe Zulu has just had to be separated by the police from a member of the EFF when she came around the back and attacked her just outside the door. I would like you to address this matter, please.
I can't address something I haven't seen,
Speaker.
honorable member.
Speaker, that's incorrect, Speaker.
Honorable members, I will not be able to address that matter. It has not come to our attention formally and properly. Yes, Honourable.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises that the House in its next sitting discusses the immense emotional and mental abuse suffered by members of the opposition party in the hands of various chairpersons of the National Assembly. I so move.
Honourable Member. Yes.
Ngiyabonga Sekela Somlomo. The Economic Freedom Fighters rises to move that at its next sitting, this House debate the cost of Jacob Zuma's wives to the state. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Geachte huisvoorsitter, ek is van voorneme om namens die DA 'n mosie in die volgende vergadering ter tafel te lê om 'n debat te voer oor die watertekort in Tembisile munisipaliteit. Dankie.
Honourable members, I have given, I'm looking for members who I haven't seen talk. And I'm going to do that. At the back there, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the use of cattle kraals for security purposes. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the inability of President Jacob Zuma to lead his cabinet in one clear policy direction, thereby creating policy uncertainty, limiting economic growth, and discouraging foreign investment. I so move.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, this House debates the archaic apartheid legislation that is a National Key Points Act.
Yes, Honourable Member. No, Honourable Member is the member over there.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that at its next sitting, this House debates the Western Cape Provincial Department of Human Settlements' failure to build adequate housing with a backlog of approximately 500,000 in the city of Cape Town, with only 66 houses built in the N2 Gateway project. Honourable Deputy Speaker, hundreds of thousands of people are living in appalling conditions in the Western Cape, and I so move that at this sitting, this matter is debated. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that in its next sitting, the House debates the short and long-term plan of addressing the long queues in clinics, which starts as early as 4 a.m. that our people are subjected to. I so move.
Thanks, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debate the use of swimming pools for security reasons when millions of young South Africans need them for training. I so move.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the spectacular failure of the ANC-led Nelson Mandela Bay municipality to implement its integrated public transport system and its impact on the local economy. I so move.
Honourable Member at the back. Yes, Honourable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting in this House we debate how PRASA did not comply with the processes and procedures in the ordering of the new locomotive rolling stock, how this took place and the impact this had on the project and the budget in this regard.
Honourable members, I am now going to I have exhausted people who have not. No, honorable members, I want to bring to your attention that we have now covered the majority of members here, some of them more than twice. And no, honorable members, reasonably speaking, there are orders of business on the House, and we will proceed to do with those things. I'm going to give you a few more members, and we will then assume that we've done so. Yes, yeah, okay.
Deputy Speaker, a point of order. May I understand from you what rule you are utilizing to curtail the motions, which in terms of the rules are unlimited for members? May I have the rule, so just for future reference?
No, honorable member, honorable Chief Whip, we are saying so on the grounds that yes, I am talking, wait, you see, this is the problem. Ungangixuphi ngisadla. Ngiyacela ungangixuphi ngisadla. I wish to indicate that, honorable members, we have to be reasonable. That we must aim at dealing with the issues before the House. Even if you want us to deal with all of those issues that you are raising, we do draw your attention to the fact that it is crucial that we reach a stage where we say we have had these notices that you are giving, that we will proceed to the next order of the business. We are going to reach that point.
Deputy Speaker?
Yes.
I hear your ruling, and I still would like to know what rule it is. But I certainly appreciate your comments that you've made about being reasonable, because that's certainly what we would expect from the programming whip and the programming team in the ANC.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip is advising the table there on the rules.
Honorable Gadi.
No, Chief Whip.
Honorable Gadi, this is the last time I warn you. This is the last time, okay? Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the cost and purpose of flighting our satellites for spying on our citizens. I so move.
Yes, honorable member.
Die ekonomiese vryheidsvegter stel voor dat die huis by sy volgende sitting die volgende debatteer. Die politieke inmenging by die SAIK deur die regerende party.
Honorable member.
Enkosi, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the EFF that the House in its next sitting debates the corruption that the ANC councillors commit by selling basic service needs like electricity, plots, and food parcels to poor people of South Africa, like it is the case in Kanini Khayelitsha, where poor people are being abused by councillors. And the House must come up with an amicable solution to solve this wrongdoing. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Rise that this House debates whether in fact this House is not being misled, that the ANC, APC, and NFP are actually one and the same. I hereby move.
Honourable Speaker, ngiyaxolisa ukuthi siyahlupha mawudla kodwa sizothatha
Point of order, Chair.
manje.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Let the member finish. Honourable members, just get into the habit of waiting for a member to finish what they are saying, and then you can rise on what you think is a point of order.
Hayi
Finish.
ngibona ukuthi ufuna ukuphuthuma
Cha,
ukudla
cha,
manje.
sikhuluma naye. Awuqeda indaba zakho baba.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, ngiyaxolisa. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby give notice that at the next meeting of the National Assembly, that the House debates the requirement for a member of the official opposition to chair the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Yeah, honourable member.
Chairperson, I'm very disturbed.
Yes.
by the motion of the Speaker, of the Honourable Member of the DA. When we say on the next sitting we must debate that the NFP, APC and the ANC is one part, I don't think that is a logical motion that any reasonable person can bring.
Honorable Member, there's not a point of order. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the government's ongoing failure to implement a national 112 emergency call center system and the tragic consequences that this has had in terms of our capacity to manage life-threatening emergencies. I so move.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move that at its next sitting, the House debates that there are more bodyguards to ministers than there are soldiers guarding our borders.
Honorable Member next to you. Honorable Sonti.
Ngiyabonga sekela mlomo. The EFF rises to move that at its next sitting, the House debates the nuclear deal that President Zuma negotiated by himself. Thank you.
No.
Honorable members, you are really cheapening the House by doing what you are doing now. No, Honorable Kaula, please keep quiet. You are out of order yourself, Honorable Kaula, please. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the DA, I'd like to move that this House at its next sitting debates the exact meaning of the phrase, "The lights of the Eiffel Tower are really shining tonight," as it relates to President Jacob Zuma.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I give notice of the next sitting day of this House discusses those municipalities under the control of the National Freedom Party in KwaZulu-Natal, any allegations of corruption and mismanagement there, and the effect of the entire co-option by the ANC on that party. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises that in its next sitting, the House debate the failure of the ANC government to resolve the land claims issues in Mpumalanga at Emakazen local municipality, Vonderfontein area, Chief Albert Lutuli municipality, Friesland and Sterkspruit area, Mkondo local municipality, whereby the white people that are still owning the land are harassing the people by demolishing their houses and beating the people, treating them as if they don't exist. I so move.
Myself.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the expropriation of land without compensation for equal distribution. I so move.
You speak.
No.
Sir.
The person next to you, yes. The honorable member next to you.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House at its next sitting debates South Africa's mandate for the upcoming climate change COP in Peru in December.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House at its next sitting debates the blatant abuse of executive power and millions of rands in public money on ministerial boards of inquiries as political hit squads in an embarrassing attempt to silence governing party opponents as pioneered by the Minister of Human Settlements. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the Honourable Minister of Defence and Military Veterans' mathematical abilities, in view of the fact that for the past 2 years she has been unable to resolve a basic mathematical problem, and that is, did the Honourable Ndiwe Sisulu take 35 flights or 203 flights on ultra-luxury, privately owned Gulfstream executive jets?
Yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that the House in its next sitting debates the inconstant and irrational application of the National Assembly rules by the various chairpersons. I so move.
Honorable Kubisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the NFP, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting of this House, the House debates whether the DA and the EFF and other parties are not in a pact and unholy alliance whose motive is to discuss frivolous, petty, and trivial matters as a way of derailing the House. I so move.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that in its next sitting, this House discuss the apartheid mentality of the Democratic Alliance in the new dispensation. I so move.
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Honourable
I
Member?
rise on Rule 63, and what the member has said about the Democratic Alliance having an apartheid mentality is offensive, and it asks that he withdraws it.
Okay. Yes, Honourable Member, we'll come back to that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the impact of the cloud of allegations against our President on the fight against corruption in the public sector. I so move.
Deputy Speaker, sorry, I asked you to make a ruling.
I did say I'll come back.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how the SABC Chief Operating Officer, Claudi Motswaneng, has been deployed by President Zuma to turn the public broadcaster into a propaganda machine.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the EFF, I rise to move that the House in its next sitting debate the filthy conditions of provincial or various provincial hospitals, such as Rob Ferreira in Mpumalanga, after they taken over by the ANC government.
Kolabanat. Honourable Kolabanat.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and move that at the next sitting of this House, we debate the casual nail painting undertaken during the Nkandla Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the President's aversion to accountability, going so far as to say that corruption is only a crime in a Western paradigm.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at this House next sitting, we debate whether, in fact, the NFP are now attending ANC branch meetings as overheard in the corridors of Parliament. I so move.
Honourable Member at the back. NFP at the back.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party at its next sitting. This House debates the Democratic Alliance's opposition to the building of places of worship, including mosques and temples in the so-called previously white residential areas. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable Kubisi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting of this House, the House deliberates on the clandestine moves of the DA, which are encapsulated in apartheid tactics. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise that in the next sitting, the House debate the findings of a fraudulent driving license revoked once provided by the Mpumalanga Traffic Authority in Delmas in the 90s, as per the findings of Magistrate Molden Hula Commission in favor of the Speaker, Honorable Mrs. Baleka Mbete, fraudulent driving license. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the next sitting this House debates how President Zuma's legal team initially got the spy tapes in their possession. I so move.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that at its next sitting, this House debates the Minister of Environmental Affairs' failure and or refusal to release the names of the panel of experts appointed in January 2014 in meetings since April 2014 to investigate the possible trade in rhino horn. I here so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF moves in its next sitting, the House debates transformation or the lack thereof in South African rugby. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the House's next sitting, the House debates whether the South African government's fostering of closer relations with China and Russia under President Zuma's watch is having a negative effect on the President's understanding of democratic principles such as openness and accountability. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the practice of labor broking in light of government commitment to create sustainable jobs and the effects of this practice in relation to workers' rights to organize and unionize. I so move.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the collapsing and failing electrical infrastructure resulting in 400 power outages in 2 years in the Black Panther County area. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House at its next sitting debates the total ban of single-use retail plastic bags from retail stores in South Africa, as was done successfully in Rwanda in 2008. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the possibility whether Minister Hanekom would consider declaring the Kandla a tourist destination, given the fact that millions of taxpayers' money was spent on building it. Thank you.
Your ruling, Speaker, on matters relating to a matter that's coming up later in the House.
No, honorable members, you are out of order and you know it. There's no question about it. You know you're out of order and that matter is not going to be done. Go ahead, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the lack of funding for the implementation of the National Sports and Recreation Plan. I so move.
Honorable member.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of EFF that the House in its next sitting debates the continuing incarceration of the former freedom fighters 2 decades after the attainment of our freedom. So I move.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I move that the House in this next sitting congratulate the DA for having successfully completed an induction course on howling from the EFF. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that this House at its next sitting debate the state of anarchy and monarchy and mockery in the House through the behavior of some of the opposition members who are turning our hard-earned democracy, which we earned through blood and sweat and sacrifice, a notion and understanding that none of these members will ever understand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to give notice that the House in its next sitting debates the desirability or lack thereof and the cost implications to the national treasury of having two capitalists in one country, one legislative here in Cape Town and the other administrative in Tshwane. So I move.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to move on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the role and the continuing relevance of the International Criminal Court in prosecuting African personalities. I so move.
Honorable Gadi, it's the member next to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the IFP, I hereby move that in the next sitting, we urgently discuss how we curtail verbal diarrhea in this House. I so move.
Die ekonomische vrye vegters stel voor dat die huis by sy volgende sitting die volgende debatteer. Die gebruik van die R5 geweer gedurende protesaksie vir skadebeheer.
Honorable Mashile.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting, the House debates the significance of the rules and the authority of the presiding officers in the running of the business of the House. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The EFF rises to move that in its next sitting, the House debates the unpaid mine workers by Aurora, which is owned by Jacob Zuma's son.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise that in the next sitting of the House debate the purchase of buffalo and impala over 100 million rand or so, whilst 34 people of Marikana are lying dead in cemeteries and their next of kin sleep without food because breadwinners are no more in the company where the Deputy President is a director. I thank you.
Honorable Member.
Ndiyabulela sekela somlomo. Ndiphakama ndimela umbutho kaKhongolose. Uphakamisa ukuba le ndlu yowiswa mthetho ixoxe ngophando omalwenziwe
kubacinezeli bantlandlolo nengcuka ezambethe ufelelwe gusha ezisahleli ebhotolweni zinabele ejemini ziqamele ngesonka samasi zisitya isidudu ngomcinga babe abantu abazindlalifa bezimpula zikalujaca beyimipha echutyiwe yalahlwa. Ndiyabulela.
Honorable members, we now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes that a Durban High School principal was removed by the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education on Monday after allegations of sexual misconduct with a school child. Further note that the principal will be brought before a disciplinary tribunal of the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education. Note further that allegations of sexual misconduct by educators in South Africa involving learners is prevalent. We therefore implore the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Education and to issue a harshest possible sanction should the principal be found guilty of sexual misconduct, to send a strong signal to all educators that sexual misconduct with learners will not be tolerated in South Africa. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this House notes the motion proposed by the South African delegation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was held in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, which was unanimously supported by all member states for infrastructure development to intra-African trade and implementation of Agenda 2063 to enhance social, cultural and economic development in SADC region. This motion, if implemented, augurs well for South Africa and its people at large. I so move. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Okay, objected, the motion falls away. Next. Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House note the so-called farm worker unrest in the Dorings 2 years ago with negative effects on our economy and the workers. Clear indication of political supported instigation by Bawusa that resulted in this unrest. Proactive initiatives by bona fide farm workers subsequently to stabilize the labor and economic environment and to negotiate with employers in good faith. The very successful peace marches by these farm workers, the excellent and progressive relations established between the farm workers, employers, provincial government and local government. Congratulate the Ex-Valley Farm Workers Association and employers to agree on a constructive way in which all can build and contribute to the economy and sustainable employment. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Oh, okay. All right, objected to. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, moved without notice that the House knows that the gala event to celebrate Zimbabwean-born Mzansi legend Dorothy Masuku held at Galaka Convention Center in Midrand on Saturday, the 15th November 2014. Further notes that the international music giant Oliver Mtukudzi is set to give an honorary performance for Masuku along with other trailblazers who claim Zimbabwe as their ancestral land. Acknowledges that Dorothy Masuku, who changed her surname for Masuku, is a role model to many musicians in Africa as a whole. And congratulate those who organized this event to honor even those that are still alive. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objection. Huh? No objections, agreed to. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that many women in South Africa live in perpetual fear of abuse. Also note that gender-based violence in particular is rife, and hardly a week goes by in South Africa without our being confronted with a horrific report in the media about child or women abuse. Further notes that there were 16 charges against on-duty police officers and 37 reported rape cases against off-duty police officers between April and September this year. Acknowledges that the Independent Police Investigative Directorate revealed this in a report to Parliament's Portfolio Committee yesterday. Further acknowledges that the Western Cape has the highest number of rape cases against on-duty police officers, followed by Gauteng. Recalls that the 16 days of activism against abuse of women is fast approaching at the end of November, and it's a well-known fact that the incidence of sexual crimes in South Africa is extremely high. Calls on the Minister of Police and our Minister of Women to urgently intervene to ensure the safety of our most vulnerable women and children, and let the Women's Ministry do something and actually monitor. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable member.
On behalf of the Chief Whip of the majority, moved without notice, notes that in its resolution A/68/12 of 26 November 2013, the General Assembly decided to proclaim 2014 the International Year of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. FERA notes that in 1977, the General Assembly called for the annual observance of 29 November as the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, believes that the Palestinians living peacefully side by side with Israel, encourages all South Africans to observance the International Day of Solidarity with Palestinian people, and to continue to give the widest support and publicity to the observance of the Day of Solidarity, and calls upon our government, civil society, and interfaith religious bodies, youth and students formation to heighten solidarity with the Palestinian people with the aim of finding a just solution in order to help to bring peace to the region and end conflicts between Israelis and Palestinians. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On a serious note, I hereby move on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party without notice that the House notes with sadness that today marks the 4th anniversary of the brutal murder of Miss Annie Hindocha. Secondly, recognizes the growing levels of violent crime in domestic relationships in South Africa. Thirdly, supports all initiatives aimed at reducing domestic violence, which includes domestic abuse, spousal abuse, battering, family violence, and intimate partner violence. And finally, sends its heartfelt support to the Hindocha family during this difficult time. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Mfundisi.
Deputy Speaker, I give notice on behalf of the HCDP that the House notes that the Jasper Solar Power Project, which was developed by Solar Reserve and partly by Google, has been completed and is now fully operational. Recognizes that this is the biggest solar project on the African continent. Commends Solar Reserve, whose project is set to power 80,000 households in the country, for completing the project 2 months ahead of schedule. Welcome Solar Reserve CEO Kevin Smith's announcement that the Jasper project will not only help South Africa meet its critical electricity needs by providing clean energy to our people, but that it will bring long-lasting economic benefits to the region in the Northern Cape. Further welcomes reports about future projects, including their upcoming CSP projects that will provide South Africa with clean, reliable, and non-intermittent electricity day and night. So move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Becky Radebe.
Deputy Speaker, I move on behalf of the ANC that the House knows that the plans are underway to celebrate life and contribution of Dr. Nelson Mandela 1 year after he died. Further knows that to mark the anniversary, Cricket South Africa partnered with Nelson Mandela Foundation and the South African Rugby Union to host a T20 cricket match between the Proteas and Springboks on December 5 at Wanderers Stadium. Acknowledges that various fundraising initiatives will take place on that day, with proceeds going to Nelson Mandela Foundations, and congratulates the organizers of this event on keeping Madiba's legacy alive.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that South African children are, by every national and international assessment, not numerate or literate at the required levels. Further notes that recent highly credible research has shown that many teachers are leaving university ill-equipped to teach. Acknowledges that it is common cause that appointments of teachers are often based on union affiliation and not on merit. Recalls that the National Development Plan requires competency tests for new teachers to be in place by 2016, demands that every teacher leaving university be professionally tested and accredited before being allowed to enter the profession.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Objected to, the motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the DA, I move without notice that the House notes that, one, Minister Lindiwe Zulu has behaved despicably by physically attacking another honourable member. Two, the video of this incident is already all over social media. Three, that the minister's behaviour is unacceptable and unbecoming. And four, that the minister has covered herself in shame.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC object to this motion.
Objected to. Right. Yes, Honourable Mtau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that the Minister in the Presidency has requested the National Treasury to increase the budget of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation by a staggering 700 million rand to a more than 1 billion rand over the medium term to end 2017-2018. Also notes that the minister plans to deploy the additional funds to create more than 750 new posts in the department during the short space of time, and wonder whether this is some form of empire building exercise, and further notes that the presidency is making this request at a time when the public wage bill already costs the overburdened taxpayer more than 450 billion rands a year. Urges that rather than making such an exorbitant demand on the already overstretched treasury, the government should exercise stringent fiscal discipline and apply itself to finding more austere alternatives to achieve superior performance outcomes. Calls on the Minister of Finance to reject this astronomical request from the presidency, as its approval could only serve to deepen the ANC's crony network by opening up further undeserved opportunities for cadre deployment. I so move.
There are no
ANC point of order.
ANC objects.
If I have
Honourable members, please allow me to finish.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Hold on, please. Just wait until we follow the process is over. If you speak simultaneously, how do we listen to who? So just be orderly, please, man. Yes. If there are objections, if there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC object.
Thank you very much. Yes.
My point of order, the Honourable Minister Zulu has been seen referring to as the Honourable Hill Lewis as a liar. The evidence is all over YouTube, so I don't know why she would say that, but I obviously would ask that you rule and that she withdraw and apologise.
Yeah, that's unparliamentary, honorable members. Yes. Honorable Minister, please withdraw. Honorable members, it is not, honorable members, we do not use YouTube as a basis for making decisions in the House. That's incorrect. But honorable member, kindly withdraw the statement.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, that I said he's a liar, I withdraw unconditionally.
Thank you. Next. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The
Honorable members, you are out of order. You can't be screaming across the floor and making the threats you are making. It's wrong to do that anywhere in the House. It's incorrect. You can't be doing those kind of things. No, don't tell me you are provoked. You yourself are provoking. It's disorderly conduct in the first place. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you. The economic freedom fighters rise to move without notice that the House notes that 73% of South Africans are financially vulnerable, according to the MPT Consumer Financial Vulnerability Index released yesterday. Notes that the main cause of financial vulnerability was insufficient income and inability of South Africans to cope with increasing debt servicing. Recognize that although there was an improvement of one to debt slavery, I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC object.
All right, thank you. Falls away, honorable member. Honorable Green.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that GRI Renewable Industries yesterday announced the official opening of a brand new 300 million rand wind turbine tower production facility in the Green Technology Industrial Park in Atlantis in the Western Cape. Also notes that when operating at full capacity, the 12,000 square meter factory will be able to produce 150 wind towers annually.
Ngiyacela. Asizile uzodlala ngicela usikhuzele labantu abangapha. Yabalangane bovu. Ayisazi ukuthi siyini thina. Ade khuluma usonto imlingisele. Manje ngiyacela akaniyekeni lento yokuthi mangabe laba benza izinto ningabanaki.
Honorable member, you are out of order. You can't just speak without being recognized. How do you do that? No, ngikuza wena kokuqala nje. Awunamthetho wena kokuqala nje. And if you do that, you are going to leave this house.
No, she was raising a point of order.
No, you are out. No. Honorable
He's
member.
screaming all the times.
You are.
Mama is always screaming.
Listen, honorable members, you have to be respectful. If you do that again, you are going to be thrown out yourself. You even defeat the purposes of the reason you are rising. No, you are out of order. You must wait to be given a chance. Ayikho lento ishoyo ma ngoba ufanele ulinde uzokhonje masokhonjiwe kuma ukhuluma ayikhulume nje ngoba uthanda wena kunemthetho la efanele landelwe kahle ngendlela ehlelekile. Honorable member,
on a point of order, Chair.
Hold on, honorable members. Let me do this. Honorable Mabe, please don't do what you are doing literally as we are speaking. Don't do that. You are out of order.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes. Honorable member.
Yes, Chair, on a point of order, can the honorable member withdraw the statement she's made in Ganebomvu? There is no Ganebomvu here. We are
Honorable member.
members.
There's the mic. I'll withdraw. Honorable member.
Ngiyabonga ukuthi nina la niyasicindezela. Nisikhatha nezingane ngiyadrawa. Kodwa ziyayisa ingane zakho.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable member.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yeah. Hold on, honorable member. Hold on. Honorable Kaula, you have not withdrawn. You have repeated it, and that is out of order. I suggest you withdraw unconditionally. Otherwise, this is out of order. You have to do this.
Order, Chair.
Yes. Hold on, honorable member. Let the member finish.
Okay, Chair. Ngiyacela nami ngizohoxisa. Bengicela ngani yakwethu ukusiprotect ngiyawithdraw.
Okay, all right, honorable member. Take your seat, please. Thank you very much.
Kodwa uzosikhuzela.
So qhubeka ngicela uhlale phansi. Honorable member.
Yes, Chair. I was gonna correct the honorable member that it's not a draw, it's withdraw.
No. Honorable member, it's okay.
On a point of order.
Not a point of order.
On a point of order.
It's not a point of order.
Honorable members. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
On a point of order.
Ngiyabonga baba. Mina.
On a point of order.
Uzoza kimi.
No.
Singa-insultwa.
Honorable member.
Abo bafunde kakhulu ukugqitha abanye abazalanga imfundo yabo la.
Honorable
Sivotele
member.
uba lapha.
Take your seat. I ruled on that thing here. Proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I didn't realize my motion would get such a strong reaction, but I'm glad. Okay. Also notes that when operating at full capacity, the 12,000 square meter factory will be able to produce 150 wind towers annually. Acknowledges that this is a giant leap forward in the provision of renewable, clean energy, and most importantly, reliable energy alternatives in South Africa. Further acknowledges that the factory will not only create 200 permanent jobs for the people of Atlantis, but will also teach many new skills that currently do not exist anywhere in the country. And finally, conveys our message of support to the company, its employees, and city officials involved in this wonderful project. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC object.
All right. Okay. Objection. All right. The motion falls away. Yes, honorable member at the back. Right at the back. No, honorable member, right at the back there.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House commends the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, or the Hawks, for preventing the alleged attempted theft of up to 800 million rand from the Gautrain. Notes the arrest of an IT specialist who hacked the Gautrain Management Agency's systems containing bank codes, passwords, and financial details of staff. Further notes that the suspect is to appear in the Johannesburg Specialized Commercial Crimes Court today on charges of fraud, corruption, and contravening the Electronic Communications Act. Calls on government in general and the Justice, Crime Prevention, and Security Cluster of Ministers in particular to urgently review and strengthen the legislative and regulatory framework to combat cyber crimes. Further urges urgent steps to protect South Africans and their personal information and assets from cyber criminals. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to.
Objects.
Sorry?
ANC objects.
All this objection, the motion falls away. Yes, honorable member.
Sekela somlomo ohloniphekileyo namalungu endlu diphakama ngaphandle kwesihlokomiso dimele inhlangano ye-African National Congress ukuthi ndicele indlu ivuyisane nosapho lwakwaKhayana kwilali yaseNdlimbinxeni oluthe lona labuyiselwa insalela zomntwana walo oneminyaka 4 owalahleka ngoFebruary kulonyaka. Sivuyisane kanjalo nobuchule bophando eMzantsi Afrika olukwazileyo ukuhlanganisa insalela zomntwana kunye nonina baza kuthi ke ngale nyanga inkulu alaliswe lamathambo inyanga le ebekelwe ukuba kujongwane nokuphathwa gadalala kabuhlungu kwabantwana. Siyavuya somlomo ukuba sithi eneneni lento yenzeke ebantwini abangathathi ntweni. Sibone ke iAfrican National Congress kunye nonhlalonhle namapolisa bekwazi ukubonelela abo bangathathi ntweni. Siyayazi ke ayibalulekanga kwabo benza ukuba kube nje. Ndiyabulela kakhulu ngexesha lakho.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the Western Cape Department of Agriculture has regularly been rated the top agricultural department in the country. Also notes that land reform in the Western Cape shows the highest success rate in South Africa. Further notes that the Western Cape has announced that it will pilot land reform and give meaningful content to the segments of the NDP relating to land reform, unlike other provinces. Hereby moves a motion that the House congratulates the Western Cape government with its consistent success in land reform and developing a viable rural economy under trying economic circumstances and the difficulties created by constant politically influenced criminality.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Objection, the motion falls away. Yes, Honourable Member? Honourable Member? Oh, Honourable Members here, yes, yes. No Honourable Member behind. No, Honourable Member here, she sits down when I'm asking her to. No, not you, ma'am. The ma'am behind you, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that yesterday afternoon, the 12th of November 2014, the world witnessed a truly historic moment as the European Space Agency magnificently landed a craft on a comet. Also notes that this is the first time that a spacecraft was successfully landed on a comet. Further notes that the landing took place approximately 510 million kilometers from Earth on a comet racing through space at 18 kilometers per second. Acknowledges that the £1 billion Rosetta mission was officially launched in March 2004 when the spacecraft lifted off in French Guiana. Also acknowledges that the craft traveled through 6 billion kilometers of space over more than 10 years to finally reach the comet. Further acknowledges the incredible magnitude of this accomplishment and the importance of this landing in the fields of astronomy, space science and space exploration. Congratulates the European Space Agency and all other role players who work tirelessly to make this huge leap for mankind possible.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC object.
Yeah. Honourable Member, please wait for me to ask the question. Don't say it before I do. The motion falls away. There's an objection here. All right. Yes, Honourable Member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move without notice on behalf of the UDM that the House notes that there are allegations of rotten feeding schemes in the province of Limpopo, where about 275 pupils at Makeke Primary School were reportedly taken to hospital on Monday. Further notes that suppliers reportedly supplying food that has no expiry date and in some instances provide nutrition that is not prescribed by the department's nutrition regulations. Recall that these kinds of allegations are not new, as in 2007, Lindoku Hleboya reported about a rotten feeding scheme in the Eastern Cape, condemns people or suppliers who supply rotten food to public schools and tender boards who award tenders to these suppliers. Lastly, calls for all relevant stakeholders to probe these allegations and bring perpetrators to book and sanction them not to do business with government in the future. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters rises to move without notice that the House
notes the decision by the South African Police Service to investigate the criminal charges laid by the opposition parties against President Zuma for the 250 million unduly spent on his private Nkandla home.
Honorable Member.
Further
we-
note that the public
We made a
protector
ruling on that matter.
found that President Zuma and his family unduly benefited from the non-security upgrade in his home. Acknowledge that President Zuma has willfully ignored the recommendations that
Honorable
he must
Member,
pay back the
you are
money.
ignoring the chair.
Sorry?
You are ignoring the chair. That matter or that you are referring to, we've said before, you can't put it before the House when it is coming to the House.
Oh, I so move. Thank you.
No, there's no need
ANC
to
object.
There's no need to object. It's not considered at all. We won't put it to the House for that reason. Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the citizens of Mokopong in Limpopo peacefully marched to the municipal offices to hand over a memorandum demanding proper service delivery to all areas and all residents. 2 further notes that 10 minutes before the march commenced, the mayor instructed a DA councillor to receive the memorandum on her behalf as she was attending an ANC meeting during office hours. B, the acting municipal manager was not on duty and that the municipal gates were locked, preventing any citizen to deal with their municipal business for hours. C, that the mayor has again not met the demand of the citizens to report back on these issues at a public meeting on 12 November, which was yesterday. Acknowledges that it is common cause in this and other municipalities in Limpopo not to serve the citizens. Recalls that various acts prescribe the duties, functions of municipalities and the need for public participation. Resolves that every local municipality appoints only qualified staff that understands and adheres to the relevant laws governing it.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Object.
There's an objection, the motion falls away. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the Department of Public Works has introduced the 3rd phase of the Extended Public Works Program. 2, notes that the purpose of the EPWP is to provide work opportunities and income support to poor and unemployed people through labor-intensive delivery of public and community assets and services. Further notes the program is fraught with challenges associated with underreporting and poor data reporting, inconsistent implementation of labor-intensive projects across all implementing bodies across the 3 spheres of government due to poor technical capacity. Calls on the Department of Public Works to put in place measures to ensure that the EPWP program benefits all South Africans and not only members of the African National Congress throughout the country. I thank you.
If there are no objections,
The
I put
ANC
motion.
object.
Honorable
I
Member.
move that.
ANC object.
Cala ulinde baba ngizokubuza. Right. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance without notice that this House, noting the shrinkage of the mining industry that includes reduced tax income and declining employment, that this House moves to revitalize the mining industry by bringing before the House new legislation that will, 1, bring certainty to the extractive industry through governing by legislation rather than regulation, 2, prescribe timeframes in the law for all licensing decisions and ensure that these timeframes are as short as are possibly compatible with sound environmental practice, 3, protect security of tenure, 4, provide holders of prospecting rights the exclusive right to develop what they discover, 5, provide rights holders with access to judicial and administrative review of regulatory decisions, and 6, ensure that the fiscal regime relating to both prospecting and mining is designed to attract investment and grow the industry. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker,
I object to this one and any other motion which is going to be put.
Order, Deputy Chairperson.
Deputy Speaker.
No.
May I call for order, Deputy Chairperson?
Yeah, why are you calling for order, Honorable Member?
May you please make a ruling if the latter part of the utterance of the
There's no
Honorable
need-
Minister
there's no need for ruling, Honorable Member.
in order.
No, there's no ruling worth making there, Honorable Member. Yeah, okay. Yes, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member. You are doubtful. Let me give the Honorable Member behind you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the curatorship of the Mpumalanga Health Department was lifted a mere 4 months after implementation. Also notes the Department of Health has been battling with administrative and financial mismanagement. Further notes that hospitals and clinics across the province are grappling with severe staff shortages, equipment and medicine. Acknowledges that this department has used all of its 8 million budget, but met less than 50% of its targets. Also acknowledges that not only do these healthcare facilities suffer, but the constant loss of professional staff due to intolerant working conditions in any of the province's care facilities has detrimental consequences. Further acknowledges that 4 months is hardly sufficient time to even begin touching on the core challenges facing the department. Expresses our deepest concerns that the denial of the provincial executive will facilitate the total collapse of this crucial department. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Very much. Next. Yes, Honorable Member at the back. Honorable Member at the back, Honorable Twala.
Sorry. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that the House notes the rape cases involving police officers has actually increased by 95% over the last 2 years. Knows that cases of rape happen both inside and outside the policing environment. Recognize that Northwest Province, for instance, had no rape cases reported last year, but this year there were 11 cases reported. Observes that there's a discussion on harsher sentences for perpetrators of crime. Further knows that equal emphasis should be given to preventative measures, and knows that police officers do not exist outside the society but a reflection of the makeup of the South African society. Condemns the violence of crime of the crime of rape and encourages that we move towards a structured society that respects women's rights and cares for the vulnerable. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Objects. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Member at the back. Right at the back. No, not you, sir. The Honorable Member in front of you. Yes, Honorable Member. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Tolwani Mohala walked away as the winner of this season of South Africa's Got Talent after a highly entertaining finale this past Sunday night. Further notes Mohale, who hails from Steenkop, Namaqualand in the Northern Cape, is not only the first winner from this province, but also the first person from the Northern Cape to make it through to the final. Verder erken dat wat die prestasie nog groter maak, is die feit dat sy slegs 14 jaar oud is en eers in 2011 leer gitaar speel het. Stuur ons gelukwense aan Tolwani Mohale vir hierdie merkwaardige prestasie en ons wens haar alle sterkte toe in alles wat sy in haar rooskleurige toekoms wil aanpak. Stuur ons gelukwensboodskap aan die Mohale gesin dat Namaqualand en die hele Suid-Afrika trots is op haar. Daar is beslis meer as klip en sand in Namaqualand.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
The ANC object.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that the House notes with great concern the appalling conditions for education of learners at the Vim Bukatlo Primary School in the Bergville district of Northern KZN. The school has 303 learners who are accommodated in 4 classrooms. This means that on average there are 75 learners in each room. There are 8 teachers who are expected to teach 8 grades in 4 rooms. Whilst there is a water storage tank and a borehole pump, there is no water available as the pump and ancillary equipment apparently no longer work. The buildings are in urgent need of repairs and the classrooms are in a disgustingly filthy state. Last week, the parents blockaded the school and prevented both teachers and learners from entering the classrooms at a time when learners are involved in year-end examination. Calls on the Minister of Basic Education to urgently intervene to ensure that the learners get the education they deserve. I so move.
Honourable member at the back there.
The ANC object. We object.
Oh, I should put first. If there are no objections, I put a motion.
The ANC object.
Right. Yes. Yes, honourable member.
Geachte huisvoorsitter, hiermee 'n mosie namens die DA dat hierdie huis kennis neem van die negatiewe impak wat romslomp en die onvermoë van die regering op die sukses van klein sake het. Dat die laaste ondersoek deur die regering in hierdie verband in 2004 gedoen is. Verder kennis neem dat romslomp 79 miljard rand in 2004 uit klein sake se sak gejaag het. Dit 'n bedrag gelyk is aan 6,5% van Suid-Afrika se bruto binnelandse produk. Dat hierdie bedrag vandag nader aan 2 miljard rand kan beloop. Die huis moet kennis neem dat romslomp deur die regering en regeringverwante departemente in die pad staan van volhoubare werkskepping. Ek gee hiermee so kennis.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Chairperson. The EFF rises to move without notice that the House notes that the South African soccer legend and a hero of the 1996 national squad, Mark Fish, has recently been hospitalized with heart problems. 2, further notes that Mark Fish was one of the very first generation players to represent the country after its unbanning and was there very important in the foundational stages of the country's football reintroduction to the world. 3, acknowledge the role he played in the victory of Orlando Pirates when they became the first and still the only club in South Africa to win the African Champions League. And later in 1996, played a crucial role in ensuring that Bafana Bafana became continental champions. Further acknowledge that Fish, like many other former players, were never supported enough to make sure that they do not struggle after their playing years were over. That the House wishes Mark Fish a speedy recovery, I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC without notice that this House notes that the Social Justice Coalition, working together with the Heinrich Böll Foundation, which is related to the Green Party in Germany, in a recent study has found that the City of Cape Town's expanded public works program janitorial services, which service public toilets in Khayelitsha and other townships in South Africa, that these janitors are not provided with protective clothing, are not given any training,
are not given inoculations to protect them against dangerous work. Further notes that the communities of Khayelitsha and other townships in the city of Cape Town are deeply concerned about the state of sanitation in their townships. Further notes that the Social Justice Coalition came to a similar finding 2 years ago, and that the city of Cape Town and its mayor has made no attempt to correct this terrible situation. And finally notes that the South African Cities Network, in its survey of expanded public works programs of 7 different cities in South Africa, has found that the city of Cape Town's expanded public works program, the participants are participating for the shortest duration by far of all the other cities, which accounts for many of these problems. They're simply pumping numbers through the system without any concern for the services provided. They're simply trying to count head counts. And therefore, this House should condemn the city of Cape Town for this gross neglect of the welfare of the poor people of the city of Cape Town.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Deputy Speaker, on the basis of senseless disingenuity, we object.
Yes, Honourable Member. Yes.
Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, sisukuma nokubonga kuma competition authorities ngokuthi athathe isinqumo sokuthi abophe lezi igebengu ezahlangana zenza ukukhwabanisa ngalesikhathi thina sicele ukuthi kube khona iFIFA World Cup 2010. Sisukuma nokusho ukuthi lo bugebengu abuqali lapho kade kwakwenzeka. Sikhuluma nokucela ukuthi uhulumeni akanze konke okukhona emandleni ukuthi lezi igebengu azinje kuphela ejele, kodwa uhulumeni ufaka isicelo esikhulu sokubuyiselwa kwemali eyantshontshwa. Kodwa ke futhi sifuna nokwazi ukuthi kwangeke kube lula lokhu ukube ayengekho ama-politicians alabo masipala badumile. Sisukuma ke futhi nokudlulisa umyezo omkhulu kumndeni kaJimmy Mohlala owafela lenkinga eMpumalanga. Sithi okwakhe kwawusisi.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we object.
Okay.
Objection.
Okay. The motion objected to. Next, Honourable Member. Honourable Member at the back, Honourable Kaula.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Njenge EFF bengiphakama nokuthi ngesikhathi esizayo makuhlalwa bhekwe indaba yezindlu zasemakhaya ukuthi kungani ngempela ukuthi zingafani nezasemadolobheni. Ezasemakhaya icapha zakhona ziba ozothayela bese kuthi la phezulu kwi-roof kube futhi uthayela. Azina ama-toilet ngaphakathi, azina manzi, azina sinki. Bengiyocela ukuthi ngempela ke nisize. Okwesibili ukuthi kubhekwe futhi nalenkinga yokuthi mangabe beletha lezindlu emakhaya, abanikazi bezindlu ababi nendlela yokuthi banikeze ukuthi basho ukuthi indlu izobekwapi. Ibekwa noma ikuphi ngaphandle kweceke, noma seyibekiwe ngaphandle kweceke, makukhona acomplaina ngakho umuntu, igama lithi cha, mukela lezi zindlu wena ngoba izindlu zamahala, sicela ukuthi uyisayinele ukuze sithole imali yethu. Bengicela ukuthi ngempela sihlalo lokuthi ke ibhekelelo ngoba labantu basenkingeni abakwazi nokuthi bakwazi ukuyikhulumela, bayasabiseka. Ngiyabonga.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Yes, Honourable Member. No, one of you must sit down, honorable members. You can't all be standing together.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The EFF rise to raise a motion without notice that the House send its heartfelt condolence message on the first anniversary of the passing away of the iconic personality and former President, Honorable Mandela, which anniversary will take place whilst the House is on recession, which is the 5th of December 2013. I so move.
The motion.
ANC objects its totality.
Honorable member.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
No, honorable member. There's an honorable member behind you speaking. I've given her a chance to speak. I've given her a chance to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move without notice that the House notes that the report by both Ad hoc Committee on Nkandla and Powers and Privilege Committee investigation into the demand for President Zuma to pay back the money. Further
Honorable
notes-
member, we've just ruled against you on the same matter and you are returning it.
But Deputy Speaker, I have a problem. This issue is out on media. This
It's on
thing
the
is out
agenda.
on media.
You have said you want the rules to be applied. I'm applying the rule that you shouldn't anticipate a matter that is going to be discussed in the House.
Anyway, I so move.
Honorable members, yes, honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the EFF without notice to congratulate the African National Congress for objecting on the motion of EFF against the rape of a woman, presented by Honorable Twala. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable members, I put the matter.
ANC objects.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. EFF rises to move without notion that the House knows with great sadness.
Honorable member, what are you raising on?
No, the motion without notice, which I'm rising to proceed now. Okay, the EFF rises to move without notice that the House notes with great sadness the refusal by Morocco to host the 2015 African Cup of Nations and hiding behind fears of Ebola. Further notes that Morocco will be hosting a World Youth Championship event in December, but are scared to host Africans a month later. Their anti-black racism and Afrophobia phobia is there for everybody to see. Acknowledge that Morocco is an anti-black Arab colonizer and that, as we speak, they are subjecting the people of Sahara to repressive and inhuman treatment. Further acknowledge that Morocco is not even part of African Union. They do not consider themselves as African and that CAF should ban them permanently from ever taking part in African competitions. Argue the House to voice its displeasure with the unfortunate anti-African stance by Morocco. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Next. Yes, honorable member.
Ngibonge sihlalo. Njenge EFF besingajabula maningake kukhulunywe ngalezi zindlu. Okay. Besingajabula maningacabangela abantu abanemizi abashonelwa abakhonyana abaphephile intandane nabazukulu yebo nami ngashonelwa umkhonyana abanye abanamali yokubuyisela imizi emagameni abo lento yama transfersion ukuthi umuzi makade ubiza ubaba ubuyele kuma wakho njengalento amatayitela ukuthi makade libiza ubaba libuyele kuma ngale kokuhlukumezeka sicele futhi kuvulwe ama-ofisi lawa ayikade ekhona njengako-mashi ko-E lawa ayibizwa ngokuthi awonsumpela sasithelela khona amanzi ukuthi avulwe asebenze kuphinde futhi kucatshangelwe nokuthi kuvulwe lama-college ayevuliwe ade sebenza kuqala njengoNtuzuma oqeqesha othisha Ntuzuma Manzi Mtoti Mbumbulu gama lakhe Eshowe nakagqikazi ngoba lawo makholisha ayesiza ngoba andisa imisebenzi baningi abantu ababesebenza baningi abantu ababeqeqeshwa manje njoba sikhuluma nje abantu abasakwazi baqede ezikoleni abanazi imali zokuhlala ngaphandle ngiyabonga.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
The motion falls away. Yes, honorable member. Yes, honorable member. Okay. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to raise a motion without notice that the House congratulate President Zuma for being exonerated on the accountability on the Nkandla Gate scandal as per the findings published on the ATC.
Honorable member.
I so move. Thank you.
That's not put before the House. Yes, honorable member.
Objects.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters without notice that the House notes the expert opinion by Mr. Jason Eli of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime that only 1 in 18 people who uses drugs in Africa seek treatment, opposed to the world average scale of 1 in 6. Acknowledge that the use of drugs has become a challenge in our communities, breeding more social ills. Note that rehabilitation centers are mostly expensive for the poor to seek help from. Therefore, the continuity of the addiction prevails. Acknowledge the dependency on illegal drugs has increased in the last 10 years. Encourage the Department of Social Development to derive a strategy to tackle these people by proactively assisting communities in distress. I so move.
I put the motion. If there are no objections, I put the motion.
ANC objects.
Yes, honorable member at the back. Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that this House notes that the chaos between the Democratic Alliance and the EFF is gaining momentum in the House. Realizing that Honorable Musi Mayamane has become the weakest leader of the DA, recognizing that even Lindiwe Mazibuko, who was declared by Honorable Premier Zille as being weak and could not have been where she was without
order,
her.
Deputy Speaker.
Conclude that, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
That
Honorable Member.
Thank you.
You have to wait before you speak. So I thought that let's allow the member to finish. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The honorable member is cutting aspersions on the member, and he himself is a branch chairperson of Cape Town ANC, and we have never said anything about that.
So what's the point of order about that?
That's a point of order.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, the member who's just moved that motion is impugning the dignity of another member of this House.
No,
and
it's
I would
not.
ask that he's asked to withdraw that statement. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I said, and I repeat, realizing that Honorable Musi Maimane has become the weakest leader of the DA, recognizing that even Lindiwe Mazibuko, who was declared by Honorable Premier Zille as being weak and could not have been where she was without her. Conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, on a point
Deputy
of
Speaker,
order.
on a point of order,
What's the
you are
point of
now
order?
allowing the honourable member to repeat in the House the very motion which I've asked you to make a ruling on that is casting aspersions on the dignity of a member of this House.
Honourable
I'd ask that you
member.
rather make a ruling rather than allowing to repeat his transgression.
Honorable Member, what's the difference between a political comment and an improper comment on the dignity of a member?
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, you made a ruling earlier regarding the conduct of the President.
Yes.
Now, if I stood up and said that President Zuma
Yes.
is the weakest president this nation's ever had, and that he wouldn't be in office if it wasn't for Shabir Sheikh and the Guptas, you would rule it out of order.
Honorable members, do not be selective in your application of the rules. Not be selective. Next, honorable members.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm not finished.
Honorable member, honorable member.
Let me withdraw that, Honorable Speaker. If that was offensive, then I will withdraw that on Honorable Maimane. But let me complete my aspect, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the chaos created in the House between the Democratic Alliance and the EF for the purposes of grandstanding and publicity, Honorable Speaker, is degenerating this House, Honorable Speaker. I so move. Thank you.
There are no objections. I put the motion. There's objection. The motion
Yes,
falls away.
objection.
Yes. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The EFF rises to move without motion that the House that the House congratulate the school children of Engudwini in KZN who swim a dangerous river across to acquire education while President Zuma has a swimming pool as a security upgrade. I so move.
We don't put that to the House, honorable members. The honorable members, we have made a ruling. You're consistently doing the same thing. When you next do it, it will be in contempt of the House.
Point of order, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
On what are you rising on, honorable member?
Honorable Speaker, this honorable member that is seated next to me has come here and called me a twat. And he says, Honorable, that I should be sitting on that side only because, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the DA wants you to tell this House what they want you to tell you. So when you disagree with them, that is what the point is. I would like you to ask him,
On a point of order,
Honorable Deputy Speaker, can you ask him to withdraw those remarks and apologize, Honorable Deputy Speaker?
Honorable member. honorable member referred to. Go to your mic. Yes, sir. Withdraw those remarks, sir.
Chairperson, which remark was that?
No, you heard him. He said it next to you. He said it next to you. You withdraw those remarks.
Chairperson, if I said something objectionable, as the honourable member said to my leader, if I said something objectionable, then I withdraw it.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, that was not an unconditional withdrawal. I want an unconditional withdrawal. The honorable member knows exactly what he has said, Honorable Deputy Speaker. So tell him not to mince his words.
Deputy Speaker, may I address you, please? Please may I address you, Deputy Speaker?
Honorable Chief Whip of the opposition.
Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
we're in a difficult situation here because it's a case of a he said, she said situation. There's no Hansard for you to refer to. But in addition, the Honourable Madam has withdrawn, and I would ask you to accept that.
Honorable Chief Whip, when it suits you, you want me to make an immediate ruling. When it suits you. Now, in this case, he has not objected to that. So why do you raise what you are raising? Honorable member, on your feet, please, and withdraw unconditionally.
Chairperson, I will withdraw unconditionally.
Yes.
I will
No
withdraw
buts,
unconditionally.
please. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. EFF rises without notice that the House notes the grandstanding of the NFP and how it sucks up to the ANC at every given opportunity, with the hope that one of them shall be awarded another Deputy President post.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. May I address you, Deputy Speaker?
Yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I would like you to use the rules in terms of the powers that you have as the presiding officers. We have been subjected to a number of things that are happening here, and I think our tolerance level is really pushed too far. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, I would like us to have a decision. We can't continue to have these motions unlimitedly. The rules, please ask for a decision of the House. We can decide. We can't be told by a minority to sit here and listen to their frivolous statements. We request a decision by the House if we should proceed with these motions, because really it's unbecoming. They are not intending to do anything. They are standing, writing on small papers, responding to each other. And it's not in the best interest of South Africans. It's not in the best interest of us sitting here. We are demeaning ourselves, and I think we are stopping to becoming honorable members. I request that you make a decision, Deputy Speaker, whether what is happening here today in the House, it's really defining us as members of the House to be honorable members. Secondly, as well, ask the House to take a decision whether we want to proceed in the manner that we are.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, nothing that this side of the House has done today is ultra vires of the rule, unlike the stunt that was tried earlier. And I would submit to you that it would be out of order for this House to take such a decision, because essentially it would impugn and impede the opposition's ability to do what we are entitled to in terms of the rules. And I would submit that the honourable member should go and look up the word democracy and parliamentary democracy to have an understanding about it.
Honorable members, I would like to read to you from a report of the Rules Committee submitted to this House by the Speaker, of the rules and their guidelines that were adopted by the whips. Number 5 of that report says that to facilitate the unanimous concurrence required, members or parties must submit to procedural staff before noon on the particular sitting day all motions they intend to move without notice. 7 says, motions that have not been submitted to circulation may not be read in the House. Now, honorable members, if this is what you agreed to, I'm suggesting that we've long crossed the boundary of reasonableness. In fact, it's not even reasonableness, it's acting outside of the rules. Now, I think that what you then introduce in our practices is that you create a situation in which these rules do not matter anymore. And so I suggest that, Honorable Member, Chief Whip, I don't expect that of you, really, and especially because you're insisting on us following these rules. So on the basis of that, I suggest that because these have not been circulated anymore, we've allowed those that were done literally on the hoof, and so we can't do that anymore. So for that reason, we now move to member statements.
It's one.
ANC.
ANC, on the 8th of November 2014, the President of the country, Mr. J.G. Zuma, was at Umsinga in KwaZulu-Natal to launch 3 rural development projects, including the salt turning of the bridge. This bridge is to connect the Mashunga and Ngubo communities. This will assist these communities in accessing mostly the education and health facilities. It will also help in improving the local businesses. It will be easier for those communities to transport their products like fruits and vegetables to nearby towns, and that will increase their market. The community will also save a lot on public transport, since that bridge will shorten the route that they had to travel between the mentioned areas. The President also refurbished a 100-year-old irrigation scheme system and an animal sale yard. The ANC continues to change the lives of the people for the better. Nokuthi nalaba bathi balinde ukubusa bayohlala belindile kuyoze kubuye uJesu. I thank you.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you. The Minister for Cocteau would like this House to believe that local government is not as bad as we all know it is. Let me tell him about the fell state that is Mpofana municipality. A spectacularly unsuccessful councillor was appointed mayor in 2011. In no time, massive electricity increases, totally unapproved by NERSA, caused local businesses to close their doors. More unemployment, less investment, no hope. Service delivery protests soon led to open violence and 3 deaths after the mayors of Umgeni and Mpofana and the brother of the previous mayor vetted the applicants for the Springgrove Dam project, ensuring that only the party faithful were employed. The Bruntville Housing Project ended up supplying houses not just to the poor, but all too often to the politically well-connected, judging by their luxury cars parked outside. The local Mpofana MPAC said nothing, but then again, every member of MPAC in Mpofana is ANC. Eventually, after economic collapse, nepotism, corruption, and infighting, the MEC dissolved the entire council, brought to its knees by the ANC. Is this a good story to tell? And yet, the ANC has learned nothing. Just the day before he was killed, lone Mpofana DA councillor Ken Denishan wrote to the municipal manager after identifying municipal employees openly campaigning in ANC T-shirts during working hours in Bruntville. Nothing has changed. The Witness editorial concluded by saying that every town and city needs a Ken Denishan. Respect his memory, Minister. End the shame now.
Economic Freedom Front. Freedom Fighters.
It's Economic Freedom Fighters, not Front. Thank you. The latest media reports that the Eastern Cape spent almost $500 million in the 2013-2014 financial year on travel and accommodation is indeed disturbing and spitting in the face of the poor people of that province. Eastern Cape province is one of the poorest provinces in the country, and yet public funds are misused in this manner. We also know that the Eastern Cape province is characterized by a whole range of challenges, including lack of infrastructure, like schools, hospitals, roads, etc. That is an estimated 500 mud schools in the province and huge infrastructure backlog. This is the province which had to be taken to court to pay teachers, and yet public funds are being grossly abused and misused by officials. It is reported that the province's travel amount is nearly a quarter of the money spent by all 9 provinces. The Eastern Cape case is a reflection of the character of the ANC government. Misuse of public funds is rampant, and it is indeed the order of the day. How my daughter, love, elihle kakhulu.
The African National Congress, ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Different countries in the world, including South Africa, have long realized the value of tourism as a labor-intensive industry and thus enacted legislations and policies to harness its immense potential in contributing towards gross domestic product and job creation. However, there has been a disjuncture in the teaching of tourism at tertiary institutions as a discipline on its own. Many universities, except a few, enroll tourism students under the field of geography, thus shifting the focus from tourism as an economic subject and only paid more attention to the spatial aspect of the discipline. Consequently, there has been a mismatch in the skills acumen of tourism graduates in relation to the job market. The private sector has therefore been compelled to reskill tourism graduates to make them relevant to the field of work. This resulted in the tourism sector relying more on our neighboring countries to fill the skills gap in the industry. The envisaged tourism curriculum review is thus awaiting it in eager and anticipation to ensure that the youth benefit optimally from tourism. The appropriate training of the youth in tourism will also ensure that tourism sector contributes substantially to the 11 million jobs that we are anticipating in the National Development Plan.
Honourable Member, your time is up. Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Chairperson. Every South African, including us in this House, should be proud of the fact that we boast of our own national airline carrier. Sadly, however, this is not the case for many South Africans. We cannot wallow in pride. The poor state of management and continuous need for government bailouts at SAA leave us greatly disillusioned about the ability of state-owned enterprises to manage such strategic assets. SAA should be flying high, but now appears to be coming in for yet another crash landing. Board members of the airline have been removed. The chief executive, Monwabisi Kalawa, has either been suspended or put on so-called special leave, but again with no reasons given, and the airline continues to flounder. The Minister of Public Enterprises seems helpless to effect any positive change at the airline. Is this because there are other higher authoritative forces at play at SAA, forces that reward loyalty above skill and competency? Honourable Chairperson, an urgent investigation into what is going on is required, even if it means setting up a judicial commission of inquiry. We would like to see this failing airline turned around, managed competently, and reinstalled as a premier airline carrier in South Africa. We hope this government shares our vision. I thank you.
Freedom Front Plus.
Geachte voorzitter, wanneer iemand in die moeilijkheid komt of een probleem heeft, is die natuurlijke ding om die politie te skakelen om jou te komen helpen of bij te staan. Maar dit kan niet meer gedoen worden nie, want volgens die onafhankelijke politieonderzoekdirektoraat het die aantal klagtes van verkrachtings wat deur polisielede gepleeg is in 6 maande van April tot September 2014 teenoor dieselfde tydperk in 2013 met 25% toegeneem. En verkrachtings van persone in aanhouding het met 160% toegeneem. Die onafhanklike klagtedirektoraat het hierdie statistiek bekend gemaak in 'n voorlegging aan die portefeuljekomitee aan die parlement. Wat meer kommerwekkend is dat die aantal verkrachtings deur polisielede wat op diens is, terwyl hulle in diens van die polisie is, met 56% toegeneem. In die geval van mense in polisieaanhouding wat verkragt is deur polisielede wat op diens is, was die toename 350%. Dit beteken dat hierdie verkrachters dink hulle is verhewe bo die reg bloot omdat hulle polisielede is en misbruik hulle gesag wat hulle toegeken word. Geen wonder dat die polisie geen vertroue meer geniet nie.
ANC.
The South African government in the last 2 years received scholarship from the Russian Federation for students in South Africa to study in Russia. In September, 13 students left for Russian Federation to join the already studying students who are 15 in Russia. The specialties are as follows: nuclear physics, medical biochemistry, medical and surgery, pharmacy, applied mathematics, technology, applied informatics, and chemical technology. We thank the Federation of Russia for the contribution made to grow our economy and for all the contribution they made in our liberation struggle. Thanks.
APC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The APC is concerned and condemns the reported burning of a municipal building in the municipality of Thaba Tshweu in Mpumalanga. In itself, the destruction of any public property is of concern and must be condemned. What is worrying in the circumstance of this particular case is the fact that the police have so far pointed a finger of accusation on the employees of the municipality. And this has happened shortly after a visit by the public protector in an investigation of complaints about service delivery and maladministration in that municipality. This municipality has continuously been in the news for all the wrong reasons. A point does need to be made, which is a call on the police to leave no turn unstoned or no stone unturned in investigating this matter, and hope that COCTA, with his program of Back to the Basics, will instill the necessary work ethics to ensure that civil servants do their work as expected. We make a call on the public servants in that municipality and in all local governments to shun corruption and maladministration and to work tirelessly in the best interests of the people, now and always. Thank you.
African National Congress. ANC.
Ngiyabonga, House Chairperson. We, the people of this amazing country, would like to extend our greatest gratitude to the African National Congress for our policies and programs which saw the handing over of Phase 2 Nsami Waterworks to the community of Guyana on the 30th October 2014. Guyana has been experiencing water shortages since the dawn of democracy. This water scheme will increase the capacity of Nsami Purification Plant from 18 megaliters to 36 megaliters per day and would cover 93 villages in Guyana. This additional capacity will go a long way towards alleviating the water shortages in those communities and improve their lives. This is indeed a commitment which the ANC made during the election campaign to move South Africa forward. The community of Guyana is highly delighted with this development, which has addressed this historical problem of water. We urge the department to continue doing the good work for the people of Guyana, to continually do the good work for the people of South Africa and make their lives better. This is indeed a good story to tell. Ngiyabonga.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Tshwane Metro Police today made an urgent application in the High Court in Pretoria to block the occupation of municipal land in Almapius east of Pretoria. Large groups of people converged in Almapius on Wednesday demanding they be given free land to build their houses, and when violence erupted, police fired rubber bullets to disperse the crowds. The residents retaliated by throwing stones at the Metro Police. With the vocal support of the local EFF branch, Malemaville, as it has become commonly known, has become a test case for the implementation and rollout of EFF policies and practices, chaos, violence, and the breakdown of the rule of law and the Constitution. Moreover, Madam Speaker, this is a golden opportunity for Minister Sisulu to demonstrate that the Luandle Ministerial Board of Inquiry was not merely a 4 million rand public-funded political hit squad with marching orders to assassinate the character, reputation, and good work of the DA-led City of Cape Town and Western Cape Provincial Government. Unfortunately, instead of rushing to announce the inquiry into Malemaville or gazette any terms of reference, the Minister is in the House today to push through the Nkandla whitewash. The President's private home is clearly more important than the home for people of Nalmepius. Why is the plight of the people of Nalmepius being ignored by the Minister? Is it because her ANC friends run the city of Tshwane? Or is it because the people of Nalmepius are 1,500 kilometers away from the DA-led city of Cape Town? Your move, Minister.
African National Congress, the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. It can not ever be acceptable to camouflage chauvinism and discrimination against women under the guise of questioning competency in an area of political manipulation for cheap political point scoring. Forward with women of South Africa, and down with women followers in parties with oppressive policies that do not empower women, such as DA, EFF, and the rest. Honorable Chairperson, as we approach the launch of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recall
Can you please take a seat? Yes.
Madam
Chief
House
Whip.
Chair, what the honourable member is saying is misleading the House. The DA does not have oppressive policies that do that. And in fact, our leader is a woman, unlike her organisation.
Honorable Member, I'll come back to you on that one. You can continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, House Chairperson. As we approach the launch of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, we recall the United Nations Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women that stipulates that governments should develop penal, civil, labor, and administrative sanctions in domestic legislation to punish and redress the wrongs caused to women who are subject to violence. Women who are subjected to violence should be provided with access to mechanisms to justice, and as to provide for national legislation to just and effective remedies for the harm that they have suffered. States should also inform women of their rights in seeking redress through such mechanism. The 2004 SA report on violence against women indicated significant progress made in amendment of existing legislation and promulgation of new legislation relating to violence against women and children in South
Member,
Africa.
your time is up.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Are we winning the battle against gender-based violence?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The future of this country is hanging in balance. Political decay and moral bankruptcy has become the order of the day. Survival through political connections has become the order of the day. Talents and hard work are no longer necessary to succeed. You must be corrupt, dishonest, and have friends in the higher places in order to succeed. Indeed, this reduces our democratic dispensation and our government into a tool of those in power to enrich themselves. The spirit of selflessness and sacrifice has been replaced by hypocrites, dark souls, selfish interest, manipulators, and total blindness to the suffering of the poor. Agam believes that the leadership we must change immediately this leadership so that the masses mustn't rise up and make this country ungovernable.
African National Congress, the ANC.
Motlhomphegi, tša maphelo mo ne Afrika Borwa di thoma go tloga go tlhokomelego ya motheo yeo e tlwaelegilego ye e tšwago go mmuso go ya go ditirelo tša maphelo tšeo di ikgethilego tša maemo a godimo go makala a mabedi la setšhaba le la private tša maphelo e dula e le tokelo ya botho e bohlokwa mo ne Afrika Borwa a taba tše di bose baetenaga ditsebi di dula di le makomana madula a bapile mafelong ka moka go tsena ka mo nageng gore ba kgone go lekola twatši ye ya ibola batlankedi bao ba ka bago
makgolo a mabedi masome a šupa go mafelong ka moka a go tsena ka mo nageng a senyane ao go lego kotsi e kgolo kudu go bile gore ba ile ba hlahlwa gore ba kgone go somana le bolwetse bjo ge bo ka phulega mola bolwetse bja ebola bo phulegago kua seleteng sa bodikela bja afrika ka matšhe bo bolaile batho bao ba ka bago 5,000 go fihla le kgono sehlongwa sa bosetšhaba sa malwetse a go fetela ka mašakaneng NICD se laeditše gore go etelana kudu ga dinaga tša borwa le bodikela bja afrika go dira go dikgonagalo tša go phulega ga ebola ka mono afrika borwa e be tše ntši eupša le ka go le bjalo di sa le tše nnyane ke ra kganogalo tšeo afrika borwa e bona NHI bjalo ka maiteko la go kaonafatša mokgwa wo wa go thuša ka mašeleng tša maphelo le go tliša mokgwa wa tša maphelo wa boleng bja maleba ka malapeng a maafrika borwa ka moka taba tše di bose na gomme seo e le go neela maafrika borwa ka moka ya leboga
Democratic Alliance.
The Constitution of South Africa compels local sphere of government to supply clean water to every person. The community of Ulundu, Ward 8, Ewele Skodini, Sasechibini in KZN has been trying to local authorities in getting water provision for the past 14 years without any success. These poor communities, including the elderly, sick, not to mention the children who should be concentrating on education and studies, are forced by a situation to try to find water on the dirty streams and rivers in order to be able to survive. After 14 years of desperate attempts by the community, the only thing the municipality is able to provide is a small tank, is a small water tank to last the whole month. This water doesn't even last one day, and the remaining days of the month, the community begs to find water. It is really sad that the community now rely on costs to direct elected council to supply water and render essential services to residents when they were elected to do just that. The classic example is the court order compelling Mokopong local municipality to supply water to its community. The community of Ewela feels betrayed by the ANC and NFP-led municipality. The DA calls on Minister of Water Affairs to urgently intervene to restore dignity of Ewela community in Ulundi, Ward 8. Thank you.
The African National Congress, ANC.
Respect in the name of rights and freedom needs must be properly understood. All human rights are indivisible, whether they are civil or political rights, such as the right to life, equality before the law, freedom of expression, economic, social, and cultural rights such as rights to work, social security, education, and collective rights such as rights to development, self-determination. They are independent, interrelated, and interdependent. If, however, we have to be respected as leaders and respectable people, we need to first respect ourselves and our democracy. I hope what has happened today will never happen again.
Honorable members, this concludes member statement. Honorable Steyensen, I noted the point you raised, point of order, on the statement that was made by honorable member. However, it was not an inference on an individual. It was more in the context of the political party policies, and therefore, I ruled that it wasn't a point of order necessarily. I'm sure when you have an opportunity to debate, you will be able to debate with the honorable member concerned. Are there any ministerial statements? Honorable Deputy Minister.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Siyabonga, Honorable Kekane, siyababongisa nabafundi abahambile baye Russia bayofunda. We remain committed, Honorable Chair, to send students abroad to acquire skills that we are not producing as a country. But I must also say that the government of the Russian Federation has further committed 50 scholarship offers for the 2015 academic year for South African students. As the Department of Higher Education and Training, we appreciate these scholarships and we truly value the opportunities accorded to our young people to help them broaden their knowledge and skills, which will enable them to come back and contribute positively to the economy of the country. Thank you very much.
Ngongoshe Unzimande, wanelisekile. Honorable Sochu.
Ke a leboha motlatsi wa modulasetulo. Ke rata hore ho leloko le hlomphehileng le bua ka bobodu le rape e etsahalang ko di-stationeng tsa mapolesa ebile e etswa ke mapolesa le karolo e etswang ke Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Rona re le mmuso wa African National Congress le ra ba le bonnete ba hore bobodu kapa yona rape whenever mo etsahalang teng ha re kgathale kapa e etswa ke mang na re tla emisa mokgatlo ona re o bitsang gore ke iPad gore sebetsana le yona ho sa tshware le mokgatlo wa pele o bona ba ne ba le busy ke Flag Plus ba sa shebe gore mapolesa a bona ka nako eo ba ba kae batho ba ne ba rapeuwa ke mapolesa. Ke a leboha.
Are there any ministerial statements, Honorable Mokonyane and Honorable Masuta?
Thank you very much, Chair. May I take this opportunity to welcome the comments made on Kiani, but to further indicate that within the coming few months, we will be working in partnership with the government of Zimbabwe to make other interventions that are going to provide water relief for Polokwane, Sikukuni, and other surroundings in Limpopo. I thank you.
Honorable Masuta.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to, in response to the last statement made by the honorable member of the ANC, Honorable Mpumlwana, to indeed acknowledge and support his observation that we are a beautiful democracy in South Africa. We have a beautiful Bill of Rights, thanks to the leadership that our forebears demonstrated, leading us to a peaceful transition from apartheid to the kind of a democracy where there's free expression, free association, and all the rights indeed in our Bill of Rights. But I further agree with you that for full and meaningful enjoyment of these rights, we have to observe the rule of law. And indeed, what has been demonstrated today, like many other days in this House, is far from what our Constitution and Bill of Rights envisaged, which is a society where there's tolerance, free debate, free engagement, and meaningful engagement, not the kind of anarchy which some of the opposition parties demonstrated today. Thank you very much.
We have one slot for ministerial responses. Is there one minister who wants to take that slot? There being none, this concludes ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of ad hoc committee on report by the President regarding security upgrades at Nkandla, private residence of the President.
I now recognize Honorable Frolick.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, members of the Executive and Honorable members. The ad hoc committee to consider the report by the President regarding the security upgrades at his private residence was established through a resolution of the National Assembly on the 19th of August 2014. The Assembly resolution that established the committee indicated that the committee was to consider the report by the President dated the 14th of August 2014, make recommendations where possible, and exercise those powers as set out in Rule 138 of the Rules of the National Assembly that are necessary to carry out its task. A number of letters of correspondence was also referred to the committee by the Honourable Speaker. A letter dated the 12th of August from the Public Protector to the President, a letter dated 11 September from the President to to the Public Protector in response of her letter of the 21st of August, and a letter dated 15 September 2015 from the Public Protector to the President. The Special Chief Whips Forum that was convened and referred to on page 2950 of the report took place on the 4th of September to discuss differences of opinion between the different political parties on the committee in terms of its mandate. An agreement was reached that all the reports and correspondence pertaining to this matter would be referred to the committee and serve as the source documents in front of it. This includes A, the Interministerial Security Cluster Task Team report, the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence on the Interministerial report, and the Public Protector's report entitled Secure in Comfort, as well as the Special Investigation Unit's final report. After a delay of 2 weeks from the time that the committee was supposed to start its work due to differences on its mandate, the committee was finally constituted, where all political parties attended and elected a chairperson on the 9th of September 2014. On the 23rd of October 2014, the Assembly by resolution extended the deadline for the ad hoc committee to report to the 14th of November 2014. The committee subsequently had 8 meetings here in Parliament to deliberate on the reports in a transparent and open manner. Meetings was very well attended by members of the public, including civil society, and members of the media who followed proceedings with immense interest. In the meeting that took place on the 26th of September 2014, members of the committee could not reach agreement on the methodology to follow in performing its mandated task. The key points of deliberation were whether, 1, the findings, recommendations, and remedial actions in the report of the Public Protector were binding and enforceable on other organs of state, and if any person or persons should be invited to present their reports before the committee or to provide oral evidence. The committee could not reach consensus on the issue of the methodology to be followed. At this point, the members of the opposition parties withdrew their participation, and the committee continued its work in line with Assembly Rule 133. The committee then, assisted by technical staff from Parliament, made a thorough assessment of the commonalities and differences in the findings and recommendations of the different reports that served before the committee. In focusing on this issue, the committee also considered the constitutional role of the President, the Executive, accounting officers, and officials of the respective departments. All the reports from the different institutions that served before the committee are of the highest integrity and quality and contain detailed information sufficient to have enabled the ad hoc committee to arrive at its own conclusions and recommendations without reviewing any of those reports. There was agreement across the different reports of non-compliance with the legislative framework, supply chain management regulations, treasury regulations, as well as unnecessary cost escalations. The report of the Interministerial Task Team, the Public Protector, and the SIU indicated that costing escalations inflated the project cost in an irregular manner to above 216 million rand. Having read and perused the different investigative reports, there was agreement in the initial meetings of the committee between all the parties who were present that the value of the existing structures and the work that was performed had been grossly inflated and not worth the amount of money that was spent on it. The committee also noted that when the Public Protector submitted his report to the National Assembly in 2004, the National Assembly also established an ad hoc committee to deal with the matters. The committee noted that in processing its work, the ad hoc committee also did not call witnesses to give evidence, but instead considered the contents of the report before it. This was also the case with 2 other reports of previous public protectors. The committee therefore applied the principle of precedence and decided to focus on the content of the investigative reports that served as source documents before it, rather than initiating its own in-depth investigation into the matter. During its deliberations, the ad hoc committee observed the outcome of the High Court of South Africa in the matter between the Democratic Alliance and the South African Broadcasting Corporation, and that it was of relevance to the matter that it was mandated to consider. The judgment of that court stressed the importance of the Office of the Public Protector and also provided clarity with regards to the findings and remedial actions of the Office of the Public Protector. It stated, and I quote, "Powers and functions of the Public Protector are not adjudicative, and that the finding of the Public Protector is not binding on persons of organs of state," close quote, but also that it can simply not be ignored. The committee observed that the legal framework that was relevant in the matter before it consisted of the PFMA, the Ministerial Handbook, and the Cabinet Policy of 2003. The Cabinet Memorandum of 2003 prescribes the steps to be followed in projects of this nature. The PFMA further makes a clear distinction between the function of the political head as well as the accounting officer. The PFMA also states clearly that accounting officers face strict disciplinary sanctions, including dismissals, where they do not adhere to the prescripts of the PFMA. Other members who were part of the deliberations will reflect on some of the issues. In terms of the findings, I wish to highlight the following. Questions were raised in terms of the legislation and regulations that guided the security upgrade of the project. The President, in his report to the Speaker, states that, in paragraph 25, and I quote, "In 2009, I was appointed as President of the Republic. Immediately upon my inauguration, members of the security cluster engaged with me regarding security upgrades and requirements at my homestead, which are commensurate with the head of state of the Republic," close quote. The Public Protector also further comments that there's usually a normative process involved when these type of security upgrades are initiated. The committee thus found that the project to secure the President's private residence was correctly initiated. The President also indicates in the same letter in paragraph 32 that from time to time I receive briefings, both formally and informally, from the various ministers engaged with the security enhancements. Whilst the President may not have requested the upgrades, it is certain that he became aware of them. The Cabinet Memorandum of 2003 is the appropriate policy document that should have guided the process. The National Key Points Act of 1980 is not applicable in this instance. Neither the National Key Point Act or the Cabinet Memorandum requires the residence to be declared a national key point before security upgrades can be effected. The residence was declared a national key point after the project started and was erroneously introduced. It also seems that there was a lack of oversight by certain members of the executive authority who was to ensure the proper departmental coordination and implementation in compliance with the Cabinet Memorandum. From the source documents, it appears as if regular security assessments, as stated in this memorandum, were not performed by the South African Police Services. The committee further found that the private professional team was appointed in an irregular manner, and the ceding by DPW officials of their responsibilities to Makanya and RNG consultants allowed for scope creep, as the Public Protector termed it, and massive irregularities that saw costs soar to in excess of 216 million rand. There was indeed gross negligence on the part of senior officials of the department, and those who have acted outside the legal and regulatory financial framework exposed themselves to the consequences of the PFMA. It appears from the Public Protector's report that the former Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Works were at some stages involved in the implementation of the project. With regards to efforts of the President to investigate allegations of maladministration and wastage, the committee found that on the 5th of October, the Minister of Public Works announced that an investigation into the allegations would take place by a specially convened security cluster task team. This task team would, in all likelihood, have been appointed after consultation with the President. It is inconceivable that a task team of this nature would have been appointed without the President being aware of the appointment. The President also signed the proclamation R359 of 2013 for the SIU to investigate. And also there were different letters and responses. The committee thus found that the suggestion that the President ignored and did not act cannot be substantiated. With regards to whether the President and his dependents benefited unduly as a result of the security upgrades, the committee finds that the Cabinet Memorandum of 2003 clearly outlined the steps that were supposed to be followed. And all reports indicate that these steps were not followed. Upon legal advice, we were advised that at this stage it would be premature for the committee to come to a conclusion of undue enrichment without the matter being attended to by the relevant security experts consistently with the cabinet memorandum. The public protector cleared the president of all serious allegations, except that she found that there were, and I quote, non-security related items that were erected or built which the president and his family materially benefited from. The issue of the violation of the code is tantamount to unconstitutional conduct by the president, and it is the respectful view of the committee that the Office of the Public Protector do not have the power to decide on constitutional matters. The following recommendations are highlighted: that the president must ensure the implementation of the measures as outlined in his final report to the Speaker. Within the next 3 months, the report is to be expected. The president should consider whether any members of the executive authority failed to implement the provisions of the Cabinet Memorandum of 2003, either through complacency or negligence in the execution of their duties, and if necessary, take appropriate action. The president should also note the instances where the executive authorities, especially the former Minister and Deputy Minister of Public Works, did not act according to the prescripts of the PFMA, and if necessary, take appropriate action. The committee also found that the SIU should continue to recover the cost, inflation to the amount of 155 million rand. The committee also recommends that the matter of what constitutes security and non-security upgrades at the residence be referred to Cabinet for determination by the relevant security experts in line with the Cabinet Memorandum of 2003, and must report back to Cabinet in Parliament within 3 months. Finally, Honourable Speaker, a technical team of qualified security experts should assess the serious concerns raised about the current situation at the President's private residence as raised in the SIU report, evaluate those concerns and report back to Cabinet and Parliament within 3 months. Honourable Speaker, I submit this report to the House for consideration, and I thank you.
The Honourable Maimane.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy President, members of this House, Bagaetsho dumela. You see, today we stand at the crossroads on a journey towards accountability and constitutional government. You see, the actions of this Parliament over the coming months will determine whether our democratic project has succeeded or whether we've lapsed into a state capture by the ANC. The adoption of the report by the ad hoc committee or the ANC study group on Nkandla is a travesty of parliamentary oversight. Our president has forsaken his constitutional duty, and the ANC report has rubber-stamped his sins. Today, the opposition stands together, united in rejection of this report and its collections of denials, half-truths, and fallacies. Honourable members, today is a tale of two stories or two narratives. There's an ANC story that is set out in the report of the ad hoc committee. It's a narrative that describes how the cost of a legitimate security upgrades to the president's residence escalated due to maladministration by public officials and the principal agent of this project, Mr. Minentle Makhanya. This narrative makes no distinction between security and non-security upgrades, and it views the escalations of the cost as an unremarkable systems failure. More importantly, in this narrative, the president neither requested the upgrades nor had any knowledge of their extent. He was merely an unassuming, helpless recipient of a generous gift from the people of South Africa. You know, Shem. You know, the president was an unwilling victim who arrived home to discover that my pool has been extended, that there's lavish expenses, at no cost to himself. He did not even question this generosity, but he felt no, he's obliged to accept it, no questions asked. It was very clear to every South African why this, in fact, accession is absolute nonsense. But honorable members, there's a second narrative. The second narrative is characterized by a president who willfully misused the power of his office to benefit himself. In this narrative, President Zuma, together with his architect, Mr. Makanya, orchestrated a grand deception to expand the scope of the project while minimizing his personal liability. And so, a swimming pool, a cattle kraal, an amphitheater, a tuck shop, a visitor centers were added to the list of security upgrades, and the cost, therefore, is absorbed by the people of this country. Honorable Speaker, there is absolutely no justification for the public funds being diverted so that the president's cattle can have a better life than the people of South Africa. You see, I have been to Protea South. The people of Protea South will tell you they live on Dolomitic land. They can't build. And instead, Public Works decided to take money from the people of Protea South and build the president a palace while they don't even have houses. It's an absolute travesty. President Jacob Zuma is the only one who has a good story to tell in this story. And this, in fact, is the real crime. The president's unwillingness to accept liability for this undue benefit he's received costly upgrades to his are what lies at the heart of this matter. Yet the members of the ANC committee felt, no, it was fine. Let the truth remain bidely because we are here to protect one person and one person alone, number one. Honorable members, I wish to state it right here that the objectives of the Nkandla ad hoc committee as by the ANC was to exonerate the president. We as the opposition party stand together and hold up this report signed by 7 parties, not the Thuli House, that simply says we reject the findings in this report. Let me tell you why we reject it. We reject it because, in fact, it was an exercise to absolve the president of all responsibilities. I am here to ask you, honorable members, if this particular parliament can't be seen by the people of this country to legitimately deal with the grave issues of Nkandla, what can we ever legitimately deal with? By virtue of his position, number one must be held to the highest standard. As the highest office bearer in this land, the president took an oath to uphold and maintain the Constitution. He stood at the union buildings with his hand on the Bible, saying he's going to protect and defend the Constitution. And instead, he's allowed a band of supporters in the National Assembly to cheer him on as he flouts at every turn and selectively applies the Constitution. This condescending and dismissive way in which President Zuma...
Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Chief Whip.
the honorable member is not allowed to call us a gang of supporters. He knows that.
Honorable Maimane, can you withdraw that, Honorable Maimane?
Oh, it's not a gang, it's supporters. I apologize. The condescending and dismissive way in which President Zuma has dealt with queries surrounding Nkandla is unbecoming of the office of the president. The president has been party to a deception of the grandest scale. Public money was stolen at Nkandla, and now the president cowers in shame, hiding behind the ANC numbers in parliament. It was money that was destined for inner city rejuvenation and Dolomite housing alleviation and job creation. Most abhorrently, it was money stolen from the poor people of this country who struggle every day to get ahead. This, honorable members, is nothing short of an impeachable offense. President Zuma must account. It's not our request, it's his constitutional imperative. Should the president fail to heed this call, we will be left with no choice but to move for his removal from office. He must lead by example. He must either comply with the public protector or we must move to have him impeached. Ladies and gentlemen, I call on you, protect the poor people of this country. Hold President Zuma to account. I thank you very much.
Your time has expired. Honorable Kaula. Honorable members, please give Honorable Kaula an opportunity to speak.
Umbuzo wami nje la ubheke
Order, honorable members.
kumangameli. Ikakhulukazi thina njengoba siphuma le ekhaya eKZN. Ake ungitshele ngempela ihlazo lini leli osenzela lona kwaZulu Natal. Ngabe uyabona yini ukuthi uphoxa amakhosi akaZulu Natal kanye neNgonyama uqobo ehola amaZulu wonke. Lento yokuthi ungafika umuntu emzini wakho ambe iziza akhe akhiphe wonke amangwevu emzini wakho awazi lutho nje wena. NgesiZulu bugebengu bonke lobo mawuthi awazi lutho. Wena awazi lutho nje uqobo ngempela ukuthi awukho umthetho kwaZulu Natal angani noma kushoniwe. Akufiki abantu bazokumba igodi bangcwabe umuntu babuza kumuntu oyikhanda lomuzi. Kungani mangameli wakithi kaZulu Natal ophethe iSouth Africa yonke usiphoxa na? Impela sasikuthembile sasicabanga ukuthi uzosikhumbula.
Honorable Speaker.
Besicela ukuthi
Honorable Chief Whip.
Point of order. The honorable member has a right to say anything and everything she likes, but not call the president a criminal. He has not been proven by any court of law as a criminal. Order.
Honorable.
She must withdraw.
Mamkaula. Manqala apha mama ndicela xa kuthetha omnye umuntu uhlale phansi. Yes. Now uChief Whip ukhala ngento ba wena uthe uPresident uyisigebengu. Ngicela ke mama ukhoxise mangabe ukushilo.
ngiyabonga sihlalo ukuthi mangibheka uShip Wifalo mhlamba kezwanga ngithe mina kaZulu uma uthi into awuyazi kade yenzeke kwakho leyo nto yithatheke ngobugebengu angishongo ukuthi umangamela ubugebengu.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker. On a point of order.
I point of order yani.
Musukuzodlala ngolimi ilungu elihloniphekile. Ubiza umongameli
Point of order.
ngesigebengu.
Honorable Speaker. Point
Honorable
of order.
members.
What is your point of order?
A point of
What is your
order.
point of order?
Honorable
your point
members,
of
take
order?
your seats. Take your seats.
Angasebenzisi isiZulu
Take your
singekho.
seat, honorable
A
member.
point of order. Uthi umongameli umuntu othi akazi ukuthi kwenzakalani emzini wakhe ubugebengu lobo ubiza umongameli ngesigebengu. And lokho akukona nje ukuthi sihlala into engifuna ukuyisho akukona nje ukuthi akuhambisani nemithetho yeParliament. Iwuchuku futhi lento ayishoyo.
Order, Speaker.
Point of order.
Honorable members, please take your seat. Let me finish on this particular issue. Mama, ngicela uthi hayi uma bedidekile ngendlela engiyibeke ngayo ngiyahoxisa. Uqhubeke nenkulumo yakho mama.
Niyakhumula nathi izulu asitolikwa kodwa la. Okay ke lalela nzima ndibhlungu lento basuka nayo kaZulu yasazi.
Mama uKhawula
Okay.
awuhoxise phela
Ngiyaxolisa.
soqhubeka nomsebenzi.
Ngiyaxolisa ke ngiyabonga ke.
Okay.
Ngiyaxolisa.
Honorable members, please allow Mama uKhawula aqede.
Inkinga engiphethe kabuhlungu la. Ihlazo elikhulu. Ukuthi ngempela kusho ukuthi nathi sothi sila eParliament. Siyafika sekwakhiwa izindlu ngalena emuva. Sithi asazi. Kusho ukuthi ngempela ikhona inkinga esafuna ukubhekwa la ngoba thina masibona umuntu akhelwe indlu sazi ukuthi uyazi ngoba ngeke yakhiwe indlu ize isayinelwe ungakubakho. Okubuhlungu ke emphakathini bakithi kunzima. Abantu basemakhaya even enkandla uqobo abanazindlu abanamanzi kodwa amanzi agcwele lapha yana emzini kaMangameli kuyabuswa kwenziwa yonke into. Akuyona into esasilwelayo lena thina ukuthi so benefita thina qala kunabantu. Mina umbuzo wami nje uthi ngempela uNembeza washonaphi ngoba mangabe umuntu funeka ngempela ubheke ukuthi mina ngiyadla ngiyasutha kodwa umakhelwane wami akadli ukuthi ngaze ngijabulele mina ukuthi nginayo yonke into kodwa umakhelwane wami abanawo ngisho ezikoleni bayahlupheka. Ngisho ingane sineyintandane sinabafelokazi abalambile. Abantu la eminyango kuyimanje nje kunabantu basahlala emjondolo abahlala emathuneni emjondolo bafaka izindlu. Abanayo indawo zokuhlala, abanamanzi, abanamaclinic. Besicela ukuthi kulo 20 years ngempela kanti bekwenzekani kusho njengoba sasizabalazela ukuthi umuntu ayilungise ayidlele yena na njengabantu ngangizabalaza nawe njengabantu bakaZulu besicela bakithi uMangameli angasiphoxi. Siyamcela ukuthi ngempela akakhumbule abantu ngoba lento asiboni ukulungiswa.
Siyabonga mama isikhathi sesiphelele.
Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 26 September this year,
Order, honorable members.
I need some injury time. Making too much noise.
Honorable members, allow Honorable Singh to speak.
Madam Honorable Speaker, 15 seconds of my time has gone because I couldn't even hear myself. Honorable Speaker, on 26 September, the IFP withdrew from the ad hoc committee on Nkandla because the ANC majority had deliberately crippled the committee's work. Turning a blind eye to Rule 138, they refused to call the authors of the relevant reports to appear before the committee and refused to seek legal opinion on the powers of the public protector. An impasse was created which could only be resolved through the direct intervention of the President. Our nation rightly looks to its head of state to uphold, defend and respect the Constitution and to promote the unity of our nation and all that which will advance the Republic. In time of crisis, when our Constitution is under threat, these fundamental responsibilities are amplified. Honorable Speaker, in the interest of South Africa, our constitutional democracy and settling this matter, the President should have intervened. He should have provided a mandate to his colleagues on the committee to empower the committee's work by inter alia allowing the President to answer our questions. The President should have answered all outstanding questions from the reports of the Public Protector and the Special Investigations Unit. He should have complied with the remedial action prescribed by the Public Protector, and he should have reported to the National Assembly on all actions taken in this regard. And as uppermost guardian of the Constitution, the President himself should have approached the Constitutional Court for a declaratory order giving legal certainty on the Public Protector's powers. But sadly, Honorable Speaker, he did none of this. The majority party report now selectively quotes from Justice Schipper's judgment in the Western Cape High Court, but conveniently ignores his emphatic statement that findings and remedial action of the Public Protector are not, and I quote, mere recommendations which an organ of state may accept or reject. Honorable Speaker, the IFP rejects this report as predetermined, politically biased, and embarrassingly deceptive. Not once does it admit to non-security upgrades: the swimming pool, the tuck shop, the amphitheater, the cattle kraal, and the chicken coop. But, Honorable Speaker, the chickens have not yet come home to roost. New facts are likely to emerge from Mr. Minentla Makanya's court case and from the disciplinary hearings. Not surprisingly, rumors already abound that charges against the officials will be dropped, presumably so they won't spill the beans. The ANC has closed this matter in the worst possible way. Nkandla is now a permanent stain on the presidency and the ruling party. They have protected one man, but opened a wound in our nation that will bleed forever. There is no doubt, Honorable Speaker, that more discussion and debate outside of this parliamentary precinct will continue on this very topic. In theatrical terms, it is never over until the fat lady sings. The country waits with bated breath, even until the cows come home in the 1.2 million kraal, to hear the full side of this sad story. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okay, I'm ready to start. Honorable Speaker, it is the duty of the state to ensure the safety and security of the state president, as has been the case with all former state presidents, and we as the National Freedom Party are in support thereof. Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure what is really in question, Your Honorable Speaker. My first point, Honorable Speaker, is there is no doubt that there's been an inflation of prices. There is no doubt that it was grossly inflated to benefit some individuals. Nobody is disputing that. Nobody is disputing that there's been a swimming pool, that there's been a cattle kraal. Nobody is disputing that some of these upgrades may not be part and parcel of the security upgrade as such. So that is not in dispute. What is really in dispute and should be in dispute is the amount of money that has been spent on that upgrade and who duly benefited from it. Now, Honorable Speaker, I had the opportunity of attending the sitting the day prior to the walkout, and I must reiterate, the National Freedom Party had not given a mandate to anybody to walk out of this hearing. Very, very clearly. In fact, my understanding, Honorable Speaker, is that the purpose of forming this ad hoc committee was to go and look, and I can remember that we deliberated for 4 and 5 hours in this House to have all
Speaker.
4 reports tabled. These
Speaker.
4 reports that
Honorable
were
Speaker.
supposed to be tabled were supposed to...
Honorable Member, what are you standing up for? Because I have not recognized you.
Is
Please,
the member prepared to
please.
take a question?
No, I won't. I don't have much time. Thank
He
you.
doesn't want.
Okay.
Honorable Member, continue.
Honorable Speaker, This House debated and spent 4 hours, like we waste occasionally or daily, to want all 4 reports. All 4 reports were tabled. At that sitting, the opposition parties did not want to see the tabled reports. They were only interested in the Public Protector's report. The National Freedom Party is of the opinion, yes, whoever is liable and responsible, including the president, if he is responsible and benefit unduly must pay. But that has not been substantiated without any doubt to this date. It has not been done. And, Honorable Speaker, I believe, and the National Freedom Party believes, that this decision today by the opposition is premature. Why not allow the process to unfold and allow the process to unfold in a manner that you identify those responsible? And I've been told that 155 million rand is going to be recovered, and maybe even more. So what is the point? At the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, if the intention is to recover the money and identify those responsible, then why are we sitting here and deliberating on issues and spending unnecessary time, make accusations which are unfounded?
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Olomisa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members. The UDM reject the so-called ad hoc committee report on Nkandla. Evidence at hand shows that President Zuma and his ministers of public works, the police, military, and state security knew about this project. Therefore, the claim that he did not know and never asked for them is far-fetched, and we reject it outright. Common sense dictates that a logical question be answered. Why did the president fail to stop the abuse of public funds in line with the oath of office? Undisputed evidence indicates that he himself introduced a service provider who was at a time his private architect, and a construction company to the Department of Public Works, directly conflicting the Public Finance Management Act and its regulations. There was never a public procurement process followed as regulated, yet they found themselves in the payroll of the Department of Public Works through his directives. As part of the Public Protector's remedial actions, she recommended that the Department of National Treasury and South African Police Service must quantify the amounts to be paid by the president because he unduly benefited from the project. However, to determine the accurate amount to be paid by the president, the UDM proposes a forensic audit to be conducted. Forensic audit would have exposed in detail who instructed who, when, and for what. This will bring an end to the shifting of blame to government officials for the cost escalation of the project. In fact, we are already advised that some of the officials are made to acknowledge debts, some in the region of 12,000, with the president's private architect to pay 177 million as determined by the Hawks. Accordingly, this House is not empowered to make any final determination on this matter until such time that every piece of evidence is considered and properly examined. In conclusion, we call upon the affected officials who are being harassed by the Hawks outside the process to feel free to forward all the relevant reports, documents, and information to the Forum of Opposition Parties, which will ensure a credible, unbiased consideration of such in defense of democracy, constitution, and people of South Africa.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
amasela kufuneka siwaleqe singawafumani nechance wabethe liba ngajonga ngapha isela sileqe.
The Honorable Mulder. Honorable Minister, is that a point of order?
It's a point of concern.
What is a
When Honorable Olumisa was speaking, he looked like Honorable Mulder on my screen. Now I see Honorable Mulder sitting there.
Honorable Mulder, please speak.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, the French King Louis XIV is remembered for a very familiar, well-known saying. He said, "L'État, c'est moi." I am the state. But there is an even more appropriate quote by King Louis XIV relevant to the whole Nkandla saga. And I quote, it says, "It is legal because I wish it." And that is what happened at Nkandla. And how does the ANC benches react? They take the quote, "The king can do no wrong." Now, Honourable Speaker, the task of Parliament is to uphold the Constitution. Section 55 of the Constitution deals with the powers of the National Assembly. And it says the National Assembly must provide for mechanisms to ensure accountability and to maintain oversight of the executive. Today we are talking about this wonderful, wonderful, lavish, taxpayers paid estate. We're talking about this. Now, who is the owner of this? Who is the owner of this? The Honourable President is the owner of this. He must be the luckiest man in the world. Not only did he win the lottery of $1 million, he won it 246 consecutive times. Now, the ANC sent into that committee 3 members to protect the president. And 6 of them, but 3 of them were the stalwarts. The first one was the Honourable Motshekga. And if that honourable member knew anything about the law, he should have recused himself because he's conflicted. You were supposed to do oversight over the president, the same president that appointed your wife as a minister in his cabinet. That's what you did. And then Honourable Speaker, there were the other 2 ladies.
On a point of order, Honourable Speaker.
On
a point of order.
Honourable Mulder, can you take
We
your seat?
think that I'm raising a point of order. It's very sexist and patriarchal to suggest that a woman leader is appointed because she is a wife to somebody else. We strongly object to that. It's sexist, it's patriarchal, it's archaic, it's uncivilized. It does not belong to a democratic South Africa and waste this parliament.
Order, Speaker.
Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Speaker, a point of order is not
wait, Honourable
sexism,
Member.
it's nepotism, blade.
Honourable Mulder, do you want to please just withdraw the issue of the wife of, because she is an honourable member.
Of course.
She's an honourable member.
Honourable Speaker, may I address you on your request?
Honourable Speaker.
No, Honourable Mulder.
I have to address you.
Yes, you have to address me.
Thank you. So I'm addressing you. In reaction to the leader of the Communist Party, the fact of the matter is I did not say that the Honourable Minister was appointed
Honourable Speaker, point of order.
Honourable Mulder, you said you were going to address me. Now I see you talking to Honourable Nzimande.
Okay, ma'am, I will address you then.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. No, please, Honourable Members, when we are still in the middle of something, let's just wait till we finish dealing with this issue. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I did not say that the Honourable Minister of Basic Education was appointed because she's married to a certain gentleman. I did not say that.
What did you say?
I said that the Honourable Honourable Motshekga, who is supposed to do oversight of the President, is conflicted because he must judge the actions of the President, by coincidence, the same person who appointed his wife. That's the reality. That's
No, Honorable Mulder, please don't be unfair to us. Don't be unfair to us. You can't make a reference to an honorable member of the House in the kind of... Honorable Mulder, do you mind taking your seat? In the kind of actually sexist and dismissive. I would like you to withdraw it, Honorable Mulder.
Honorable Speaker, it is not, what I've said is not sexist in any way. But the fact is, I've got some more important things to say, and because I want to say them, I will gladly withdraw. I've got no problem with that.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Then, Madam Speaker, there were the two ladies.
Honorable Speaker, can I be recognized? Can I be recognized, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Member, what is the point on which you rise?
The point I want, Honorable Mulder, that picture he has been holding to show the nation that the president built the homestead with taxpayers' money, it is not true. Here we talk.
Madam Speaker.
That picture is misleading.
Madam Speaker.
That picture is misleading because there's a...
Please, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, may I proceed?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
I have asked to see the picture so that I can deal with that issue.
There you go. Very nice. That's the house of the president.
Proceed, Honorable Mulder.
Yes,
Honorable...
Honorable Speaker, then there are the two other ladies who led the attack to protect the president, the Honorable Kubai and the Honorable Dlakude. How were they upholding the Constitution and doing oversight over the executive? Let me show you. There. This is what they did. They didn't have in front of them the Constitution. In front of them, they had Q-Tex and they were painting their nails.
Point of order.
This is what they did. This is how they upheld the Constitution. Now, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members, please. We would like to hear what Honorable Mulder is saying. Now we can't hear.
Seriously, the ANC took oversight. 246 million taxpayers' money was spent on the private residence of the president. If something is wrong, you can't vote it right. It remains wrong. So I'm sorry to say, Honorable Speaker, but the only appropriate thing to do with this ad hoc whitewash report of the ad hoc committee is the following. That's all you can do.
The Honorable Dlakude. Order, honorable members. Order.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. The security upgrades that were carried out at the President's private residence have been the subject of intense discussions over the last few months. What made the situation even more untenable was the fact that political expediency and sensationalism were often chosen over the truth and facts. This situation was also compounded by the fact that the truth was continuously distorted for political mileage, which is indeed unfortunate when the public is misled for political expediency. I therefore want to express this view from the onset that all the opposition parties that walked away from this process have regrettably only succeeded in disappointing their constituencies. Opposition parties has lost sight of a very significant fact, which is that democracy hinges greatly on robust debate and robust deliberations. It is only through robust debate and greater tolerance for opposing views that we are able to measure the merits and strength of arguments that we present. Having worked out on this process, I believe that a very significant opportunity was missed by the opposition parties to participate in a very fundamental democratic process of parliament. And this is an opportunity that will never be regained. Let me now return to the task before me and proceed to make pronouncements on the findings of the ad hoc committee, which dealt with the security upgrades at the President's private residence. Honorable Speaker, I want to state from the onset that the agenda and mandate of the ad hoc committee was first and foremost to isolate and zoom in the factual merits surrounding this issue. Firstly, due to the fact that many distortions of facts had been peddled, we had to be meticulous and precise in the approach to expose the truth. Secondly, we wanted to ensure that we arrive at a sober conclusions which can be verified and easily located in all source documents considered by the ad hoc committee. Thirdly, in recognition that this matter was an issue of national importance, we opened up the process to the public in order to demonstrate transparency in action by the ad hoc committee. We did not conduct the proceedings of the ad hoc committee in secrecy or closed sessions.
Order. Honorable Dagute, can you just stop for a moment? I would like the honorable members of the opposition who are bringing objects to desist from that. Honorable members, there are points below which we should resist to go. Please proceed, Honorable Dagute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We did not conduct the proceedings of the ad hoc committee in secrecy or closed sessions as if to hide information, nor did we use our numbers to enforce secrecy or concealment of information. Instead, we attempted to engage in robust debates with members of the opposition in order to effectively test the strengths of all arguments presented by all parties involved. It was in this vein that our work commenced as we sought to ensure that the findings of the ad hoc committee are exposed to adequate scrutiny and that their veracity has been effectively tested. Honorable Speaker, in his report to the Speaker of the National Assembly on the 14th of August 2014, the President gave clarity around the issue of ownership and occupation of land. He explicitly stated that there are two pieces of land. The one piece is owned by the Ingonyama Trust, which is the legal entity that owns the land and is administered by His Majesty King Goodwill Zwelithini Kapegizulu. The second piece of land is occupied by the Zuma family through a certificate issued by the local chief or Inkosi, termed permission or right to occupy. Upon closer analysis, Honorable Speaker, the ad hoc committee observed that there are structures built on the Ingonyama Trust land, which can be utilized for the greater benefit of the community beyond the President's tenure. In relation to the above, the ad hoc committee recommends that, and I quote, the relevant executive committee should at the appropriate time discuss the President's post-tenure arrangements with the relevant local, provincial, and national authority in order to facilitate the future use of such structures and amenities by the local communities. In 2008, prior to being elected President of the President, the Zuma family started expanding and improving their homestead. At the time of the President's inauguration in 2009, there were already structures on which work had already started and were at various stages of construction. The enhancement of the President's homestead were financed by a mortgage bond which the President declared to the Registrar of Financial Interest. Honorable Speaker,
Madam Speaker, point of order, Madam Speaker. On a point of order. On a point of order.
What's the point of order,
The
Honorable
point of
Kadi?
order here, Madam Speaker, is that all the investigative units did not see the so-called bond from the bank.
Honorable
so the
Kadi.
honorable member should not mislead the House about a bond. Can she continue her
Honorable
speech
Kadi.
without referring to things that do not exist?
Kadi, you
Thank
can come and debate if you are on the speaker's list. Leave the honorable member to finish her speech.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point of order, Honorable Hlengwa?
Honorable Speaker, I think that members should not mislead the House. Land on Gonyama Trust does not get a
Honorable
bond.
member, you can't
It is a known
engage.
fact.
You
She
can't
is
engage
misleading
with
the
her
House.
like that. Honorable Dagute, please proceed.
Honorable Speaker, liqiniso liyababa. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to quote page 242, paragraph 7.13.3 of the Public Protector's report, and I quote, "However, with the assistance of the Director General in the Presidency, I established on the 17th of December 2013 from the Registrar of Financial Interest that the President has declared a mortgage bond in respect of his private residence at Nkandla since
A point of
2009.
order, Madam Speaker.
I was also given
Can we be
assurance by
recognized
the
on a point
President's
of
legal
order,
team.
Madam Speaker?
Honorable Kadi.
It's a point of order, this one, Madam Speaker. It can't be ignored. Please.
What is your point of order?
She is actually saying the same thing, that no bond was seen. It is said
Honorable
it was registered,
Kadi,
so she must stop
that's not a
that.
point of order. Please
She's
take your
misleading
seat.
the House, Madam
Take
Speaker.
your seat. Take your seat. Please finish up, Honorable Dagut.
Honorable Speaker, I have quoted the Public Protector's report. I have given the honorable members the pages and the paragraph. So if you don't want to hear that, then Valatin Levetau. Allow me to say that the fact that whenever the name Nkandla is mentioned on the media, the homestead of the President is shown, gives the wrong impression that the public public funds to the public, that public funds was used to build this homestead. We as the ad hoc committee raised serious concern regarding the safety and security of the President. With regard to the architectural designs, it was found that the Zuma family had appointed its own architect to contract and improve their homestead. The President was therefore already in the process of building his own home when security upgrades were commenced at his private residence. As the architect who had been appointed in the expansion initiative by the Zuma family, the President proceeded to introduce Mina and Makanya to the Department of Public Works team, mainly because of the advanced construction taking place at the President's homestead. In addition, the President in his report to the Speaker on the 14th of August also acknowledges that the purpose for introduction of Mr. Makanya was for the following reason. Mr. Makanya was already engaged in building work at the President's private home. It was done in order to appraise the DPW's team of existing plans and design of construction. Thirdly, it was to ensure as little disruption as possible to the commissioned work. The President did not give an instruction for the DPW professional team to cede control of the security upgrade project to Mr. Makanya. This introduction was for sole purpose of information sharing. Honorable Speaker, what ensued beyond this point of introduction is indeed an indictment to the democratic system of our country. It aggregates to the looting of state resources which were intended to be utilized in a responsible and efficient manner. Upon further interrogation of the source documents before the ad hoc committee, serious anomalies were found, particularly with regard to non-compliance with relevant legislations, which is what led to irregular actions and massive cost escalation. Key amongst the common finding across all source documents indicated that cost escalation inflated the project cost in an irregular manner to an excess amount of 216 million. Although the cabinet memo of 2003 was used to initiate the security upgrade, it was completely deviated from and disregarded throughout the duration of the project. The reports also document a process amounting to dereliction
Honorable
of duty
member, your
which
time has expired. The Honorable Likota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, colleagues and friends, today we are witnessing a culmination of an exercise in mass deception. In 2012, the National Assembly was persuaded and approved a budget that was given and tabled before us. However, as the Public Protector's report showed, shortly thereafter, 20 million rand, which was allocated for the Dolomite Risk Management Project in Gauteng, was diverted to northern KZN, there to build a little Durban. The people, the National Assembly, the Treasury, every community that was affected by this did not know, they remain to this day believing that that money is coming to them, was going to help deal with the problems of Dolomite. And then shortly thereafter, on the 7th of March, 36 million rand, further 36 million rand, was again diverted to this pet project that was happening there. Nor was that all. On the 12th of September, another 40 million rand was diverted to Nkandla. All of these were monies that had been allocated for communities, various communities, poor communities, to develop them. And yet that money went there. And then what do you think? The Honorable President occupied this podium and told us that no, in fact, yes, that project was going on, but he was paying for it from a family bond. I must say, we must say today, the Public Protector has asked for it. It has never been produced. It is yet to be produced if it is there. Now, this is terrible deception. The whole country continues to believe that the National Assembly voted for that money, and that money has gone to service the needs of our people. This is environment of an alarming proportion. You may not, nobody who knows anything about government may divert money which has been approved by this House for one purpose and then take it and build your own extended family accommodation. And yet that has been done. What we are being asked today is to approve this thing that has been done in our name after we had voted. Now, that was not all. The sad part of it is that former Minister Deutsch, who quietly resisted the pressures on this
Point
thing,
of order, Speaker.
was dismissed.
Point of order.
And then he was
What's
sent
the
to
point of
Siberia,
order,
out of
Honorable
the
Member?
country.
Just hold on, Honorable Likota, please.
There's and my apologies to Honorable Lekota. There's an honorable member on that side who's behaving like a ringside announcer who's holding up
Honorable
pictures.
member, that's
Thank
not
you
a
very
point
much.
of order.
Madam
That's
Speaker.
not parliamentary.
Madam Speaker,
It
you
is not
are in charge of
parliamentary.
the House, not that
It is
gentleman
not
there.
parliamentary to display pictures in the House unless if one is on the podium, Speaker.
It's true. The honorable member must desist from waving the picture continuously. The honorable member who was at the podium showed us the picture. We don't need honorable members to be doing that in contempt of the honorable member who's at the podium now, who's trying to catch your attention. Continue, honorable
We know
member.
they're a point of infatuated with Madam Speaker.
No, honorable members.
Yeah,
May I ask you to please take your seats, Honorable Cronin? I want to let Honorable Lekota finish. Actually, there's a rule here that doesn't allow us to disrupt a speaker at the podium unless there's something very serious. Honorable Lekota?
Madam Speaker, I was making the point that the minister who resisted found himself dismissed and then sent out to Siberia somewhere. The second one, Gwen Mahlangu, who looked in a much shorter time and resisted, found herself also out and away. The present minister is only surviving insofar as he's playing all kinds of tricks to protect and whitewash all of this thing that has been done here and so on. I don't know how long he will last, but I have my doubt he's not likely to last forever as well.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
But it's 25 seconds left here.
No, it's more.
Madam,
it's beyond your minutes.
The Congress of the People will not support this whitewash.
Honourable Speaker, let the member come back, please.
I don't allow him to come back. The Honorable Swart.
Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ACDP in joining the opposition parties in rejecting this report. Now, the Honourable Zakuda refers to the truth, and I would remind members when they drive outside this parliamentary gate, across the road at the Catholic Church is a big statement that says, "The truth shall set you free." Say no to the secrecy bill. The ACDP says, "The truth shall set you free." Say no to the ad hoc committee report. Now, I'd like to focus on the public protector and the institution of the public protector from a legal perspective. Now, the report takes great pains in quoting Judge Skipper's judgment, and it is so important that we be reminded that this judge said it does not mean that the findings and remedial action are mere recommendations which an organ of state may accept or reject. Now, the Parliament, this ad hoc committee and Parliament is an organ of state. We are bound by the findings of Judge Skipper's. He said, disregarding the findings and remedial actions subvert the public protector's powers. What we are doing is we are subverting a Chapter 9 institution. We are subverting, the ANC is subverting the Constitution today. Now, what should have happened? The judge sets it out in his judgment. And I don't know what legal advice the committee got, but when the ACDP and other members left the committee, obviously the legal advice was wanting. The judge said the correct action is to engage the public protector and to resolve the matter. And where there's a dispute, now this is important, the judge said even when there's a dispute by an organ of state, that organ of state, i.e. the ad hoc committee, must engage the public protector. It cannot impose its findings. What did the ad hoc committee do? It imposed its findings without engaging, and that is unlawful. It is against the Constitution and undermines this Chapter 9 institution. So we need to be very aware. The President has done it in the first step, and now the ad hoc committee is doing it as well. And it is very clear that we as the ACDP, we cannot, and we see the ad hoc committee, and I studied it very carefully, the report, and it selectively quotes those parts of the public protector's report that suits its version, that exonerates President Zuma. But when it comes to the findings and the remedial actions, it does not implement those at all. And that is untenable in law. It's untenable in law. And I plead with the members of the ANC, reconsider it, because this will not be upheld by a court of law. It will not be upheld. And when the opposition takes this, because clearly you've decided to enforce the will on Parliament, when this organ of state, Parliament, is taken to court, it will be overturned by a court of law in terms with Judge Skipper's judgment. The ACDP will not support this report. I thank you.
The Honorable Nchaisa.
Honorable Speaker, I think we all agree that there was a misuse of funds at Nkandla. That is a fact. We cannot run away from that. And it is proper that one or two people should be held accountable for that. Honorable Speaker, it became clear from the onset that the members of the ad hoc committee to deal with the issue of Nkandla had a different perspective on the approach to this matter. It must also be noted how the Constitution is sometimes interpreted to suit the circumstances of a particular individual at a particular time. As the AIC, we also observe with interest how the powers and the independence of Chapter 9 institutions are being undermined when they do not favor those that are in power. It is interesting to note that Section 182, subsection 3 of the Constitution empowers the public protector to take appropriate remedial action. And the report of the committee says it is not binding to any organ of the state. Yet the same committee recommends that the president may take appropriate action against any member of the executive who failed to implement the provisions of the Cabinet Memorandum of 2003, knowing well that those actions will not be binding to anyone. It's very much interesting. Rule 138A of the Rules of National Assembly allows the committee to summon anyone to appear before it to give evidence. But according to this report, no one did appear. The reason is that itself shows immaturity in our democracy. As AIC, we do not accept this report as it leaves much to be desired. The manner in which the committee conducted its work is not satisfactory. It is clear, therefore, that President really unduly benefited from this project. For the mere fact that the legal opinion suggested by the opposition parties was refused means that there's something fishy in all this. The remedial action put forward by the public protector is just like a medicine to heal the sick, then it should be taken and made use of. What about now when something wrong has been discovered? Then a person, what is important now, you should admit, then that should be put an end. Then we correct the mistakes. Let us protect our Constitution and take rational decisions for the future of this country and our children. You know, Honorable Speaker, this arrogance will never take us anywhere. Because it is because of arrogance now that we do these things. That will never take us anywhere. Accountability, honesty, dignity are some of the fundamental principles now that have got to be observed in our democracy. To observe the rules of law and constitution is very, very important. Therefore, we say, as I say, we speak independent. Of course, we are African Independent Congress, so we speak our independent mind. So someone must pay. Thank you very much.
Honorable Klowama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to say Arang rejects this report. Honorable Speaker, it must be noted that President Zuma has become the Judas Iscariot, Mobutu Sese Seko, Idi Amin of our time. This report is a polluted endeavor to clear President Zuma. It is a clear attempt to stop Parliament from holding the President to account. It is also a clear sign that President Zuma and his friends are above the law. The Nkandla nightmare is a clear manifestation that our miracle rainbow nation has become the harvest of greedy leaders. President Zuma has reached paradise, and the ANC are acting like gods to protect him in Nkandla from the law. I can't believe this. So soon, former struggle heroes, activists who were willing to die for this country have now sold their soul, their honor to protect one man. Just one man. The ANC must remember this, and you must remember this very well. You can't lie to our people forever. Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize further that Aram believes that the Zuma presidency is a shame and a disgrace to our country. Honorable Speaker, we must be frank with South Africans. We must be frank with South Africans that if we don't remove President Zuma, then the ANC honorable members who participated in removing former President Thabo Mbeki, are they telling us that former President Mbeki was worse than Zuma? I refuse. I truly refuse. That former President Mbeki, we owe him an apology, because this one, the president of this country, is worse than him. Honorable speakers, Honorable Arang is saying in front of you that if you allow this report and you allow this president to finish his term, don't do it in this country, do it somewhere else. This president deserves to be removed with immediate effect. And when we do that, we should not even feel any sympathy to him, because he has made our country a harvest for him and his friends to enjoy without the people of this country benefit, be it housing or basic services. I'm warning you, the ANC, that you are not going to be the ruling party forever, as long as you keep President Zuma in power. And I want to say this, I hope the president is listening. I hope he can make us a favor and resign with immediate effect. Because we want to go out of this country with our heads above our heads.
Honorable member, your time has expired. Honorable Mutsecha.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable members, Honorable Holomisa said that the country faces a constitutional crisis. In South Africa, there is no constitutional crisis. There is a constitutional illiteracy on the part of the DA-led unholy political alliance, which does not respect the due process of the law and parliamentary rules of procedure. The constitutional illiterates among us are tarnishing the image of our country and bringing the office of the president into disrepute without factual and legal basis and contrary to the rules of this honorable house. Today, Honorable Maimane sank into the pigsty of dirty politics. He rejected the report without a factual, legal, and constitutional basis.
and made an outrageous statement without substantive evidence that the president willfully used his power, the power of his office, to benefit himself. Even the public protector has not made that finding. Where does Honorable Maimani find it? It means that the greatest liar of the century is Honorable Maimani. The
point of order.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Given the fact that the honourable member is a former chief whip who got sacked, he knows that the term calling an honourable member a liar is unparliamentary and he must withdraw.
The statement
Honorable Mutshekga.
I withdraw, but want to remind this House that the statement of Honorable Maimani is the greatest liar.
Honorable Mutshekga, withdraw the statement.
Akhbare Dr. Melder. Akhbare Dr. Melder. Ik heb groot respect voor u.
Point of order. Deputy Speaker, my understanding is that you asked the Honourable Mutshekga to withdraw that. He then proceeded to repeat the offending
I
statement.
withdrew a long time ago. You can't hear because you are making noise.
I wish you had withdrawn a long time ago.
Honourable
Parliament would be a better place.
Order.
Honourable members, you want to
Akhbare
hear each other.
Dr. Melder. Ik heb groot respect voor u. Ik geloof u samenwerken met die DA, wat altijd probeert om die Afrikaners te angliseren. Het u in verwarring gestort. Ik vergeef u voor wat u gezegd over mij, mevrouw en de president. Honorable members, this is a legislature. If you want to evaluate a report of the ad hoc committee, you can only do it in the light of the Constitution and the law. But the constitutional illiterates on my left are not able to engage with the report because they don't understand
Order,
the
Deputy
Constitution
Speaker.
and the law.
Order, Deputy Speaker. Can the Deputy Speaker recognize me on a point of order?
Honorable member.
Sit down so that I can continue with the point of order.
Honorable Gadi,
Yes.
you are out of order, and I suggest you sit down. You speak even before I've recognized you. You give orders to members. That's wrong. Sit down, honorable member.
But on the actual point of order that I wanted to raise.
No, honorable member. You are
He's calling us illiterate.
Honorable member, that's a point of debate. It's not a point of order. Please take your seat, honorable member.
Okay.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, in terms of Rule 63, the Honourable Mutshekga referred to people as the constitutional illiterates on my left. I would submit that is incredibly insulting to the Honourable Cronin, Nzamande, and Ntesi, and I would ask that he withdraws that.
Proceed, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to direct the debate in terms of the Constitution and the law, we must remind the people here that there were three grounds on which the opposition withdrew. Firstly, because they said we wanted to treat the report of the public protector as equal to other reports. Secondly, that we refused to call witnesses. Thirdly, that we refused to call for a legal opinion. Let me address the question of the witnesses first. Honorable Speaker, the committee did not arbitrarily refuse to call any witness. The committee said, if the need arises, we will do so. But the DA-led alliance did not remain in attendance to establish the need. They left. But also,
Speaker.
despite...
Yes, Honorable Member.
I wish to-
Honorable Macheka, take your seat.
I
What
would
are you
sub-
raising
I
on?
would sub- I rise on a point of order. I submit that Honorable Macheka is misrepresenting and misleading the House.
Honorable.
He says that
No.
he says we made a request to say witnesses must be brought. The
Honorable
ANC
Member.
proceeded to
Honorable
vote
Member.
against it.
That's a point of debate. It's not a point of
No,
order.
you can't mislead the House.
It's not a point of order, Honorable Member. No, Honorable Member, you do that
committee-
again, you're out of this House. You are out of this House if you do that again. You can't scream like that as if this is a shebeen, Honorable Member. This is wrong. No, this is wrong. Proceed, Honorable Members. I beg you to be orderly. And your comments are disruptive. Proceed, Honorable Member.
The committee considered all the 4 reports and found no basis to call any witness. And secondly, the committee, in terms of Rule 138, examined the practices of ad hoc committees that came before and found that in 2004, the ad hoc committee did not call witnesses. And therefore, in terms of the principle of precedence, our committee decided that it was not necessary
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
to call any witness. So we didn't act arbitrarily.
Honorable Msiaka, take your seat. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to ask from the Honorable Member if he's prepared to answer a rather easy question.
At the end.
At the end, he says, Honorable Member.
I think, with respect, the opposition members must accept that they prematurely said that the remedial actions of the public protector were binding. And on the basis of that wrong misunderstanding, they came here and launched a payback campaign. But now, unfortunately, the Western Cape High Court came to the determination that the remedial actions of the public protector are not binding and enforceable. So you were defeated by the court, and now you are frustrated. You want to get, and Honorable Swart, you know I have great respect for you, but today you disappointed me because we as the committee agree with the court that you cannot just reject the remedial reports or the recommendations without cogent reasons. And it is for that reason that the president and the various ministers took various steps to address the situation in Nkanda. That shows that the committee and the ANC in particular was well ahead of even the courts, because we knew that we can't simply dismiss the findings of the committee. But I think that let's agree that there is no evidence in all the reports that there was undue influence on the part of the president, on the principal agent and others. In fact, it is interesting that the public protector herself said that some ministers strained too close to the areas of responsibility, but she doesn't say the same of the president. Now, on what basis does one link, on what basis does one link the escalation of the costs and the security safeguards that were made with the president. There is no basis to link the president with anything, but because people had already made up their mind, they came to that. Let me also address the question of undue benefit.
Honorable member,
There was.
the time is expired.
Yeah, sorry.
The time is expired.
No. In conclusion, the ANC has not absolved the president from anything. The committee said that we need further security.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the question.
No, honorable member. No, honorable member. The time has expired.
I know.
Yeah, and so he didn't provide for you for his time. It has to be in his time, and it's expired, honorable member. So it is still the end. You can still go out and ask your question.
Yes.
Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You'll be surprised, but I do know the rules. I'm not here to ask a question. I know the time has expired. I'm rising on a point of order.
Yes.
It's completely unacceptable that the honourable member ignores the chair. After you've said his time has expired, he just continues.
Honourable member.
Continues. So,
Yes, honorable member.
Honourable Speaker, if that precedent Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm waiting for you to create order in the House.
Honorable member, make your point.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The point I'm making is that you clearly indicated to the Honourable Member that his time has expired. That means he must leave the podium. He ignores the chair and he continues with his speech. Now, if that precedent is going to be accepted by the chair, we are all going to do that. Is that what you want?
Let me tell you, let me answer you, honorable member. Honorable Milder. Honorable members in this house, including in the opposition ranks, have been doing that. And no. I've said to you here on the platform, your time has expired more than twice, more than thrice, throughout the house. You have been creating that precedent yourselves. So all members, I have said so often in the house that members, you can self-manage. You can time yourself. Watch the clock on the left. I've said that often here because you were yourselves going beyond the time limits that were given. I wouldn't have asked you to self-manage, time yourself, if it was not because you were overstepping the time required for you. You can't claim now that it's a precedent that was set by Honorable Msek. It is doing what I have said to all members in this house, that you must self-manage. Honorable Godi.
On a point of order, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I didn't want to rise while the Speaker was at the podium, but I want to also point out number 70 on the order paper, on the rules, on points of order.
Order, honourable members. Let the member speak.
When a point of order is raised, the member called to order shall resume his or her seat.
Yes.
And the honourable member never did that. So I think in future the member must know his rules and obey the
Yes,
Speaker.
thank you for reminding members. Thank you. Thank you for reminding members. Yeah. Proceed, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, comrades and honourable members. Deputy Speaker, the APC welcomes this report. especially its thrust to seek to deal with the systemic weaknesses in financial management as well as gaps in policy and implementation on prestige projects. The report of the Public Protector in part vindicates the reports of the Auditor General on the collapse of internal controls in the Public Works Department, which, with a recent reported irregular expenditure of about 30 billion rands over a number of years. As a consequence, scope creep and cost escalations became the norm in the Department of Public Works prestige programs. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, the thrust and content of opposition politics in this country is arbitrary, mechanical, and negative. The Public Protector did not find the President guilty of any criminal conduct. She has, however, directed that for non-security constructs, he should pay some amount. The APC believes that this particular aspect must be complied with without prejudice unless successfully challenged legally. We are, however, aware of paragraph 5.9 in the report, which is meant to bring this aspect to a close. Parliament should ensure that the time frames for reports to the House should be adhered to, so as to ensure that those that are responsible are held accountable and the identified systemic weaknesses are corrected. I thank you.
Honorable Self.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Chair of Scopa's attitude was entirely predictable, since he obviously has to sing for his supper. But we are confronted today, Deputy Speaker, by a situation which defines so much of what is wrong with South Africa under its current government and with Parliament with its current majority. Between 2009 and 2011, some 246 million rands was spent on Nkandla residence of the President. Now, this matter was investigated by a number of institutions, and all these institutions concede that irregularities occurred. Where they differ is about who was responsible for those irregularities and what needs to happen about it. But if you read all those reports together, you discern a pattern. And that starts with big man politics, where number one gets everything that he wants, whether it's upgrades to his home or allowing his pal Gupta to land at a military airbase. Number one appoints cabinet members who jump at his command and who get fired if they don't deliver. If you don't believe me about Nkandla, go ask Jeff Deutsch or Gwen Mashlangu. The second aspect of this pattern is cadre deployment, where civil servants are appointed not because of their ability to do the job, but because of their loyalty to the ruling party, or still worse, a faction in that ruling party. And if they don't jump to number one's command, they too are the subject of disciplinary steps. If you don't believe me, speak to Kenneth Kanile, General Ramlakan, or Jean Rindle. The third aspect is the deliberate conflation of the costs associated with the private upgrades to Mr. Zuma's home and the security upgrades to which presidents are entitled in terms of the Cabinet Memorandum of 2003. Thus, Mr. Zuma introduced his architect, Mr. Makanya, who was extending his private home to public works, and Mr. Makanya became the principal agent for both. How convenient! This allowed the costs associated with the private upgrades to be merged with those relating to the security upgrades. Was this coincidence? Of course not. It was part of a deliberate scheme to absolve Mr. Zuma from paying for the improvements of his own home. Exonerating Mr. Zuma is what this exercise is all about. The Public Protector was asked to investigate this mess. The security ministers tried to warn her off. She persisted. Mr. Zuma ignored her questions for 9 months, then answered only 12 of the 29 questions she put to him. In her report, the Public Protector ordered Mr. Zuma with the assistance of the National Treasury and the SAPs, to find out what the costs of the improvement that did not relate to security upgrades were, and to pay a reasonable percentage of those costs. Now, Mr. Zuma chose to ignore that remedial action. He didn't give reasons for his refusal to do so, nor did he engage the public protector, as the judgment of Justice Kippers now obliges him to do. And Mr. Macheka, the Honourable Macheka, would do well to avoid selectively quoting from that judgment. Instead, he wrote the public protector a condescending letter on the 11th of September, telling her that he had decided to let the Minister of Police, a person appointed by Mr. Zuma, to determine whether or not he was liable to repay anything at all. He also suggested that she wait for the ANC study group on the ad hoc committee to deliver their verdict. Well, surprise, surprise. The ANC cadres on that committee, in a fatuous 34-page report, argue that Mr. Zuma cannot be held responsible for the upgrades because the cabinet memorandum procedures were not followed. Mr. Zuma knew about those upgrades. He complained about the disruption they were causing. He was unhappy about the bulletproof glass that was being installed, so much so that poor Jeff Deutsch had to go off to the factory. He was regularly briefed by the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Public Works. He must have been blind and deaf not to have seen what was happening around him. And he must have known that a swimming pool, a cattle kraal, an amphitheatre, and a visitor centre could not possibly have been necessary for his safety. So we have a president who has disrespected and disregarded the public protector, who has unduly benefited from taxpayers' money, who has violated his oath of office, who has misled Parliament, and the majority party exonerates him. We have arrived at a crossroads in our democracy. The ad hoc committee about which the Honourable Tlakude is so proud is a whitewash and a travesty. This House has a duty to reject it. If this House chooses to accept the report and exonerate the President, it will be dishonouring the struggle for democracy, and it will also be choosing to relegate itself to irrelevance.
Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, comrades and compatriots. The ANC in the committee through the leadership has reiterated. I think you are going to have to fasten your seatbelt because it's going to be a bumpy ride. The ANC in the committee through the leadership has reiterated our commitment to defending the Constitution and our institutions supporting democracy. Contrary, the ANC supports the Office of the Public Protector and believes that it was not a mistake to have it establish such an institution. The impression that is created that the reports of the Public Protector are binding and enforceable needs to be explained, especially by the Democratic Alliance. Together with the party, especially the leader. Maybe I must leave 1 minute for the leader of DA to explain why DA in its leadership, where it's leading, the following reports were not fully implemented if they are agreeing that the reports are binding and are enforceable. Report number 1 of 2012-2013, dated 1 June 2012, termed, "Yes, we made mistakes." The Premier promised to resign if the probe found irregularities in the handling of the contract. 4 counts of maladministrations were found. Have you asked her what happened? Why has she not resigned, as she promised? Let me remind DA, the preliminary report of the PP under the investigation of Advocate Ruth Feven van Rensbeck pronounced maladministration and misuse of state resources. Within 2 weeks, the Premier met, which it's within her rights, met with this leader of the investigating team, and the report was changed. Guess what? Later, Advocate Ruth van Rensbeck was now employed in the office of the Premier. This is what the DA is doing. So I want to ask, why are we not knowing about this? The media, together with the DA, choose selectively to make noise about what they want. I'm proving this because you're obsessed about one person. There's no principle, there's nothing. Again, let's come. The report on Midval, major findings. I'm flagging this. The report on Midval that was reported on October 2012. This one I'm flagging as well because I want to show the public and South Africans that all this noise that they are making is because it's the type of hypocrisy and lack of principle, the obsession on attacking President Zuma and thus losing focus. People made noise saying we are here to engage because there must be debates in the National Assembly. They ran away from debates. We were engaging, we never voted in the ad hoc committee. We engaged until they ran away. When they ran away from that, let me tell you, honorable members, the anti-majoritarian forces within the plutocracy and the media have often accused the African National Congress of willfully abusing its parliamentary majority by steamrolling its position through voting. Instead of using superior arguments to win debates, we engaged, they ran away from the debate. Literally taking the saying, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. They did that. It is important to understand, opposition parties did not come to the committee to make contributions. They came running, chasing one person, pay back the money. Let's come back to that. We regarded as the committee all reports to be important. They said, no, this report, ISIU, is not important. You know what? Public protector referred matters to, they even forgot that. Public protector referred certain matters to the SIU. But they were saying, no, we are not regarding the SIU report. What is this thing? Hypocrisy and obsession with President Zuma. We cannot, as parliament, be here, delegate our duties, and also make sure, we need to make sure that we are doing what is expected. That's why you are screaming. Because you have let me tell you, because your caucus is in tatters, you have lost leadership confidence. That's why you have some of your members lobbying for Kola Barnett and Manir to lead. It's because of this thing. We will tell you. It would have been derogation of duties if the ad hoc committee advanced certain MPs' personal vendettas against the president, instead of comprehensively scrutinizing the reports to enable Parliament to arrive at specific set of recommendations, which are before us, and we have given the executive 3 months to respond to those. Before they could walk out, they made some things. They were saying that to us, no, let's call witnesses. Let's deal with that. We say to them, they failed to even answer one question. We say to them, okay, when we call witnesses, when anyone arriving before us and tables material evidence that is going to change the report of the public protector, what are we going to do? They ran away even before answering that question. So, this is the type of the opposition that we have that can constructively input into a process. They run away from debates and grandstand. The reason they delayed the House today is because they know there is no flaws in this report that is before the House. The report, we have been meticulous. We've made sure that we close the gap. We understand what is happening. They know their advisors had advised them, even they go to court, they are going to lose. That's why they did not want the House to adopt the report today. We must never be fooled. You see, let me talk about the issue that Honorable Maimane even raised, the journey of accountability. I think you will start with the Honorable Zille and make sure that all those reports the public protector has said in the DA-led municipalities are implemented before you make noise. But secondly, you spoke about Protea North. Fortunately, I don't visit Protea, I stay in Protea. Dolomite area, ANC government said that there is a Dolomite area. That's why those people are moved to Lufereng. Because you don't stay there, you don't know. They are being migrated. That's where I stay. I don't talk about something that I don't know. Mamu Kaula, okubuhlungu mamu wami, ukuthi umuntu omdala nefanele ngikuphendule. Kodwa ubuhlanga mama, uzoma la endlini. Hayibo. You were so tribal, you were so regionalist. South Africa, in this current democracy, asakudingi mama logo. Sikhuluma nje ngezwe lodwa. Asisakhulumi ngokuthi ngoba ngikwakaZulu, ngikwakabantu ayenziwa lo. Njengomhlonishwa mama. Hayibo, khuzeka. Honorable Singh, you spoke about the issue of the non-security upgrade. If you went through the report, you would understand that the report covers those issues. You see, the problem is that you are rejecting something you have not even read, honorable members. If you had made time to read that report, we have answered all those questions. In the issue of the non-security, we are saying, in light of what the public protector said, it's not what we have derived ourselves. The PP in her report says that the subs, because she understands these are the people who can do security assessment. We have affirmed that to say, go and do assessment, tell us if there's anything that is non-security, and report to Parliament. What are you talking about? The other issue that I want to talk about, they say that this report, honorable member says that they don't, even my man says that they don't recognize the report. But he went and asked for the report when we were still even processing it. He called for it to say, a letter that he wrote to the chair saying that he is the rightful member of the committee and therefore deserves the report. If you don't recognize the work of that committee, you don't recognize the report. Why are you asking for it? So you can see hypocrisy and obsession with President Zuma. Now, you see, Honorable Melda, I didn't know you like me so much. That journalist misled you. There was no painting. But anyway, I am happy that you've got my picture in your office and well laminated. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that honorable members, that concludes the debate, and I will recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted.
Deputy
Are there any
Speaker.
objections?
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to move an amendment to the report, please.
Yes. What's the amendment? Yes. Yes.
Deputy
Proceed,
Speaker,
honourable member.
Deputy Speaker, I amend the report as follows: that we delete everything after the word "as follows" on page 1, and we substitute it with this document, which begins in Kandla, the real story, background findings, and this substitutes a text which I will table with the table there.
Honorable members, I now put the amendment to the report as moved by the Chief Whip of the opposition. Are there any objections to the amendment?
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I'm not sure how we can object or agree to amendments whose contents we do not know.
Yes.
How do we deal with that?
Yes. Honorable member.
It's not a paragraph, it is a document.
Yeah. Honorable member, allow me to put it to the House for the House to decide. Are there any objections to the amendment? As there are objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA would like to make a declaration.
Okay. Honorable members, yes. Yeah, okay. Honorable members, declarations have been called for. Any member wishes to make a declaration?
Thank you. Here. You know, I'm amazed that a report that was written before the ad hoc committee even convened is now being considered today.
All right, honorable members, let's listen to the member.
We sent Honorable Tlaguda and Honorable Kubai to come there and paint their nails. My proposal is that their next color must be a whitewash because that's what this report is. But what is more critical is that in fact the Secretary General of the ANC made an important call after the NEC of the ANC. Simply said the following words: go to Parliament and defend President Zuma and Deputy President. This report has done nothing except to do exactly that point: defend the president. So, honorable members, I am of the view that it was written way before that. Even Honorable Mucheka did not even argue in support and gave any more evidence, in fact conflated the public protector. The simple conclusions are as follows: is that a crime took place. Now, for any crime to take place, there must be a person who commits the crime. The victim in this instance are the people of this country whose money was stolen. The true criminal in this place is number one at Nkandla. The true accomplices, though, the true supporters of the crime are the members who were deployed to the committee to say support the crime that is taking place.
Honorable member.
And the true accomplices are those who will vote in support of this.
Honorable
They are
Maiman.
accomplices to the crime,
You see,
and they are going to support the reform.
Honorable Maiman, you see what you have just done. You have literally refused when I address you. You have spoken. You've been looking at me. You've been hearing me. Listen, honorable member, be honest. And when you do that, you call the president a criminal. You have not moved a substantive motion to do that. You know it's out of order. I ask you to withdraw it, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, it's a tough moment in our country.
Yes.
I don't know how to call when the public protector says someone tacitly agreed and unduly benefited.
Honorable member.
How do I call that person?
Honorable member, withdraw your remarks.
How do I say money was stolen?
Honorable
who
member.
stole the money?
Honorable member, you are defying me, and this is the second time. I have no authority over you. I now name you Honorable Maiman. Yes, I now name you, sir.
What is that?
Honorable members, honorable members, I now put the motion presented by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Order, Chair. Order, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable, what are you raising
We are
on?
making declaration, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, yes. Who, next, who's making declaration? Who's next? Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The fact of the matter remains that the public protector has made a finding that the president unduly benefited from the security upgrades in his house. The president is tacitly denying that he unduly benefited. The president introduced the architecture to the team of public works, tacitly telling them that don't go for public procurement of a consultant. Here is a consultant. The president is in breach of his constitutional obligation for a fair and transparent procurement process. He confirms that he did request that his crawl of cows be moved from point A to point B. He does not want to pay for that 1 million rand crawl. The president, by saying that he is not liable, he is not financially accountable, and he did not ask for the crawl to be moved from where it was to wherever it is, yet then he still says and is quoted in the public protector. That makes that particular person who says so nothing but corrupt and a thief. Money is stolen here. The president is telling the nation that there is no money stolen, he did not benefit. The president is lying. Unless he wants to tell us that he is a thief, he must pay back the money, Honorable Speaker. That's our declaration.
You too, Honorable Member, you are not allowed to say that without a substantive motion before the House. Withdraw that, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker, there is a substantive debate of the issues around the president. So there's no need for any supplementary motion, substantive motion here. We live with it that money is stolen in Nkandla. The president is declining, is saying that he did not benefit when it is actually so. So the president is making himself liable to be called as such. Nothing to withdraw here, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member, you too have defied me. I'm going to come back to you just now. Honorable Members,
Deputy Speaker.
I'm in the chair, and for now, I have authority to act in a manner that I consider appropriate at the moment. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Deputy Speaker, I'm rising to get clarity from you. The reason why a substantive motion is required in the House is that there's a notice period for debate and you have to put the allegations, etc. Now, what we're dealing with in the House today is a report into the President's conduct. And I'd submit to you that it is already a substantive item before the House, and therefore a substantive motion is not required. We can discuss and reflect on the behavior of the President.
What rule is that, Honorable Member? Chief Whip?
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Due respect, Honorable Chair, I think the Chief Whip of the opposition is wrong.
Yeah.
We are not debating the conduct of the President. We are debating the report on the security upgrades in the private residence of the President.
Yes.
Not the President.
A point of order, Deputy Chairperson.
Honorable Gadi, let me speak to the Chief Whip of the opposition. Yes, Honorable Member.
I'm saying it's in terms of the rules of debate, Deputy Speaker. The conduct of the President is the subject of the Public Protector's findings, which are contained in the report,
Honorable
which
Member.
which were grappled with by the Public
Honorable Member, do not be offensive and hide behind what you call the rules of debate. Even in debate, you do not become indecent in your language. You do not become out of order in how you refer to members, as you know in the rules. So by doing so, you are suggesting that this is the language that members can use in this House. And this is not what you want. Is that what you want, Honorable Member?
No, Deputy Speaker, but then a ruling must be made in terms of item 63.
Honorable Chief Whip, The honorable member has made a big mistake. And I have said I'll come back to that because we'll have to rule it. You are not going to instruct me what to do, honorable members. Can you behave, please? Just for a change, behave. Just for a change, just behave. Honorable members, I have now, I'll give you a chance before we proceed. I must make this, maybe I shouldn't. Let me withdraw that. I'll make it towards the end, yes. I don't know, honorable member. The next declaration, honorable.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, let's get some calm in the House. What is this about? What is this about? The President became President. A decision was taken to take measures to protect the Honourable President. It was supposed to cost 27 million rand. 6 months later, it became clear to the media that we're not talking about 27 million rand, we are talking about 65 million rand. That was in December 2009. That was brought to the attention of South Africa. What did the government do to take note of that reality? Nothing. 3 years later, the Minister of Public Works took some steps to investigate. And what happened in the meantime? It escalated to 246 million rand of taxpayers' money. Now, the essence is that it's being suggested that the Honourable President was completely unaware of what was going on. He didn't know, he didn't say anything, he didn't complain about anything. People came to his house, they spent that amount of taxpayers' money on your property, and you are completely surprised. Oh my goodness, what happened? The Public Protector tried to find the truth. She asked the Honourable President 27 questions. Until today, he ignored 18 of those questions. Who undermined the Public Protector? Who undermined the Constitution? Who did that? The President made the Public Protector wait 9 months before his answer was a non-answer. That's the reality, Honourable Speaker, that's the reality. So the problem is that the President tacitly accepted the implementation of all these measures. And I can understand that it's the duty of the ruling party's members to protect the President under all circumstances. I can understand that. But is that right? Is that in line with the oath that we all swore to uphold the Constitution? Is that in line with that? You know what the most senior member of Public Works said in charge of finances? He said the following. He was pleading for a further 130 million rand. He said, note that failure to assist me with the financial side in this project will result in all of us failing the principle, which will not be accepted lightly by the powers to be. In conclusion, Chairperson, maybe we should take note of what Professor K.A. Bushwa from Ghana wrote about democracy, and he said the following. A democracy in the last analysis depends on the character of individual men and women and the moral standards of the community. Rules governing elections may be made. Freedoms may be provided in constitutions and bills of rights may be passed, but they will make it difficult for arbitrary acts to exist. But they will not by themselves secure democracy. There are unwritten rules such as honesty, integrity, restraint, and respect for democratic procedures.
Member,
that is what
your
you're all
time has
lacking
expired.
today.
Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I think we as the IFP have made our position abundantly clear during the debate. We will not support the report that is tabled before us by the ad hoc committee. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I don't think we in this House should and can accept that the Honorable President has not benefited by value adding to his private house in some form or the other. Even if it is 50 cents, value has been added. What we are looking for, and we are making an impassioned plea, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that the President rise above what the committee members, what his members are going to do here. Be a statesman, lead by example, make sure that we do not undermine a Chapter 9 institution like the Public Protector. Because if the president undermines that institution, then we're going to find any other body where she makes a finding against are going to undermine her authority. Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the ANC, get your president to pay even 50 rand toward value added, because then you would be saying to the country, I accept responsibility, I'm leading by example in this regard. So the calculation can be done, but accept the principle. And Mr. President, we know you are in Nigeria or somewhere else, but you will get the message. Do take this honorable step of agreeing to the principle of paying something towards value that has been added to your private residence. Thank you.
UDM.
Deputy Chairperson, if the President disagrees with the finding and remedial actions of the Public Protector, the law allows him to approach the courts for a judicial review. Instead of exercising this right, as we all know, the President chose to undermine the office of the Public Protector, a Chapter 9 institution, by equating it with other
Honourable Deputy
committees
Speaker.
and institutions
There's a
which
member
do
on the
not
floor.
have the same status
There's a
as
member on the
those
floor.
created by the Constitution.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I want you to please control the howlers on the side. We can't hear what's being said. Please call them to order.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Order. Proceed, Honorable Holomisa. Honorable members, order.
Njengoba sekucacile
On a
ke
point of
ukuba
order. On a point of
lento
order.
sithetha ngayo
Deputy Speaker.
apha.
On a
Yes,
point
Honourable-
of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I sit this side, and I've got every respect of this house. I can't be, as part of the people who sit this side, be told that I'm a howler.
Well, Honourable Deputy Speaker, if the shoe fits, I mean.
No, honorable member. You are out of order. Proceed, honorable member. No, yeah.
Inyani wena mhlali ngaphambili yokokuba into ebesifoma ngoku sixoxa ngayo kweli lizwe ayizo scandals ezikhoyo ezisurrounde ipresidency. Koko njengoba kunzima siyibona imeko ayikho ntle. Besifamba ngoku sidiscussa i-exit strategy kaPresident Zuma. Cha kuphela. Otherwise ichitha nje ixesha lethu. Yabulela.
Next.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes,
On a
honorable
point of
member.
order.
Yes.
I think, Chairperson, the honorable member of IFP must withdraw. She can't call us howlers. We are honorable members of parliament. She really must withdraw that. She can't address us as howlers. We are honorable members of
Deputy
parliament.
Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
No, honorable member.
Can I rise on a point of order?
What's your point of order, honorable member?
The point of order is that Honorable Kaula stood up here and complained about a blonde that side, and she was made to withdraw calling a person a blonde. And another honorable member of IFP is complaining about the same side. And they are saying they are not howlers. They are. Can you please tell them not to continue doing what they are doing?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'll call them honourable howlers then.
Ngabe uthi nawuletha ubaba wakho la bazozosiphaphela wena.
Now, order, Deputy Speaker. Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, yeah.
No, order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I agree, and I accept that if the honorable member is not comfortable and there are people that are making noise and making it impossible to listen here, I agree she has got a right to make an order. What I cannot agree is that then she paints everybody this side as howlers, even to say they're honorable. And I'm not going to withdraw that. If she says the shoe fits, then we must not allow her to have the right to say so and not be able
Honourable
to
Speaker,
say the same thing back to her.
I will apologize to that member. I refer to these members.
Honorable member, I request you to do so unconditionally, and I'm going to appeal to honorable members to please be order. We have to listen to each other.
Chairperson, I will withdraw, but I think the members
No.
I really don't see what's wrong with the word howler. It means a person that makes a noise.
Yes. Withdraw,
And
honorable
that's
member.
exactly what they are.
Are you withdrawing, honorable member?
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Next declaration, Honorable Godi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Like I indicated when the amendment
Point of
was
order,
made,
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising on, honorable member?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you've made a ruling that Honorable Father Merva withdraw. But what I cannot then accept is for these members to say Lomlung, they must then withdraw that.
Honorable member. Honorable. Aye. Honorable members. Aye. Honorable members. Honorable Sangwa, you must.
Order.
Honorable member. Honorable members, when you rise on that kind of point of order, it is always useful to tell us who said so that we must confront that person to withdraw immediately. Because, honorable members, let's not use language that is going to be problematic in the House.
Honorable Deputy Speaker,
Yes.
the issue is the honorable members are acting en bloc.
I want to rule, honorable
I'm
member.
asking you, honorable,
Yeah.
no, honorable Deputy Speaker, I would plead with you that you
Yes.
ask the honorable members to the honorable thing and own up. They must act like adults. If they want to what they said, let them do it. Because this thing of being selective, Honorable Kupa was on that point about tribalism, and we all agree with her. So we can't allow it then to be extended.
Yes.
The members must act like adults. Own up.
Chairperson.
If you man enough, own up.
Honorable members.
If I were to address you,
Yes.
Speaker, can I address you?
Yes.
If there is any member this side who addressed the honorable member of IFP as Umlungu, on behalf of the member, I withdraw.
Yes, honorable.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention that I've watched very clearly Minister Zulu. She came back from out the hall, but she's been sitting here yelling that word over and over and over repeatedly at the member of the IFP. I've watched it very clearly, and I would indeed ask that that be withdrawn personally from the minister.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, honorable member.
Yeah. Can I advise you to speak to the honorable member, the deputy minister, to withdraw her withdrawal, because there is no member of a member here. A person must say, I did this, I apologize. She can't speak for members.
Honorable
There's
members.
no member of a member here.
Honorable members, I'm going to rule on this matter. I suggest that we proceed. I'm going to rule on this matter soon. Yeah.
So can I proceed?
Oh, Konoti Fusek.
Bani loyo manje osho kanjalo. Ay man. Ay. You can't say that, honorable members. You can't deteriorate that way. Who said that now? Honorable Mbata, take your seat. I'm going to come back on the ruling with
Deputy
this.
Speaker, I'm told it's Hateb. I have no idea who's Hateb. I'm told it's Hateb.
No, honorable members, I'm going to come with a ruling on this matter, including
but
what you're saying.
Honorable Speaker,
Yes.
we are also as capable. So they shouldn't start.
Honorable Godi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying at the beginning, that the challenge that one has is the fact that the amendments presented, we haven't gone through those contents. And if one were to agree, one will be agreeing with something that one has not seen or even gone through. But I suppose that those amendments will not be substantively different from what the members have said in the long debate that we have had, with which I do not agree at all. What is very clear today is that there has been a fear to come up to the point of dealing with this report. And I think these amendments are also part of those delaying tactics. You know, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in a soccer game, if you play the man and not the ball, you get a yellow card or a red card. But what is clear is that in bourgeois politics, playing the man is not only allowed, but is actually the norm. If you were to listen to the right-wingers, you would think that the report of the public protector is actually a single paragraph. It's only a single paragraph that talks about payment for non-security upgrades without any substance in it. And I think that any amendment that seeks to reduce that report to a single paragraph will certainly be misleading, which actually is part of the central arsenal of the right-wingers. Thank you.
Next declaration, Honorable Nzimande.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I don't like doing this because it's like we're wasting time. But as Honorable Mbata was sitting down when he was talking, he then raised a middle finger towards us this side. That is completely unacceptable. I just want to raise it. I saw that.
Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, what I did was I said to Sbongile, Honorable Kaula, I said the next thing they will do this. That was a private discussion between me and Sbongile, and an example of the hate that has been just subjugated to us. So why must I not...
Honorable member, please withdraw that.
Sbongile, I withdraw.
Next declaration. Yes, Honorable Member, NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party is steadfast on its policy of zero tolerance against corruption. That is the mandate of the citizens of our country who voted us and who we represent. The NFP also resolutely maintains that the public protector and all other reports must be honored and respected. To this effect, the NFP wishes to congratulate all those that have participated in producing these reports. Based on our expressed policy guideline, the NFP reiterates that all those that unduly benefited must be held accountable and repay the monies to the fiscus. The NFP will support any attempt to bring to account any person or persons who have unduly benefited from the Nkandla upgrades and welcomes the initiative to identify which aspect of the upgrade is part of the security upgrade and which is not. Thank you.
Thanks. Next declaration.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, one of the principles in our Constitution is that everybody is equal before the law. Many of us spend years of our lives struggling for equality before the law. Today we have a constitution that says we must be equal before the law. The president leading a cabinet that brought before us a budget that we approved. I appeal for your protection.
Yes, honorable member. Honorable members.
Deputy Speaker, I appeal for your protection. I want to make my point.
Make your point. Honorable members, allow Honorable Lekota to speak. Speak, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, us having succeeded in writing a constitution that enshrines equality before the law, we must now ensure that we have a government that can enforce that. Part of the duty of this House is to monitor that the executive carries out its activities loyal to that principle of equality before the law. I have detailed on behalf of our party there how much money we voted for to address the needs of our people. I have pointed out, and nobody has contested what I said there, that the millions that were diverted, that we had voted for communities were diverted to Nkandla. Nobody has contested that. On the basis of that, I appeal to the House that we must ensure, if we want to have a future in this country, we must ensure that everybody is bound by the law of this land. If that does not happen, starting with this House, there will be no parliament left. There will be no institutions that will guarantee a future for our children and generations to come. We insist, therefore, that we must collectively hold the president accountable. He must pay the money of the people. He must ensure that he is equal to all of us. I thank you.
Honorable Swart.
Chairperson, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry that I disappointed, through you, I'm sorry that I disappointed the Honorable Motshekga. But I still stand by what I said earlier. And that is, Chairperson, here is the report. And I'd ask honorable members to read the report. And if you read it carefully, you will see here on page 2946, that is why the ACDP supports the minority report, because here it says the committee holds a different view to the public protector. But there's no view to that. There's no view set out here. There's no rational reasoning to that view. And I'd plead with the ANC again to look at this report, because it doesn't contain rational reasoning that will stand up in a court of law. That's the first point. The second point, Deputy Speaker, when the ACDP was participating in the ad hoc committee, we pleaded with the ANC, please get an independent legal opinion. We see the committee report refers to an in-house legal opinion that the committee agrees with. Why didn't we get an outside legal opinion as to the binding nature of the public protector? So again, Deputy Speaker, we from the ACDP support the minority report, and we'd remind the ANC what the Honourable Malema said. He said that he was deployed by the ANC to close the Scorpions, and that you are doing the same to the public protector. And we support that view. And so we call upon and support the minority report. I thank you.
Next declaration. Yes. Honorable
Swart, you know nothing about the ANC. And you must never refer to the ANC like you know the ANC.
Honorable Member.
Order, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Speaker, we are calling for order.
Yes. What's your order, Honorable?
The order is...
Honorable members,
I'm not able to say anything. You are screaming at me. I can't even say anything.
I'm calling for order.
What's your order, honorable member?
The order is that, could you please make a ruling as to whether it is correct for Honorable Mbalula to address the House and the honorable member without being recognized by you? Can it be,
No.
make a ruling?
Honorable Gadi, take your seat. I'm ruling. Just as I have told you not to speak before you're addressed, similarly with him is the same thing. You are not, no member is allowed to speak before that. And I do want to remind you, Honorable Gadi, this is the 4th time you're doing this. Okay. Yes. Honorable members, the next declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As members
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. With respect, you can't chastise members of this side of the House for bad behavior. But the Honourable Mr. Mbalula needs to apologize, or you need to chastise him. You've chastised us all day. You need to be consistent.
Honorable member, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
No, Speaker, no.
Deputy Speaker,
Don't
please.
be biased. Mbalula spoke without your consent. Please correct that.
I told him, and you are out of order, honorable members. Both of you are out of order.
Can you
And
please
you-
be consistent?
And
Deputy
honorable
Speaker?
members, members are honorable here, whatever you think of them. I did say so, that honorable member is out of order, just as honorable Gadi is. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Chair.
Honorable member.
Chair.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
What are you raising, honorable member?
Deputy Speaker, I think it is the unbecoming behavior that all the time when the members of the opposition parties are talking, you see them as the wrong people. But the members of the ruling party, when they talk, you keep quiet as if nothing is happening.
No.
So this is incorrect.
No.
The manner in which you are ruling in this house, it is clear that you have an agenda that you want to pursue, and you are not going to allow that. All of us must be treated equally. Honorable Mbalula stood up and you did not tell him to withdraw. You must tell him to withdraw, like you are doing to the other members.
Honorable members, I do advise you, for whatever it is worth, that you must allow the chair to make the rulings. Because not only is nothing gained. In the first place, I want to talk about this overall issue that we raised earlier on, including this one, that nothing is gained by using unbecoming and offensive language. I'm appealing to all members of this House, on all sides of the House, to uphold the dignity and decorum expected of representative of the people. Your actions and language today in this debate have done little to lift the tone of the debate and provide a meaningful opportunity for members to engage with the matter at hand without bad language. I'm cautioning members to desist from this abuse of the decorum of the House and the privilege of freedom of speech. You are placing the chair in an untenable position. I'm expected to rule on matters that I have not heard and have not been party to. All members are honorable as such and should behave in a manner befitting of an honorable member and call each other as such. Members should treat one another with the dignity and respect that they themselves would expect in this House. Honorable members, we now move to the next declaration. Honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. As members of the ad hoc committee, we acknowledge the fact that we are not security experts. That is why we recommended in our report that the Minister of Police must assign professional security experts to go and assess what is security and what is not security at Nkandla. So we are not obsessed with the president. That is why we made sound recommendations and findings in our report. The second point that I want to make, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that the honorable opposition members, led by the EFF, because now I can see that the DA doesn't have a parliamentary leader. So they rely on the mercy of the EFF to lead them. So that is why they are leading. They walked out of the committee willingly so because they chose to ignore the truth. They chose to believe they are distorted facts. So as members of the ad hoc committee, we went to that committee to deal with the facts, and they knew that there was nothing to pin the president on in those reports. That is why they continue to mislead the House and to mislead the public. There is nothing to pin the president on. He didn't do anything wrong. The facts are in all the reports. So, Honorable Deputy Speaker, my third point is that
On a point
as
of order,
members of this
Speaker.
House,
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
What's your point of order, honourable member?
The honourable member is making a declaration which has got it's actually misleading the House that the president did not know
Honourable
anything
member,
about what
that's
is
not a
happening
point
in
of
his House.
order.
The president knew
Honourable
that
member.
he is unduly benefiting. He's a
Honourable
thief.
member. Yes, honourable member, what are you rising on?
Honourable Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order. The Honourable Dlakude just now said, and she referred to honourable members of Parliament, who were also members of the ad hoc committee, that they were misleading Parliament and they were misleading the public. She's deliberately saying that. It's unparliamentary, and she should withdraw that.
Proceed, honourable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw the misleading. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, lastly, allow me to say that we reject the report compiled and concocted by a group of angry, obsessed members of parliament who compiled it in some dark corners. We reject the report, we reject the amendments with the contempt it deserves. Lastly, Honorable Deputy Speaker, some honorable members that side are offering me cheap Q-Tex. Unfortunately, I'm allergic to Q-Tex, I don't use it. I thank you.
Honourable members, I now put the amendment to the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the opposition. Are there any objections to the amendment? As there are objections, I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the noes have it.
Deputy
Yes.
Speaker, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Five.
Point to order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker. The mace is still in place. We are in session. The mace is still in place. We are in session. Is this permitted parliamentary behavior?
Honorable members, you're not supposed to sing. You're not supposed to sing. You can't sing. Please don't do that. The session is on. Honorable members, the session is on.
There's a request. Where's the announcement? Yeah, that's a new one.
No. Honorable members, I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from the allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report of the ad hoc committee on the report by the President regarding security upgrades. This is an amendment. Oh, sorry.
Is that the amendment?
No, this is the wrong thing. You gave me. Honorable members.
Is that the amendment?
The question before the House is that the amendment to the report of the ad hoc committee on the report by the President regarding security upgrades at the private residence of the President be adopted. Are all members in the allocated seats? Yes. Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the report, press yes. Those against, press no.
Order.
Yeah.
Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable members,
It's not
honorable
the-
members, let me remind you, the last button pressed will be the correct vote that will be taken. Those in favor of the amendment of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The voting is now closed. It is closed, honorable members. Okay, thank you. Honorable members, the results are as follows. The yes to the amendment being agreed to is 91. The no is 211. 7 abstains. So the amendments have been rejected by the House. Honorable members, I now put the motion as put by the Chief Whip of the majority party that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? I now put the motion. Those in favor will say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, it seemed too close to call. The DA would like to call for a division. Thank you.
Honorable members, division have been called. We'll now call for a minute. The bells will be rung for a minute. Honorable members, we have to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report of the ad hoc committee on the report by the President regarding security upgrades at his private residence be adopted. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Is there where? Honorable members, the results are as follows. Yes, 210, no, 103. And abstain, 0. The report is therefore adopted. Honorable members, we will now break for 45 minutes for refreshments. Bells will be rung for members to come back to the chamber to resume business. Members may go to the second floor restaurants for their food, to get food there.
Yeah, no. This one. Professor Kubisa, the IPU debate.
That's what I've got. That was 960.
It's done. It's the IPU, and then you have the stands on the hydro finger. We're still there. We're still there. Yes. If I collapse, I'll come back because last time when I changed, I was really, yeah, and I was not feeling well. I was really collapsing. Now, I'm back now. If anything happens, I'll report. Okay.
Tidy up this table. President. No, I think we better just. Yeah, they're coming along with us. together. Let's see how much stamina they've got.
Some advice. No other issues reported? No, thank you. I want to go sleep.
How are you? Nobody's sleeping tonight. Okay, guys, I'll bring up the new guide here. Okay, order 39, precedence.
The table's look a mess.
Yeah, it does.
No, was there any issues?
They mentioned to me that the system was slow. It wasn't doing like fast. That one, you know, I'm not able to help you too much there. Let's just see you after amendment.
Colin, is your USB working? Is your
USB is working?
Here, not here. I don't know
No,
what
that
happened
one,
to
that
this.
one's still not working.
What happened to this thing? Look, that white stuff inside there.
I'm sure I fixed it.
We're using the other one.
This is the precedence motion in case we need it. Put up the guide.
Oh, where's the...
Exactly. Somebody's trying to bedevil us.
I don't know. I think it was loose.
Where's your memory stick?
But you
No, 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 no.
We didn't even try.
We didn't. We put
wanted
it in
to
here.
put it in.
Put it in
We
here.
found that this is that it could be in here.
There's a little thing in there. Also, Maya, for...
Or it fell somewhere.
Oh, I'll just use this one. I can use it.
Let's check up the voting results.
I'll go up to my little hole.
Did you get a plate of things?
No, I got them.
Sure. Let us know the duties. Maybe not the best. Colin, here's guide B.
When do they get
Minutes aren't going out tonight, right? Okay, I'll tell Frida. Yeah, you can tell Frida no minutes.
I think we must just alert this guy.
Yeah, here's guide B. We must just tell Marina when they come back.
Because it might end up in the papers.
Everywhere.
No, let me go.
one we can leave. Guys, did anybody put time on the clock like I asked you? No.
Who did you ask, ma'am?
No, I asked, not you guys.
Okay.
I asked my trustee.
Thank you. Classic.
you want to put them together and take them, say we would like to take orders from.
But then we're gonna, then that's gonna be totally public. Because we can't read it.
No, but take with them, whoever.
Then we must change his guide. If we go to precedence, 39.
time. Tanya, we must run at 22. You want to go home early? You must earn your money today. You must work.
Say again? Okay, mensen, zoals raar. Okay. Okay, who's the Honourable Majola? Let's just see the members here. For the order we're going to start with. Where is she? Is it he? Yeah, the IPU one. It's fine, we don't put the chairs properly there. I've checked it. These pages are right. Just put the chair. That's fine, that's fine. Just like that. Not too close, otherwise I can't get in. Okay, where's the spook book? Just gotta make sure we can start.
Do I need to bow again? It's in order.
Please be seated. Order, honourable members. I've been informed that whips have agreed that precedence be given to order number 39 on the order paper immediately after order number 1.
Honorable Chair,
Yes, honourable member.
I am part of the WIPARI and I attend the Chief Whips Forum, and the EFF is not consulted, and even if it was consulted, we object. We went through a very painful moment yesterday at the Chief Whips Forum, the same thing in the morning at the programming committee, today, and again here, we are in the House. We also had to spend almost an hour dealing with the issue of the program. And it can't be arbitrarily changed like that. We must follow the program as it is. We're going to the consideration of the BRR reports, 38 of them, and EFF refused to be cajoled into that agreement. It is a constitutional crisis that we are creating now, Chairperson, because that is what
Thank you,
we
honourable
agreed
member.
on.
There's no constitutional crisis. Take your seat, please. Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Chair.
Chairperson.
I will recognize you. I haven't recognized you yet. I've called upon the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable House Chair, we consulted the EFF Plus and we have consulted all other parties. And we have come to an agreement that we start with, we're not disagreeing on all other items. We are saying we start with item 39 because there's a debate and we can deal with all others thereafter.
And you say there was consultation with the EFF?
We did, yes.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
I am on record saying that we have not been consulted, and even if we're consulted, if there was any attempt, we were going to refuse because this House agreed when the Speaker, Honourable Mbete, was seated there, how we are going to proceed. And it can't change now. It can't. It can't be. And that is very wrong.
Order,
we're
honourable
setting a
members.
wrong precedent, Chairperson.
Point of order.
It can't be allowed.
Order, honourable members.
Point of order.
Yes, honourable member.
Chairperson, I mean, all that needs to happen is a motion needs to be moved under 97C for precedence to be given to item number 39. And if the EFF are in disagreement, we can vote and then we can proceed.
A point of order, Chairperson.
Yes, honourable member.
A point of order, Chairperson. That attempt was made and that advice was made in the programming committee. And it was rejected flatly because it is not applicable to the order of precedence of the House. We have been here since 2 o'clock where this agenda and order paper was discussed, and it cannot be that now it must be changed after all these rigorous activities we have been
Point of
involved
order,
in.
Chair.
Honourable
Can
Deputy
the honourable
Minister.
member read his rules? It is perfectly legitimate, and I would suggest if the EFF don't agree, that is what needs to be done.
Honourable Steenhuisen. Was there discussions with the opposition, the largest opposition party on this matter?
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Yes, the Chief Whip of the largest majority, of the majority party, did consult with me, and we agreed to move the order up because apparently there's a sense of urgency around it because there's some conclusion and signing of deals that need to take place in the next week or two, and that's why the precedence had to be given. But my understanding was that it was a round robin between all the whips and that some consensus had been reached. So what I'm hearing now is something different.
Yeah. Honourable members, it seems to me there was a discussion taking place, and from unfortunately where I'm sitting, I was not part of the consultations that are taking place amongst the different chief whips. In terms of the items on the order paper, of course, remain. And I will give an opportunity to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. if there is a motion that he wants to raise, to do so that the House can take a decision on it.
House
I'll
Chair.
recognize you now, Honorable Gadi.
Honorable House Chair, I move in line with rule number 97C that precedence be given to order number 39 on the order paper and all else will follow.
Honorable Gadi.
The rule the chief whip of the majority party refers to does not provide for this quagmire we find ourselves in, whereby we want to willy-nilly change the order of precedence. It does not, Chairperson.
Honorable-
And as such, it should be rejected. It can't be.
Honorable Member, the Chief Whip has now formally put the motion to the House. So I'm going to put the question and ask, are there any objections to the motion from the Chief Whip? If there's no objections, then we will proceed.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
The issue of notice with motions...
Order, Honorable Members.
The issue of motions without notice have long been dealt with. The Honorable Chief Whip is raising a motion without notice in terms of this rule. It is not applicable at this hour of precedence of the order. It should have been dealt with at the beginning of the House sitting, and accordingly, it is frivolous and very convenient for him to raise it as such. And it is unconstitutional. It contravenes the rules of the National Assembly.
Order, Honorable Members.
We have committed
You've made your
ourselves to
point.
live by the rules of the Assembly.
You've made your point.
We will be here until 4 o'clock.
It's
What
fine.
is the problem?
You've made your point. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Honourable House Chair, may I make a suggestion that perhaps the chief whips of the parties retire for 5 minutes just to have a discussion on this matter, so we can try and find some consensus on it.
Honorable Members, we would have thought that that was done. We would have thought that that was done. And also in terms of, and I really am going to ask Honorable Members to cooperate so that we can get on with the business that is still on the order paper, all of it that is there. There is a sense of urgency, as correctly the Honorable Steenhuisen pointed out, in terms of the treaty that the Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo must sign in terms of the business that needs to be concluded, and it is a constitutional matter. So can I really ask for the cooperation of members instead of prolonging this discussion further? Honorable Litchfield Chabalala? No, I haven't recognized you. I've recognized Honorable Litchfield.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's a point of clarity. I'm trying to understand if all the items on the agenda will be dealt with today, how does the next debate then affect next week's finalization or treaty if it is dealt with at 12 midnight today or now? I'm just clarifying, it doesn't make sense.
Honorable members, the motion has been put to the House, and I'm going to ask the question again. Are there any objections?
Honorable Chair, the motion is illegal in that it did not have to be done now. It should have been done earlier, wherein it was actually dealt with, and we had a serious commotion here because of such a motion. And accordingly, you cannot steamroll it to us. The suggestion that the chief whip should now retire for a caucus, I think it makes sense. So the chairperson there can only suspend the House for another 15 minutes, then we confer there. Failure which, it is unconstitutional what you are trying to do to this House. And we stand resolute, it can't happen.
Honorable member, I've indulged this point now for a long time. In terms of the rules, it is correct that a motion like that can be put, and he's doing it, the chief whip of the majority party is doing it in consultation also now in indulgence of the chairperson, and I will apply my discretion. I will apply my discretion, and I will ask the question again, are there any objections? The motion is put to the House now. No objections, then we will proceed with the item.
We said there is an objection.
You're raising your objection?
Yes.
If you raise the objection, then I'll put a question to the House.
You can put the the question to the House, but the objection remains.
Okay.
Accordingly, we'll have to call for the division of the House and declarations, and then we move on.
It's fine. Honourable members, Honourable Sia Nason.
House Chair, please may I ask, before we move to the brink on this matter, that we have the indulgence to just have a quick 3 to 5 minute consultation at the back of the chamber. The problem is that it's going to be a motion without notice, which means if there's a single objection, it falls away. So I really think the consultation will be helpful. Please indulge
Thank you.
us.
Chairperson, I mean, again, the honourable
No,
member...
wait, Honourable Jeffrey, Honourable Deputy Minister of Basic Education, rose before you.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the position with respect is that in terms of the rules, a motion of this nature can be put. That's the first. The second is that the Honourable Chair has a discretion to entertain it. Thirdly, that if there is any objection to it, it should determine whether there is there's substance to the objection, whether it's frivolous, whether there would be any prejudice. If there is broad consensus that indeed we could amend and there would be no prejudice or harm or discomfort to anybody, then the Honourable Chair can put it to the House and the House could make the determination. The House has the right and authority to suspend, change, vary, alter any of its orders at any time at its pleasure. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Deputy Minister of Justice.
No, I would just suggest that the Honourable Steenhuisen read his rules. This is a motion under 97C. It's not a motion under 97G, which requires the unanimous consent of the House. This motion under C doesn't require the unanimous consent of the House.
Honourable members, let us proceed. I've put the motion to the House. I've applied my mind to the matter. And in terms of the broader consultation that was done, it's really unfortunate that the issue was not discussed or was not brought to the attention of the EFF so that we can proceed with the matter at hand. We will proceed with the matter at hand. Honourable members, I've given you sufficient time to raise your concerns, right? And what is happening now is that unless it is something new that you want to bring to my attention, unless it is something new, we are going to proceed with the order in terms of the item that has been brought up on the order paper. Yes, Honourable Member?
Chairperson, the Honourable Member there apparently is a Minister of Justice. He should know law better. Or rather deputy.
Where's the guy?
Motions without notice, once they are objected to, they fall away. And he cannot read selectively. He must read that this is a motion in terms of Rule 97. The suggestion by the Chief Whip of the opposition party is very in order. We need to suspend the House and confer for the minutes that must be conferred, and most probably we'll come back with a consensus. And it can't be that it can
Honourable
be
Member,
steamrolled.
are you just saying now that we must suspend the House for the sense of suspending and you will come back anyway and agree to it? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that we need to go and discuss. We are not junior partners in this House.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Take your seat now. Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister of Justice, you the last speaker on this, and then I'm going to put the question formally to the House.
Just for the benefit of the Honourable Member, and I don't think there was any need to go for personal insults, but he should read his rules. Rules under motions without notice under 97G require unanimous consent. But this is not a motion under 97G. It's a motion under 97C, which does not require unanimous consent. So please read your rules. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Slalo. First of all, we said as the EFF we were not consulted. And the Chief Whip of the majority party, go an extra mile by lying to this House, said he consulted
Honourable
us.
Member, will you withdraw that remarks?
Okay. Secondly,
Honourable Member, will you withdraw the remark that
Honourable
the Chief
Shabalala
Honourable
stood
Member,
up and wanted clarification
Honourable
if you are changing
Member,
the agenda.
will you withdraw
And then
the
you
remark?
failed.
Honourable
Thirdly,
Member,
the Chief Whip of
Honourable
the opposition
Member,
party,
for the second time now, will you withdraw the remark that the Chief Whip is lying?
The chief whip of majority party misled the House.
Now, withdraw the remark that the chief whip is lying.
The chief whip of majority party is not lying, but he misled the House.
Unconditionally withdraw the remark.
Okay,
Honourable
I
Member.
withdraw. I've got nothing
Thank
to
you.
lose.
Thank you.
Okay, let me continue. I'm not finished yet. I'm saying, first of all, he misled the House and undermining EFF by saying he consulted us, of which he didn't. Secondly, Honorable Chilford stood up here and asked if the agenda of today is changed. You failed to answer her. Thirdly, the chief whip of opposition party is having a proposal to say, let us meet 3 minutes to 5 minutes. So you want to throw a book on us of rules. It's unfair.
Honourable members, you know your intervention now on this matter is lasting almost 20 minutes long. It's lasting for 20 minutes. And really, okay. What we will do is, honourable members, what we will do is, we will allow, upon the request of the chief whip of the majority party, that you will consult just for 2 minutes. We ask the honourable members not to leave the House. The chief whip has requested it. I'll agree to it so that you can consult and come back with an agreement just for 2 minutes. And the bells will be rung in 2 minutes' time. Can we do that, please? Thank you very much. Honourable members, will you take up your seats, please? Thank you. I recognize the Chief Whip, who will inform us of the outcome of the discussions.
We have consulted all of those that were present except for Honorable Gadi of the EFF Plus. Rejects our proposal, but we have collectively agreed that if they are unreasonable, as they would have been out of that meeting, you can put the matter to the vote.
Honourable Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I refer us to Rule 97C, where I am proposing, sir, I'm moving that for the postponement or discharge of or giving precedence to an order of the day. And my suggestion is that we deal with the report on Inga and that we postpone all other matters until next week at a time when the Chief Whips Forum decides and the Programming Committee decides when those items should be debated, on the understanding, sir, that the report on the Powers and Privileges Committee will be dealt with on Thursday, next week. And if that is an agreement, then that is our proposal to the House. Thank you. So we suspend the BRRR and we suspend everything else except for the Inga report tonight, and we decide on the program for next week. But on the tacit understanding, and Chair, with your permission, I would like parties to speak to it, that we deal with the report of the Powers and Privileges Committee on Thursday next week. That's my proposal to the House and my resolution.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable Gadi.
Deputy Speaker, Chairperson of the House, notwithstanding the illegality of the improper quotation of the rule, which does not
Order,
provide
honourable
for
members.
what we are doing, because Section 97C cannot be read in isolation to the actual totality of the Rule 97. We will concede that, so be it. We continue the proceedings as proposed by the Chief Whip of the ruling party.
Thank you, honourable members. The Honourable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance is in concurrence with that, provided that the EFF's involvement in the BRRR next week is assured.
Honourable members, I'm not going to run a programming committee from the chair, but thank you for those inputs. I will request the Honourable Chief Whip to convene a discussion in the Chief Whip's forum that must be moved forward to Tuesday so that you can finalize the program for next week. Honourable Chief Whips, it's really, for this House to function effectively, we need the cooperation of everyone that's involved. And it places the presiding officers in a very, very difficult position unless there is agreement that is reached or sufficient consensus that is achieved before it comes to the House. We come to the House with the understanding that there is agreement on the program in front of us. I will now ask the Secretary to read the 39th order of the day.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of Treaty on Grand Inga Hydropower Project between the Republic of South Africa and the Democratic Republic of Congo in terms of Section 231 sub 2 of the Constitution.
I now call upon the first speaker in this debate, the Honourable Majola.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, comrades and friends. On the 4th of November 2014, the Portfolio Committee on Energy received and considered a report on the treaty on the Grand Inga hydropower project between the Republic of South Africa and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the accompanying explanatory memorandum tabled in terms of Section 231(2) of the Constitution 1996. Having considered the report, the committee recommends that this August House approves the treaty. Honorable House Chair, the Grand Inga Memorandum of Understanding signed on the 11th November 2011 paved the way for the development of the Grand Inga Draft Treaty. The Grand Inga project has 7 phases. Phase 1, which is what this treaty speaks to, is associated with the following: costs due to the development of the common works, costs due to the transmission line to Kolwezi at the border of the DRC and Zambia, the delivery point, investment by South Africa in the construction of the transmission infrastructure from the delivery point to South Africa, the commitment to offtake 2,500 megawatts by the Republic of South Africa and 2,300 megawatts by the Democratic Republic of Congo, and lastly, assistance in the mobilization of funding. The Grand Inga project is a multi-phased hydropower station to be built on the Congo River at the Inga site with a potential to generate approximately 40,000 megawatts. The Inga dams are located in the western DRC, 50 kilometers upstream of the mouth of the Congo River and about 225 kilometers southwest of Kinshasa. Associated with the Grand Inga are the transmission lines to evacuate power from the generators to supply needs in the DRC and to external countries. At the outset, Honorable House Chair, we must emphasize that the project is in line with South Africa's stated position on a comprehensive energy mix. Tabling his State of the Nation address on the 17th of June 2014, His Excellency Honorable J.G. Zuma said the following, and I quote: "This situation calls for a radical transformation of the energy sector to develop a sustainable energy mix that comprises coal, solar, wind, hydro, gas, and nuclear energy," close quote. He further stated that, and I quote, "We are also looking beyond our borders for energy security. In October last year, we signed the Grand Inga hydropower project treaty with the government of the DRC. This massive and strategic project has the potential to generate 40,000 megawatts of hydroelectricity," close quote. Honorable House Chair, this project will have a massive boost and act as one of the catalysts for regional integration, stimulating economic growth in the region and facilitating infrastructure development. Grand Inga must be conceptualized and understood within the context of the broader African Agenda 2063, which seeks to strengthen the linkages between the AU and its building blocks, the regional economic communities in the interests of the agenda of a better Africa. Agenda 2063 is a commitment on the part of the African continent to a future that will guarantee the prosperity of the people of Africa for generations to come. The aspirations of Agenda 2063 are the culmination of processes that sought to focus the direction through which Africa would pursue its interests As South Africa, we have committed ourselves to pursue a foreign policy that places the African agenda as the cornerstone of our work. To this end, the Grand Inga project should be seen as the extension of the African agenda as well as aspirations of Agenda 2063. In particular, the Grand Inga project is consistent with our aspiration 2 of the agenda, which deals with energy and infrastructure. Regarding electricity, the NDP envisages that by 2030, South Africa should have an adequate supply of electricity and liquid fuels to ensure that economic activity and welfare are not disrupted, and that at least 95% of the population should have access to grid or off-grid electricity. In addition, it calls for the move to less carbon-intensive electricity production through procuring at least 20,000 megawatts of renewable energy, increased hydro imports from the region, and increased demand-side measures, including solar water heating. Grand Inga fits into the broader long-term program of the ANC government. The renewable energy policy framework of the SADC region will be enhanced through the Inga hydropower project in that it will develop increased production and use of renewable energy sources. The SADC Energy Protocol is the legal instrument for cooperation in the energy sector in the sub-region. The protocol defines the objective of energy cooperation in the sub-region as striving to harmonize national and regional policies, energy policies, strategies, and programs on matters of common interest based on equity, balance, and mutual interest. Furthermore, energy cooperation in the SADC region shall involve working together in the development and utilization of the energy in the sub-region. Therefore, member states are supposed to make energy data freely available in the region to assist in the planning for the sector. A regional database to facilitate the exchange of information among institutions in order to facilitate regional energy policy formulation and planning has been set up already. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the critical need to build connections between our international relations and domestic interests through economic diplomacy as a tool of foreign policy is an established strategy of the African National Congress. The ANC is of the view that economic diplomacy is not merely about basic economic knowledge, but deeper appreciation of the importance of growing our economy to enable us to increase our voice and choice in international affairs. This should be the strategic orientation of our framework on economic diplomacy. But the interpretation of economic diplomacy is not just about promoting narrow economic interests, but it is about the broader economic interests of the region and building an economic bloc for growth and development. House Chair, some amongst us have raised various risks associated with this important project. We are acutely mindful of the potential risks associated with a project of this magnitude. Sedimentation is one of them, in view of the huge river discharge involved and the large sediment loads. This had been clearly demonstrated in Inga 1 and Inga 2. However, the river is 85 meters deep and long-term consequences are deemed minimal. Effects of political instability in the region have also been raised as an issue, but as seen between 1996 and 2004, when there was civil unrest and even war, power exports to South Africa had continued without interruption. In addition, South Africa has played a major role in bringing an end to the war by being directly involved in a number of mediation talks. On the 24th of February 2013, South Africa joined 10 other African countries, as well as the UN, the AU, the ICG, LR, and SADC, in signing the Peace, Security, and Cooperation Framework for the DRC and the region. This is arguably the most important international effort today to resolve the challenge of the recurring conflicts in the Eastern DRC. The framework sets out national commitments for the DRC, for the countries of the region, and for the international community. South Africa is a member of the regional oversight mechanism that is tasked with ensuring that the countries of the region adhere to their commitments. When all is said and done, honorable members, it is quite clear to everyone that the benefits of this strategic project will far outstrip any potential risks. We of the African National Congress, a progressive movement with an internationalist outlook, are very clear of our fundamental obligation to the stability and success of Africa. We will not shirk this responsibility. We know very well that success of our country is inextricably linked with that of the African continent. Honorable House Chair, as I conclude, let us defer to the inspiring words of our Sitolando Saparankwe Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, addressing the 15th anniversary summit of the SADC in September 1995, and I quote, "We owe it to all the peoples of the subcontinent to ensure that they see in us not merely good leaders waxing lyrical about development, but as the front commanders in the blunt furnaces of labor, productive investments, and visible change. Africa must rise. Africa must succeed." The African National Congress supports the approval of the treaty. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Greyling.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, in my younger and more adventurous days, I spent a month travelling down the Congo River and was exposed to the awesome power of this fast-moving body of water. It is in fact known as the Great Congo Highway, in that it is the primary means through which the Congolese are able to move and trade a variety of goods between Kinshasa and the east of this vast forested country. Barges with floating villages of 2,000 people move alongside the local pirogues, which are large dugout canoes made from the gigantic trees that grow in the area. At various points, we would also come across other barges pushing thousands of recently felled trees down the river for future export to the timber markets of the industrialized countries. So whenever I hear about plans for the Grand Inga hydroelectric scheme, which has been on the cards for many a decade, my mind wanders back to those evocative images. I first heard about the scheme, in fact, on that trip from the South African ambassador in Kinshasa, who boldly claimed that it would generate enough power to light up the whole of Africa and even have some over to export to Europe. It seemed like a complete impossibility at the time, given the political instability of the region, and it became an even more distant dream when the civil war broke out a few months later that has led to the senseless death of millions of Congolese people. It is therefore heartening for me to see that this scheme has not been forgotten, and that we are once again taking the first tentative steps towards its realization. Previous attempts, such as the West Core project, have broken down, and there certainly is no guarantee that this one will succeed this time. Make no mistake, there are numerous financial, political, and construction challenges to overcome before we see any electrons moving from the Congo on their 3,000-kilometer journey down to the South African grid. As much as the DA would like to support any initiative that holds the promise of power in the Southern African region and bringing much-needed development to the Congolese people, we are also wary of grand schemes like this failing to deliver on their promise. Unfortunately, the ANC's track record on delivering on mega construction project also does not in any way engender confidence, to put it mildly. Thankfully, this treaty does not bind us to any major financial commitments at this stage, and a private consortium, as opposed to ESCOM, will be building these huge series of dams. Our commitment will in fact come in the form of agreeing to buy the electricity at a price which is still to be negotiated. The DA believes that South Africa must set an internal ceiling price, though, to ensure that we only agree to buying electricity at a price that can compete with our other energy-generating technologies. This price, however, must take into account the enormous costs that will be incurred in actually getting the power from the Congo down to South Africa. This will require both the building of long transmission lines through the Congo forest and then massively upgrading the Southern African power pool grid so as to evacuate the power down to South Africa. It is therefore imperative that all of these costs are factored into the final price that we pay for this electricity so that we can ensure that it makes financial sense for our energy market. Unfortunately, though, this project also introduces a huge level of uncertainty for our own future energy plans. The energy policy of this ANC government seems to have given up any pretense at rational modelling and has instead adopted a stance of all of the above without any regard for its impact on the future electricity price. The continued push for a nuclear deal, despite government documents like the NDP, the IRP update, and numerous energy experts warning against it, is one example of this irrational approach to our energy security. It also seems that the ANC is content to only apply its mind to energy solutions that will come on stream in more than a decade, rather than on focusing on fast-tracking solutions to our present energy crisis. While the energy minister flies around the world signing these kinds of agreements, very little action is forthcoming from her department in finalizing policy documents like the IRP update, the gas utilization master plan, and a procurement process for cogeneration projects which have been delayed for over 3 years. These are solutions that can be brought on stream within 2 years, and the department should be creating a conducive environment for this to happen. I mean, you would swear that we weren't in the midst of a major energy crisis that is holding back our economic growth and making a mockery of our attempts at job creation, given the kind of lack of urgency on the part of the energy department to deal with our crisis and implement these kinds of solutions. While the DA therefore supports this treaty and hopes that it will eventually aid the economic development of the Southern African region, we also call upon the ANC to finally table the nuclear agreements that have been signed. Until those agreements are tabled in this House, the suspicion will continue to linger that a deal has already been struck and that our country has been locked into a nuclear deal that has the potential to bankrupt our economy while enriching the ANC. Honourable Minister, wherever you are in the world at the moment, I have one thing left to say. Bring us the nuclear agreements. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Mashabela.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As much as we are not opposed to development in the region and the continent through projects like Grand Inga hydropower, we have serious reservations and concern about the political manipulation of the project itself for the enrichment of friends and families. We believe that the project in South Africa and the region's solution to energy poverty, which are currently faced with. It is said that the project itself has the potential to generate 40,000 megawatts, which is sufficient to power half of Africa. We also think that the industrialization of Africa is the way to go in fast-tracking development on the continent. But, Honorable Chair, our greatest concern is that this project, like many others that we have seen recently, are used as vehicles for corruption by politicians. Treaties and projects comes along with high risk of corruption deals and escalation of cost, which may not be affordable and sustainable. Corruption normally hides under the disguise of such massive projects for the enrichment of politicians and their families. We remember that it was largely reported by the media that President Zuma played a crucial role in 2010 decision by the DRC President Joseph Kabila to allocate 2 oil fields in the northeast of the country to his nephew. All fortunes in the region of 100 billion are owned by the president's nephew, Kolubusa Zuma, in the DRC, and that he was awarded oil licenses in sub-Saharan Africa to do business. The Nkandla gate of stealing 246 million of taxpayers' money by President Zuma's failure to pay for undue benefiting leaves much to be desired as to how much he will benefit as in arms deal in this treaty. The EFF is tired of funding Zuma, the thief, the criminal who refused to pay a cent.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair.
Honourable Member Mashabela, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honourable Member.
And you ask the Honourable Member to withdraw that the President of this country is a thief.
Honourable Mashabela, will you withdraw the remark, please?
The President of the ANC is the
Honourable-
greatest thief in the
Honourable-
world.
Honourable Member.
I'm not going to withdraw. He
Honourable
is a
Member.
criminal. He is a thief.
Honourable Member.
Even South Africa knows very
Honourable
well
Member.
that their president is a thief.
Honourable Member.
I'm not going to withdraw.
If you are not
Zuma is a thief.
prepared to withdraw, then you
Zuma
must
is
leave
a
the
thief.
podium.
I'm not going to withdraw.
Honourable Member.
Zuma is a criminal.
Order, Honourable
Zuma
Member.
is a thief. The world
Order, Honourable
knows
Member.
very well that the president
Honourable
of the
Member.
ANC is the greatest thief
Order, Honourable
in
Member.
the world.
Honourable
He is a
Member,
thief.
if you don't want to withdraw,
Criminal. Zuma
if you-
is a thief.
Honourable Member, if you don't want to withdraw, I'm asking you to leave
Zuma
the
is a
podium.
thief.
Honourable Member,
The people
I'm
of
requesting
South
you now
Africa know
for the
very well
last
that
time.
The president of the ANC is a
Honourable
thief.
Member.
He is the criminal. Zuma
Honourable
is a thief.
Member,
I'm not going to withdraw.
then you must leave
I'm
the
not
podium,
going
Honourable
to
Member, and you must
No, I
leave.
must finish my speech
No,
first.
Honourable Member.
I'm not going to withdraw. Zuma
Chair,
is a thief.
Honourable
Zuma
Member.
is a criminal.
Honourable Member,
the
you must
greatest
leave
thief
the
in the
podium.
world.
Political debate.
Zuma is the thief.
Honourable Member.
Honourable Chair. I want to
Honourable
finish my
Member, you
speech.
are not going to be allowed to finish your speech.
but
You will leave the podium
But I
and
can't
you are not withdrawing the
Chair.
remark. You are also going to
Chair,
leave the House.
Zuma is a thief. I can withdraw. He is a criminal.
Honourable,
He is the greatest thief in the world.
Honourable Member.
But Chair, you cannot stop
I
me
now
because you don't
want
even
to
know what I want to say.
Honourable Member.
Be recognized.
No, I'm not recognizing you, Honourable Member. I'm busy
Honourable
dealing
Chair,
with a matter in
may I
front of me.
continue with I my want to be speech? Recognized so that I will assist you, Chair.
I'm not recognizing you. I'm not recognizing you, Honourable
Chair,
Member.
it looks like you are showing
Honourable,
everyone who's
Honourable
taking
Member,
that seat there because
you are refusing to withdraw the remark, so I will ask you to leave the podium and to leave the House.
No, Honourable Chair. I'm not
If
going
you
to
are
leave.
not prepared
Zuma
to
is
leave
a
the
thief.
House,
On a
I
point
will
of
not
order, Chairperson.
if you are
withdraw.
not
Zuma is a
prepared to
thief.
leave
I'm
the
not going
House,
to withdraw.
On a point
then I
of
will
order,
call
Zuma is
upon the
greatest
Sergeant
thief
of
in the
Arms
world.
On a
to
point
relieve
of
you
order,
from the
Chairperson.
podium.
Zuma
On a
is a
point of
thief.
order.
Can we get the Sergeant
South
at Arms
Africa knows
On a
very
point
well
of
that
order,
Zuma
Chairperson,
is a
assist
let us
us?
assist you
I'm
on
not
this
going to
matter.
withdraw. Allow me to finish my speech. Chair, allow me to finish my speech. Please allow me to finish my speech. Zuma is a thief. I'm not going to withdraw it. Zuma is the greatest thief in the world.
Honourable Member,
South
No, honourable
Africa
member.
knows very
Political
well
debate.
that their president is a thief.
Honourable Members,
I'm not going to withdraw.
I'm asking you, Honourable Mashabela, I'm naming you now, and I'm asking you that you must withdraw from the
Point
House.
of order,
no,
Chairperson.
Chair.
May I
Zuma
be
is a thief.
recognized?
No, there's a lot of you standing, Honourable Litchfield. I hope you will be able to, no, Honourable Member, I hope you will be able to assist us so that your Honourable Member can either withdraw or withdraw from the House.
I am assisting, Honorable Chair. A precedent was said. It was ruled before that we mustn't be personal. It's a political debate. The president is a thief. It's said in a political debate.
No, Honourable Members, no. Honourable Members, I'm now going to request the Sergeant at Arms to relieve the Honourable Member from the House.
Order, Chairperson.
Why,
Can we
Chairperson?
assist you in this matter?
Point of order.
We are intervening to assist you, Chairperson.
Chair.
Is he saying Zuma is not a thief?
Chair, can we assist you?
Chair. Chair. Order.
Oh, it can't be like
Chair, can you assist you?
No. But what must I do?
She must finish the speech.
Honorable Chairperson, want to assist you in...
Chair, can you assist the chair?
Call the police again. That's what you do first.
She said the president's a thief and she wants to withdraw it. She knows what she said. Honorable Member Mashabela, you've repeatedly on numerous occasions said that the president is a thief. And that is what we're asking you to withdraw.
Chair, I've stated that I'm not going to withdraw.
Honorable
He is the greatest
Member,
thief in the world.
Sergeant at Arms,
He is the greatest thief in the world.
can we assist the member to get out of the house, please?
Chair, we want to help. Chair, we want to help. This way, this way, this way. Don't touch it. Don't.
A point of order. A point of order. They are not supposed to touch me. They are not supposed to touch you.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. While the Sergeant at Arms is dealing with the situation, we'll suspend proceedings for 5 minutes.
I don't want to be touched. 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 No, I'm not going to. But I do not.
There are members, Honorable Steenhuisen, there are members taking pictures of your party. Can you delete that picture, please? Honorable member at the back, can you just, may I request you, Honorable Steenhuisen, just to talk to your member and have the picture deleted, please. Thank you.
Stop the.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Get out! Get out!
Point of order. Point of order.
Tata,
Point of order.
military state, Tata.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order.
Get up! We won't have this. No. 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 Separation of powers. No. Out of the house. Take them out. No police in the house. No police in the house.
Point of order.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members.
Honorable members. Point of order. Point of order.
You call the police in parliament, shame on you.
Well done, well done.
Just hang on, guys. Just, everyone just sit down. Everyone just sit down. On a point of order.
Order, honorable members, will you take up your seats, please? Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. I recognize order. I recognize the Honorable Maimane.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my mic has stopped working.
Can you just switch on? Is the mic on?
Thank you. Chair, I think all of us in this place, at least if you believe in the constitution of this country, you'll know that in no world can police enter this chamber. You'll know that in no world.
No,
can you have the military-
order, honorable members.
Whoa.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
On a point of
Honorable
order.
Deputy Minister.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Deputy Minister, will you just take your seat, please? There was a discussion outside of the chamber with the chief whip of the majority party. And there was agreement with a specific procedure to be followed. And I've recognized you. Get to the point, Honorable Maimane, so that we can
I'm wanting
proceed,
to
please.
propose that in the light of the events that have taken out tonight, that we suspend tonight's sitting and then reconvene.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable Maimane.
I think consistent with the chief whip of the majority party, we all recognize what happened here tonight. I'm wanting to put to this house to appeal for calm and in fact suspend the sittings of tonight. You can take me off.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Chief Whip. Order, honorable members.
Honorable House Chair.
Order, honorable members. Order.
Can you please, Honorable Waters, please, can you please, let's try and behave.
Order, honorable members.
You are not behaving now. They are quiet. You are taking over. Honorable Stay Hayes, please.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Please, you should be the one stopping people, not behave like that.
Get on with the
please.
Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chairperson, we have agreed that there's no possibility that we can rationally talk to each other and listen to each other. And because of that, we think that let's postpone tonight's.
Order, honourable members. Order.
We propose.
Order. Honourable members, give the Chief Whip a chance. Honourable members, give the Chief Whip a chance to say what he has to say. Order, honourable members. Chief Whip.
We propose that we postpone the proceedings of tonight.
Order.
Until further notice.
Honourable members, there was a discussion outside between the leader of the DA and the Chief Whip. There was an agreement and the EFF, and there was agreement that we'll put the question on the treaty. That is the agreement. The question on the treaty will be put to the House so that we can dispense of this matter. I will now ask the question in terms of the treaty. That is the agreement that has been reached. Are there any objections to the approval of the treaty as it appears on the order paper? Are there any objections? Are there objections? No objections. Since there are no objections, the treaty is then agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes the debate and the business for the day. The House is adjourned.